Chapter 1131, An Invitation That Cannot Be Refused. Chapter 1131, An Invitation That Cannot Be Refused. Hellscythe_Fluffy Goblin. Chapter 1131, An Invitation That Cannot Be Refused. Why are they here? Shi Feng frowned slightly as he eyed Xie Qiwen and Gan Xingting, who sat on a sofa and chatted merrily with Xiao Yu. The White Tiger Dojo was currently Big Dipper's rival. As Shi Feng walked up to the three people, Xiao Yu took the initiative to welcome him. "Instructor Shi, you're finally here. Let me introduce you. This is White Tiger Dojo's rising star, Xie Qiwen. As for our other guest, I believe that you've already met. Gan Xingting has already been appointed the acting head instructor of the White Tiger Dojo's branch in Jinhai City." Xiao Yu introduced the men to Shi Feng. As Xiao Yu completed the introductions, Xie Qiwen stared at Shi Feng. Shi Feng currently wore dark blue sportswear. He appeared extremely young for someone in his position. No matter how Xie Qiwen looked at Shi Feng, the latter looked like any ordinary youth. Shi Feng did not exude the aura that was usually found on martial arts experts. If not for Gan Xingting providing him with information about Big Dipper beforehand, he would have assumed that Shi Feng was a new student who had recently enrolled to the Big Dipper dojo. "Hello, head instructor Shi." Xie Qiwen greeted Shi Feng without getting up from his seat. He simply looked at Shi Feng, nodding slightly as he spoke with a courteous tone. "I have heard of head instructor Shi's fame." Sure enough, the rumors were true. "Hello," Shi Feng gave with a brief but polite response. As for Gan Xingting, he did not bother saying anything to Shi Feng. In Gan Xingting's opinion, Shi Feng was simply one of the Big Dipper Group's puppets and did not possess any true ability. The dojo's true master must be the woman he had fought before, Fire Dance. In both strength and reaction capabilities, Fire Dance far surpassed him. He wouldn't even be surprised if she turned out to be the internal force expert the Big Dipper Group had invited. Xie Qiwen stood up and turned to look at Xiao Yu before saying, "Chairman Xiao, since we've already told you why we are here, we'll take our leave now. When the time comes, I will welcome your arrival." Initially, he had waited here to catch a glimpse of Shi Feng. Now that he had met the man in question and discovered that Shi Feng was exactly as Gan Xingting had mentioned, he had no reason to stay. Following which, Xiao Yu sent both Xie Qiwen and Gan Xingting to the door. He then had Liang Jing send them on their way. After the duo left, Shi Feng asked, "Chairman Xiao, may I know what business you wish to discuss?" "The White Tiger Dojo will be holding an opening ceremony in 4 days, and they have invited you and me to participate. At the same time, the White Tiger Dojo plans to hold a friendly competition during the ceremony and has invited the various training centers and dojos to participate as well. The match will involve teams of 3, and participants must be below the age of 20. The competition's champion will win 1 million credits and an invitation card to the Green God Company's annual auction." An invitation card to the Green God auction? Sure enough, the White Tiger Dojo is impressive. The White Tiger Dojo's wealth and influence surprised Shi Feng. Practically everybody in the world knew about the Green God Company. The Green God Company was the sole producer of nutrient fluids, which was sold in practically every town and city around the world. It was an absolute giant in this current era who did not pay attention to their bodies, who didn't want to live longer. Particularly, the S-rank nutrient fluid produced miraculous effects. However, as its production volume was low, it was extremely difficult to obtain. The Green God Company also held an auction once every year. In this auction, the company sold plenty of S-rank nutrient fluids. In addition, the company would introduce new products that were not available on the market, only it was extraordinarily difficult to gain an invitation. A company like the Big Dipper Group did not qualify to receive an invitation. However, this wasn't surprising. After all, not a single person or company in Jinhai City qualified. Most likely, only an existence like the White Tiger Dojo, which nurtured international level fighters consistently, qualified. After all, in this era, where everyone paid attention to their physical fitness, the various international training centers and dojos were the Green God Company's main customers. I know, right? In previous years, we've offered $5 million to purchase an invitation card. However, we have never actually managed to buy one. Hence, head instructor Sure, I was wondering if you could select a few members from the Big Dipper Dojo to participate in this friendly competition? Xiaoyu asked, anxiously. Although he knew that the White Tiger Dojo wanted to flaunt its might through this friendly competition and solidify its position in Jinhai City, the invitation card to the Green God auction was simply too tempting to give up. This invitation card was a pass that allowed one to purchase S-rank nutrient fluids. At the same time, one would encounter people of high social standing. If he could form some kind of relationship with some of these influential people, it might help the company's development in the future. Hence, even if he knew it was a trap, he couldn't refuse it. Chairman Xiao, you should know that the dojo's members have only recently joined. Even the powerful fighters are no match for the White Tiger Dojo's elite geniuses, Shifeng replied as he shook his head. Since the White Tiger Dojo dared to put up such a tempting prize, it was obvious that the dojo was confident in claiming the prize for itself. During the competition, the dojo would definitely send geniuses from its main branch to participate and teach the various dojos and training centers in Jinhai City a lesson that they would never forget. I heard that head instructor Sure has several experts in your workshop. What if they participate instead? Xiaoyu asked eagerly. He had long since learned about the Zero Wing workshop from Liang Jing. According to Liang Jing, the workshop members were powerful fighting experts. The woman named Fire Dance, in particular, had even defeated Gan Xingting in a single move. Chairman Xiao, I understand what you are trying to say, but unfortunately, they are all over 20 years old, Shifeng said, smiling bitterly. Of course, he wanted Cola and the others take part in the competition. However, they were all over the age limit. Only Violet Cloud met this requirement. However, the competition was a group match. If he could not fill the 2 remaining spots, they wouldn't be able to take part anyway. As for the members that had recently joined the Zero Wing workshop, although they had improved significantly, they were no match for the White Tiger Dojo's elite members. The White Tiger Dojo really is crafty. I never thought that they would have accounted for this as well. A disappointed expression dominated Xiaoyu's face. Despite the valuable opportunity to develop the company, he had no way of grasping it. We still have 4 days. It isn't entirely impossible to find suitable experts. However, it won't be easy. Shifeng suddenly recalled several core members in the guild that were younger than 20. Only none of them had come to Jinhai City to participate in Zero Wing's special training. Xiaoyu's eyes shone at Shifeng's words. Immediately, he said, if head instructor Sure has any requirements, please don't hold back. Since Chairman Xiao has offered, things will be easier on my side. Upon hearing Xiaoyu's assurance, Shifeng said, if we wish to defeat the White Tiger Dojo, I'll need roughly 10 bottles of S-rank nutrient fluids. Although those several core members possessed a wealth of combat experience, their physical attributes were simply too low. Meanwhile, unlike virtual combat, real-life combat relied heavily on a person's physical attributes. If he wanted to improve their combat power in the real world quickly, the only way to do so was by pushing them past their brain's limits and utilizing the S-rank nutrient fluids to recover. Only this method would rapidly improve their body's overall strength. He could also nurture the guild's experts, killing 2 birds with one stone. Chapter 1132, Butterfly Effect. Chapter 1132, Butterfly Effect. Hellscythe_Fluffy Goblin. Chapter 1132, Butterfly Effect. 10 bottles. Xiao Yu's heart skipped a beat when he heard Shifeng's request. S-rank nutrient fluids were not cabbages that one could purchase easily. It was difficult to buy a bottle even if one could afford it. People around the world referred to the S-rank nutrient fluid as the water of life. A bottle of S-rank nutrient fluid could easily go for 1 million credits. Even Xiao Yu himself was only willing to drink 1 bottle per year to repair the damaged cells in his body, significantly slowing the aging process. The S-rank nutrient fluid was a treasure to well-known international fighters. Normally, they would only consume a bottle if they were heavily injured. Even drinking A-rank nutrient fluids during normal training was considered a luxury. Previously, to recruit Shifeng into Big Dipper, he had utilized his connections and spent a significant sum to obtain a batch. No matter how he looked at it, buying another 10 bottles of S-rank nutrient fluids to obtain the Green God Company's invitation was not a worthwhile transaction. After all, his main goal in obtaining the invitation card was to purchase S-rank nutrient fluid and other new products the Green God Company intended to offer. He was still uncertain about how many bottles he could purchase in the auction. It was simply too risky to invest 10 bottles of S-rank nutrient fluid right off the bat. That's right. I'll need 10 bottles at the very minimum. Shifeng wasn't lying. Void steps placed a huge burden on the human brain. Without the in-depth healing the S-rank nutrient fluid provided, one would risk their life by using the technique. Hence, whenever he trained the guild's core members, he warned them that if they did not have any S-rank nutrient fluids on hand, they were absolutely not allowed to practice void steps excessively. If it is money you are worried about, I can pay half the cost. However, I want a spot on the Green God Company's invitation card. You'll pay half of it. After giving the matter some thought, Xiao Yu agreed and said, "All right, I'll try to find a way to get the 10 bottles. However, they will cost slightly above market price." Every invitation card allowed 2 people to attend the auction. It did not matter if he shared one with Shifeng. To further develop itself, the Big Dipper Group had already invested a large sum into the new dojo. They had also spent a lot on advertising. Hence, the company was somewhat tight on funds. If Shifeng were willing to cover half of the S-rank nutrient fluids cost, investing in Shifeng's group was no different than their previous attempt of purchasing the Green God auction invitation card for 5 million credits. Only, unlike Shifeng, that plan hadn't succeeded. As for whether Shifeng had the money to pay up, he had long since ordered Liang Jing to investigate the man's finances. Recently, God's Domain had become increasingly popular around the world. Many industry giants had already invested in the game. It was definitely possible to earn a lot of money through God's Domain. Moreover, based on what he had heard from Liang Jing, Shifeng's workshop was considerably large. Moreover, more companies had invested in the workshop. At this point, the workshop had begun mass recruiting full-time gamers. It was obvious that Shifeng earned quite an income from the game. He shouldn't have any issues spending several million credits at a moment's notice. Now that God's Domain was so popular, even Xiao Yu had considered establishing a workshop. Based on what he had heard from his connections, he learned that gaming workshops focused on God's Domain earned far more than they had in past virtual reality games. God's Domain also had far more players. However, expanding the Big Dipper Group took priority. Once the Big Dipper Group had grown, it would become far more profitable than any gaming workshop or guild. After all, more people had begun to take their physical training more seriously after discovering God's Domain. Unfortunately, what Xiao Yu did not know was that Shifeng's workshop was more profitable than he imagined. After Shifeng finalized his arrangements with Xiaoyu, he returned to Zero Wing's training room. Only the workshop's official members had access to this room. Shifeng had specifically instructed Liang Jing to stock the room with various training equipment. These machines would help strengthen a person's reaction speed and evasive maneuvers. Blackie, contact Shadow Sword and Turtle Dove. Have them come to Jinhai City as quickly as possible. Report the travel expenses as a workshop expenditure. Shifeng instructed Blackie, who was currently occupied with basic training. Shadow Sword and Turtle Dove had been members of a certain dojo before they had joined Zero Wing. They were both younger than 20. However, after officially becoming Zero Wing core members, Shifeng had both of them leave their dojos. After all, becoming a Zero Wing core member was basically a formal job. They had to make God's domain their main priority. After they left their previous dojos, aside from playing God's domain, they normally exercised at a local gym. All of their attention had shifted to God's domain. However, as Zero Wing had yet to establish its own company officially, and the purchasing agreement for Ouroboros's training center wasn't finalized, Shifeng hadn't invited them to take part in special training with the others. We're having them here now. Blackie shot Shifeng a curious look. Suddenly, his expression shifted to one of excitement as he asked, "Is the training center ready?" He had already heard about the matter from Shifeng. Ouroboros's training center specialized in nurturing gaming experts. Setting aside its numerous facilities, it had an advanced virtual system in which players could train. Of course, Ouroboros's training center wasn't as advanced as the Secret Pavilion's simulated training system. However, it was far more efficient than a ton of people competing for the 10 black cards. Most importantly, with the acquisition of Ouroboros's training center, Zero Wing would finally have its own headquarters. They would no longer have to borrow someone else's facilities. Like the core members of those first-rate guilds, they could then walk into their luxurious training centers in the city center every day. "No," Shifeng said, shaking his head. "Qingxue is still negotiating the price for the training center. I want them here for another matter." Although the Blackwater's defeat had indeed dealt a major blow to the several companies backing Ouroboros, it was not an easy task to buy the training center's remaining shares. If they discovered Zero Wing's true goal, they might demand a far higher price than what Zero Wing had planned on. Unless something forced, these companies were forced to sell the shares in a hurry. Shifeng had to let Bai Qingxue find a way to obtain the shares cheaply. His reply disappointed Blackie. However, he suddenly thought of something else as he said, "Brother Feng, when you went to your meeting, someone came to the workshop asking for you. However, I told him that you're in a meeting, so he's been waiting in the lounge. Do you want to meet him right now?" "Who is it?" "It's that youth that big cis fire flattened. I think his name is Yu Zipping?" Blackie responded, somewhat uncertain. "He came on his own volition? Interesting. I just so happen to be free, so I might as well meet with him." Shifeng thought back to the bait he cast. He hadn't expected to hook Yu Zipping so quickly. However, after giving the matter some thought, he found it reasonable. Now that Xie Chiwen was in Jinhai City as Yu Zipping's greatest romantic rival, how could the boy sit by and do nothing? If Yu Zipping remained passive, Xie Chiwen would definitely take the girl he loved. This was his last chance to do something. Only this development had occurred sooner than Shifeng had anticipated. The current timeline was deviating further away from the one he remembered, following which Shifeng entered the training room's lounge. Yu Zipping sat on the lounge's sofa, his legs shaking slightly. He looked quite nervous. "What business do you have with me?" Shifeng asked slowly as he examined the fighter before him. Seeing Shifeng, Yu Zipping stood up abruptly anxiety flashing in his eyes as he asked, "Didn't you say that, as long as I join Zero Wing's workshop, you'll tell me how to become stronger? Is that offer still valid?" Hall Master Jiang had already announced his intentions of driving his daughter, Jiang Lingyu, closer to Xie Qinwen. If he did not achieve some sort of feat quickly, he would be too late. Chapter 1133, The Difference Brought About by Time. Chapter 1133, The Difference Brought About by Time. Hellscythe _ Fluffy Goblin. Chapter 1133, The Difference Brought About by Time. Of course, it's still valid. Shi Feng provided a definitive answer. However, didn't your White Tiger Dojo bar you from joining any gaming workshops? Yu Ziping fell silent upon Shi Feng's question. He had been determined not to join Zero Wing's workshop. After all, he was recognized as an elite member in the White Tiger Dojo. If given enough time, he would gain Hall Master Jiang's recognition. However, Xie Qinwen's sudden appearance in Jinhai City significantly reduced the time he had to make any notable achievements. Xie Qinwen was already a well-known national fighter. Now, the White Tiger Dojo's main branch had decided to cultivate Xie Qinwen and prepare him for the international stage. On the other hand, he hadn't even reached the national threshold. With Hall Master Jiang's personality, he definitely had no hopes of furthering his relationship with Jiang Lingyu. Right now, his only way of getting Hall Master Jiang's recognition was to grow a lot stronger within a short time. At the very least, he needed to become a fighter on the national level. Only then would Hall Master Jiang even consider handing his daughter over to him. To build his strength quickly, the only way he could think of was by joining Zero Wing's workshop. There wasn't actually a rule or regulation in the White Tiger Dojo that disallowed joining a gaming workshop, and growing stronger was far more important than violating Gan Xingting's rules. If I join Zero Wing's workshop, how much stronger can I become within a month? Yu Ziping was desperate to grow stronger. However, he was suspicious about how much stronger the Zero Wing workshop could help him become. "I knew you would ask something like this. Since you're curious, how about you spar with one of our workshop's new members?" Shi Feng suggested, chuckling. "Fortunately, you're already familiar with this person." "Someone I am familiar with?" Yu Ziping gave Shi Feng a skeptical look. "Follow me." Shi Feng did not bother to explain as he left the lounge. Yu Ziping promptly followed him, curious about his opponent. In the White Tiger Dojo, his status was relatively high. Not only had he become an intermediate disciple at the young age of 18, but he even ranked near the top among intermediate disciples. He was only a short time from becoming an advanced disciple. If he became an advanced disciple in the White Tiger Dojo at his age, he would definitely qualify to participate in the National Youth Fighting Competition. Inside Zero Wing's training room, many of Zero Wing Workshop's new members were preoccupied with their basic training. When they noticed Shi Feng lead an indifferent youth into the room, they stopped and looked at Yu Ziping curiously. "Who's that? A new member?" "No, I know that guy. He was one of the fighters that came to the dojo to make trouble, but got a beating from Big Sis Fire instead." "What unfortunate fools. Big Sis Fire never shows mercy in a fight. She is exactly like Instructor Lei in this aspect. Do you think that guy is looking to challenge Big Sis Fire again?" Everyone in the training room had their assumptions about Yu Ziping's intentions. As for whether Yu Ziping had any chance of actually defeating Fire Dance, the thought never even entered their minds. In their eyes, Yu Ziping would need a miracle to survive against the woman for longer than 5 seconds. As for the youth defeating Fire Dance, had anyone ever seen an ordinary human win against a monster before? After Shi Feng entered the training room, he turned to a slim youth that looked to be roughly 20 years old and said, "Lucio, come over here for a second. We'll be testing your strength today." Understood. Lu Xiu hurriedly responded. Lu Xiu. When Yu Ziping saw Lu Xiu walking over, the youth wore a strange expression. Previously, when they had shown up to make trouble for the Big Dipper dojo, Lu Xiu had chosen to leave the White Tiger dojo and take part in the Zero Wing Workshops test. As an intermediate disciple of the White Tiger dojo, Yu Ziping was very familiar with Lu Xiu's standards. The latter was just barely as strong as an intermediate disciple. Hence, he had been happy about Lu Xiu's decision to leave the dojo. After all, not everyone could succeed in the world of fighting. Lu Xiu might have a better future if he joined a gaming workshop instead. However, when he realized that Shifeng had selected Lu Xiu to be his opponent, he found the matter laughable. Just how much did Shifeng underestimate him? All right, you two, get in the arena. Your time limit is 3 minutes, Shifeng instructed, not explaining further. Shifeng's words instantly attracted everyone's attention. Blackie merrily shouted, "We have a good show coming up. I'll be the bookkeeper. The betting ratio is 1-5. Whoever bets on Yu Ziping will get 5 times their wager if he wins. Don't miss this opportunity." All right, I'll bet on Lu Xiu. I'll bet on Lu Xiu as well. I'll bet 1 bottle of 100-berry wine on Lu Xiu's win. In the end, nobody bet on Yu Ziping. Blackie's expression twisted. However, among those present, Yu Ziping had the ugliest expression. He was only a step away from becoming an advanced disciple in the White Tiger dojo, yet in the eyes of these gamers, he seemed to be some random passerby not worth their attention. Lu Xiu felt an immense pressure on his shoulders. Similar to Yu Ziping's familiarity with his strengths, he, too, understood Yu Ziping's power. He had never imagined that Shifeng and Zero Wing Workshop's core members expected him to win. No matter how he thought about it, that was impossible. Upon seeing both fighters in their positions, Shifeng shouted, "Begin! Lu Xiu, don't hold back and show me everything you've got. I'm curious to see what you've accomplished in the Zero Wing Workshop since you've joined." Yu Ziping told Lu Xiu seriously. Lu Xiu nodded and charged at Yu Ziping. Lu Xiu launched a straight punch towards Yu Ziping, his fist pushing a strong gust of wind into the latter's face. Lu Xiu's punch was so fast that Yu Ziping barely caught a glimpse of it. So fast, Yu Ziping could not help his surprise. Lu Xiu's punch was far faster and more accurate than it had been in the past. However, Yu Ziping was no ordinary fighter. Diverting the approaching fist with one hand, Yu Ziping sidestepped and rushed forward, slamming his body into Lu Xiu. As if Lu Xiu had expected the move, he quickly adjusted his footwork as his fist was redirected. Twisting his body, he circled to Yu Ziping's back, avoiding the latter's body slam. He dodged it. Yu Ziping was slightly surprised. Yu Ziping regained his composure as he turned and continued his fierce assault against Lu Xiu. Every one of Yu Ziping's moves contained both deadly speed and precision, making them extremely difficult to parry. However, contrary to Yu Ziping's expectations, Lu Xiu didn't become flustered, and the attacks didn't land. Rather, with nimble movements and footwork, he systematically dodged one attack after another. After Yu Ziping's barrage ended, Lu Xiu realized that Yu Ziping was exhausted. Immediately, Lu Xiu took advantage of the opportunity and dove in for the kill. Yu Ziping, knowing he was in a bad position, could only throw a punch of his own to deter Lu Xiu's assault. However, Lu Xiu showed no signs of avoiding the hit. On the contrary, Lu Xiu continued straight towards Yu Ziping's punch. As Yu Ziping's fist was about to collide with Lu Xiu's face, however, the latter abruptly tilted his head. Yu Ziping's fist brushed past Lu Xiu's cheek, leaving a bloodied cut. However, this allowed Lu Xiu to move into Yu Ziping's guard. Combining his speed and strength, Lu Xiu sent an open palm strike at Yu Ziping's neck. This strike forced Yu Ziping to retreat by 3 steps, feeling a little faint. Meanwhile, Lu Xiu took this opportunity to land another palm strike on his opponent's chest. Immediately, the attack sent Yu Ziping sprawling to the ground. The victor of this match, Lu Xiu. From the start of the match to Yu Ziping's collapse, Lu Xiu felt as if he had been dreaming. He had the weird feeling that Yu Ziping had gone easy on him. Why else would Yu Ziping have had so many holes in his defense? Moreover, in Lu Xiu's opinion, Yu Ziping's attack methods had been monotone. It was as if Yu Ziping had begged him to dodge the attacks. However, in Shifeng's opinion, Lu Xiu's win wasn't unexpected. Since joining Zero Wing, Lu Xiu had experienced many life-or-death battles. He also frequently attended Lei Bao's training sessions. Both provided plenty of combat experience. Lu Xiu also used to be one of the White Tiger Dojo's intermediate disciples. In terms of his physique, he wasn't any weaker than Yu Ziping. Lu Xiu had simply lacked combat experience. However, during his time in Zero Wing, Lu Xiu had accumulated far more combat experience than Yu Ziping. Yu Ziping's defeat wasn't unusual. The first thing Yu Ziping saw after regaining consciousness was Lu Xiu. How did he improve so much so quickly? A bitter feeling swam in his heart as he looked at Lu Xiu. He knew why he had been defeated. The fight might have looked like a deadlock, but the difference in their combat experience was simply too vast. Right now, Lu Xiu moved like an expert that had lived through hundreds of battles. Lu Xiu may even possess more combat experience than the White Tiger Dojo's advanced disciples. Yet, how much time had passed since Lu Xiu had joined the Zero Wing workshop? How could he have gained that much combat experience in such a short time span? You've seen how much Lu Xiu has improved for yourself. What do you think of my place now? Shifeng asked, laughing. Will you really teach me everything if I join Zero Wing's workshop? Yu Ziping asked, anxiously. He stared at Shifeng with anticipation. Shifeng could not help but sigh ruefully at the tense Yu Ziping. No one would ever have imagined that this youth before him would actually become the Tier 5 berserker, known as Silent Blade. Yu Ziping was just as talented as Xie Qiwen. However, Xie Qiwen was slightly older and had a far stronger family background. If one wanted to improve their physique rapidly, intense training wasn't enough. A fighter also needed to replenish the energy they consumed. Even the most common C-rank nutrient fluid cost 400 credits. Fighters who trained arduously every day needed at least 1 bottle per day. That meant that one would have to spend 12,000 credits on C-rank nutrient fluids in a single month. Ordinary households couldn't afford that expenditure. There was even less need to mention B-rank nutrient fluids, which cost 1,000 credits per bottle. Dojos and training centers were only willing to sign contracts with and nurture people with outstanding talent. Ordinary members wouldn't have access to the privilege. However, even contracted members only received C-rank nutrient fluids. Only those geniuses would be given B-rank nutrient fluids. As for Yu Ziping, the White Tiger Dojo had only offered him an ordinary contract, providing 1 bottle of C-rank nutrient fluid each day. However, Xie Qiwen was different. Xie Qiwen did not even need the support of the White Tiger Dojo, as his household provided A-rank nutrient fluids to fine-tune his body. A-rank nutrient fluids cost 10,000 credits per bottle. Not only were A-rank nutrient fluids capable of healing injuries that normally went unnoticed, but they could also develop a person's brain cells. Even if Yu Ziping and Xie Qiwen were equally talented, the difference in their strengths at the end of the day was like the difference between heaven and earth. Furthermore, Xie Qiwen's household had invited powerful fighters and instructors to help the man gain a plethora of combat experience. Aside from talent, Yu Ziping was weaker than Xie Qiwen in almost every aspect. How could he possibly be a match for Xie Qi? Meanwhile, Jiang Tianyuan, Jiang Lingyun's father, highly valued strength. It was only a matter of course for him to choose Xie Qi. Chapter 1134, Test Evaluation. Chapter 1134, Test Evaluation. Hellscythe _ Fluffy Goblin. Chapter 1134, Test Evaluation. Noticing Shifeng's long moment of silence, Yu Ziping grew nervous. Yu Ziping had already seen how much Lu Xiu had improved. Despite having recently joined the Zero Wing workshop, Lu Xiu could display strength like never before. If Yu Ziping told the other White Tiger Dojo members about this, nobody would believe him. In any case, he was now sure that by joining and training in the Zero Wing workshop, he could become strong enough to get a ticket to the National Youth Fighting Competition before this year's qualifiers. If he improved sufficiently, his results might even be quite good, although he still wouldn't be a match for Xie Qi with the advantage of his age. Hall Master Jiang would, more or less, consider giving Yu Ziping his daughter instead of outright rejecting him. If you join Zero Wing's workshop, you won't miss out on any training. Before that, however, we have to see whether or not you can pass the workshop's test. Based on your performance, you'll be offered a corresponding contract, Shifeng explained. Of course, Lu Xiu's standards are already quite high. He has already become a reserve core member in our workshop, and we're providing various benefits to nurture him. Above that are the reserve main force member slots. If you achieve that standard, you'll receive even heavier emphasis from the workshop. The resources we'll invest in you at that time will definitely surprise you. To put it simply, what benefits you receive are up to you. However, one thing to note is that the higher your position is, the greater the workshop's restrictions will be. If you become one of the workshop's reserve main force members, you'll need to leave the White Tiger Dojo and focus on the workshop. Yu Ziping nodded in response, not particularly surprised by Shifeng's explanation. He had no intentions of becoming a reserve main force member. He was fine with becoming a reserve corps member. This way, he could continue his development in the White Tiger Dojo. Following which, Shifeng had Blackie lead Yu Ziping to take the foundation tests. The workshop's tests were very simple. They tested for an applicant's reaction speed, observation, and judgment. As long as they performed well in these aspects, even if they had never received training from a gaming guilds before, they could get by fairly well in God's domain. Once Zero Wing nurtured these people, both in the game and in the real world, they could very quickly become fifth-floor experts in the trial tower. Shifeng had always planned for his guild to walk the path of the elite. Hence, he was very strict when recruiting internal members. Zero Wing's evaluations fell into 5 grades: DC, B, A, and S. Various large guilds had created these grades in the past during their own internal member recruitment. It was a standard method. Those who earned AD grade were considered ordinary. Generally, large guilds only picked people who earned AC when recruiting internal members. In other words, people who were slightly more than ordinary in the various aspects. This way, these guilds' investments had a higher likelihood of greater return. To become a super guild's internal member, one generally needed to earn AB in their evaluation. Although the difference was only 1 rank, AB grade player could easily defeat a C grade player of the same level. This was similar to the wooden barrel theory. The amount of water a wooden barrel could contain was not determined by the longest plank of wood. Rather, it depended on the shortest plank of wood. This was also why, despite there being countless people applying to join super guilds as internal members each year, very few actually managed it. The internal members Zero Wing recruited were separated into 2 groups. To become a core member, one needed to earn a high C. Meanwhile, main force members needed AB at the very minimum. The guild had very few members who had earned an A. Even super first-rate guilds and super guilds hungered for such talent, much less Zero Wing. After Yu Zipping completed his test, Blackie ran to Shi Feng and handed him Yu Zipping's results. "Brother Feng, this Yu Zipping kid is really impressive. His scores are the highest I've ever seen. Based on your tests, he actually managed to score a high A in everything. His observational skills even earned an S," Blackie reported excitedly. "It seems that he should be quite talented in God's domain. However, his future achievements will depend on him." Shi Feng chuckled as he read the results the system had provided. This outcome didn't surprise him in the least. After all, Yu Zipping had been a Tier 5 berserker in the past. At his peak, he had even ranked 58th on the God's Domain experts list. Players who had earned such high ranks at that time were of much higher quality than present players. After all, God's Domain had been a second world for people back then. Far more experts had competed with each other in the game. Placing within the top 60 ranks had been dozens of times more difficult than it was now. If not for the fact that Yu Zipping had joined God's Domain later than others, he might have achieved an even higher rank. It's a pity that he only chose to become a core member. If he wanted to join Zero Wing's main force with his potential, he could reach far greater heights, Blackie sighed. Shi Feng only tested a person's current talent, but talent wasn't a constant. As long as one continued to develop their mind, their talent would rise as well. The fact that Yu Zipping was already so talented meant that his starting point was much higher than others. If he wanted to grow stronger, he still required training and resources. Relax. Now that he has already set foot on Zero Wing's boat, I believe that he will sooner or later join our main force. Shi Feng chuckled as he clapped Blackie's shoulder. Following which, according to his daily schedule, Shi Feng proceeded with training his members. As the sun began to set, Shadow Sword and Turtle Dove arrived at Zero Wing's workshop. When Shi Feng met the two for the first time, he discovered that they both looked much younger than in God's Domain. Moreover, they were only 19 years old, only 1 year older than Yu Zipping. However, although the two's combat experience trampled over Yu Zipping's, they were physically much weaker than Yu Zipping. According to the White Tiger Dojo's evaluation standards, they were not even fit to become basic disciples. However, this wasn't unusual. Neither Shadow Sword nor Turtle Dove had received much attention from their previous dojo. Their dojo hadn't wanted to contract either of them. After the two arrived, Shi Feng split the 10 bottles of S-rank nutrient fluids, which Xiaoyu had Liang Jing deliver some time ago, between Shadow Sword and Turtle Dove. These S-rank nutrient fluids should be enough for them to train void steps for a considerable amount of time. S-rank nutrient fluids. Yu Zipping gaped in shock when he saw the exquisite coolers Shadow Sword and Turtle Dove were carrying. He had seen the coolers used to store S-rank nutrient fluids many times. After all, when the White Tiger Dojo's advanced disciples performed exceptionally well, the dojo rewarded them with S-rank nutrient fluids. As far as he could remember, the last time the dojo awarded S-rank nutrient fluids was when one of the geniuses at the main headquarters got 10th place in the National Youth Fighting Competition. The dojo had boasted about this achievement, so much so that it had rewarded that youth 2 bottles of S-rank nutrient fluids. That youth had treated those bottles like family treasures, only using them when he was severely injured. Yet, Shi Feng had given Shadow Sword and Turtle Dove 5 bottles each without hesitation. What was this? Could the Green God Company be backing the Zero Wing Workshop? The thought hovered in the back of Yu Zipping's mind. There was no other explanation. A gaming workshop like Zero Wing had actually given 10 bottles of S-rank nutrient fluids to 2 people. This was far beyond extravagant. This was simply being a spendthrift. If he had received them, those 10 bottles would last him 10 years. After Feng finished instructing Shadow Sword and Turtledove on what they needed to do, he returned to his own room. There were less than 10 minutes before God's Domain's system update completed. After drinking a bottle of A-rank nutrient fluid, Feng entered his gaming cabin and logged into God's Domain. Chapter 1135, Resource Competition. Chapter 1135, Resource Competition. Hellscythe_Vampire Cat. Chapter 1135, Resource Competition. The interface changed? When Feng logged back into his rest space, he suddenly discovered that plenty of changes had occurred. Originally, the rest space was an empty space with only a massive interface display, and nothing else. Now, however, the dimly lit rest space had a set of stone doors 10 meters tall with ancient runes carved on each door, lending them an ancient ambience. Meanwhile, at a corner of the doors was a system interface. Mindspace System. Owner, Yi Feng. Mindspace. Inactive activation conditions. Own a private space under your own name. Private space must also be located in a city at the very minimum. Space size, unknown. System. Scan discovers that you own a private space in White River City. Do you wish to activate your mind space? The system has already been updated to such a degree. Feng could not help but sigh as he looked at the familiar set of stone doors. The previous system update had introduced the mind space system, but had not actually applied it to God's Domain. Only the related files had been added into the game, so that the main God system could gradually phase it into the game. At the same time, the addition could also attract the attention of the various international corporations and let them know about God's Domain's uniqueness. However, after the update this time, the Mindspace system could be said to have truly been activated. From now on, as long as players had a private space of their own in the game, they would be able to activate their mind space. With a sufficient number of 7 luminaries crystals, they could also expand and perfect their mind spaces. The mind space was different from God's Domain. In God's Domain, players could connect to the official forums to search for relevant information there, but nowhere else. However, inside the mind space, players could connect directly to the internet. Whether it was for work or shopping, players could do all that through their mind space. Players could even contact mobile phones in the real world and engage in conversation. In addition, players could change the environment in the mind space to their liking, creating their own virtual world. Most importantly, the mind space shared the same flow of time as God's Domain. In the mind space, one could enjoy twice the amount of time they had in the real world. Moreover, the flow of time in the mind space could also be sped up further, though at a very huge cost. In a limited life, who did not want to live longer? The official activation of the mind space system meant that the competition for resources in God's Domain had also officially begun. In the future, competition in God's Domain definitely would not be as peaceful as before. It would even become normal for everyone to fight over the 7 luminaries crystal while disregarding all costs. And to contest for more 7 luminaries crystals, everyone would definitely continuously strengthen themselves, which would intensify the competition over weapons, equipment, and tools in turn. Feng grew worried just thinking about what was about to come. Nevertheless, now that the era of resource competition had begun, he had no choice but to get his hands on some of the 7 luminaries crystals that he knew the whereabouts of as soon as possible. However, it was also not that easy to get these 7 luminaries crystals. 7 luminaries crystals were exceedingly rare in God's Domain. Even an entire kingdom would have only a limited amount. Most importantly, unlike magic crystals, 7 luminaries crystals could not be stored in a player's bag space, nor could they be transported via teleportation arrays. Players could only carry them by hand or by transport carriages. However, many variables could occur when one was conveying 7 luminaries crystals over long distances. Robbery by incomparably powerful NPCs would not be surprising. After all, 7 luminaries crystals were equally important items to NPCs. However, in Shifeng's opinion, the most criminal setting placed by the main god system would still have to be the fact that 7 luminaries crystals could not be disguised. The 7 luminaries crystal contained mana of extremely high purity and density. Just its presence alone could cause a change to the ambient mana, which allowed players and NPCs to discover it readily. Without a sufficiently powerful transport team, even if one managed to obtain some 7 luminaries crystals, the crystals would not reach their intended destination. Many of the transport teams Shifeng led in the past, which carried 7 luminaries crystals, had been robbed by Tier 4 and Tier 5 NPCs. He had to admit that this was the pitiful aspect of small guilds. This was also precisely the reason why Apex experts had gained importance in the past, and why nurturing Apex experts became essential for the various large guilds. Following which, Shifeng chose to activate his mind space. The instant he activated his mind space, the massive stone doors began shattering. Chunks of stone fell one after another, revealing bronze metal behind them. When all the stone was gone, a set of bronze doors had replaced the set of stone doors. Meanwhile, the divine runes carved on the doors began radiating a faint golden glow. Immediately after, a change occurred to the system interface. Owner Yifeng, mind space, active, space level, bronze, 3,000 units of 7 luminaries crystals will be required to upgrade to secret silver rank. Space size, 0. Every additional cubic meter will require 1 unit of 7 luminaries crystals. 7 luminaries crystals. 0. After scanning, it is discovered that you have no 7 luminaries crystals in your private space. After taking a glance at the interface, Shifeng promptly chose to enter God's domain. Although his mind space was already active without any 7 luminaries crystals, it was equivalent to non-existent. Currently, what he needed to do was gather 7 luminaries crystals and deliver it to his private space. In God's domain, aside from lacking powerful experts, another aspect where small guilds were inferior to large guilds was the amount of land they owned. As 7 luminaries crystals could be stored only in one's private space, the more land one possessed, the easier it would be to transport the crystals. However, the main god system had also implemented a corresponding restriction to this matter. For bronze spaces, the private spaces they were bound to in God's domain could be changed only once every 20 days. This prevented guilds that possessed a large number of lands from gaining too great an advantage. When Shifeng entered the game, he found himself alone inside the armory. Nobody else had logged back into the game yet. He expected that the others were taking a look at the officially activated mind space system. With all the traps in the armory disabled, Shifeng walked straight to the stone altar. Previously, Fire Dance had managed to disable the master trap only at the very last second. Everyone was forcibly logged out of the game before they could even get a glimpse at what was on the stone altar. Shifeng was very curious to find out what exactly the trap had been protecting. Despite the rarity of master traps, even in the inner area of the Fallen Ark, they actually found one in the armory located in the Ark's outer area. Without a doubt, the item on the altar was extraordinary. Walking forward, Shifeng sent a glance at the altar. Nothing particularly remarkable lay on the altar, only a glass bottle and some scattered designs covered in dust. Following which, Shifeng blew away the dust and carefully held up the glass bottle and designs. He was immediately stunned by what he saw. A small sailboat. Shifeng could not believe his eyes right now. In God's domain, speedboats were mainly meant for individual players. A small sailboat, on the other hand, was intended for teams. A bronze, small sailboat was even more valuable than the swift dragon speedboat. In terms of maritime combat power, the small sailboat was far superior. Meanwhile, the small sailboat before him was mysterious iron rank. Chapter 1136, High-End Building. Chapter 1136, High-End Building. Hellscythe_Fluffy Goblin. Chapter 1136, High-End Building. Sure Feng was dazed as he stared at the ancient bottle in his hand. He had to admit that time could erode everything. The glass bottle storing the small sailboat was extremely high quality, crafted of epic ranked materials. However, the bottle had been in this armory since the Great Ancient War. After so much time, even epic materials would start to disintegrate. As a result, Sure Feng could only see the small sailboat's information. He couldn't actually use it. Hurricane sailboat, small sailboat, mysterious iron rank. Maximum capacity, 150 people. Durability 1000/1000. Item storage when liberated, 8,000 bag space slots and 100 non-bag space slots. Additional active skill, 1 dash. Triple shield, absorbs up to 1,300,000 damage for 5 minutes. Cooldown, 15 minutes. Additional active skill, 2 dash. Double destruction cannon, 2,000 yard range. Deals divine damage to a radius of 20 yards. Cooldown, 1 minute. 4 cannons are currently equipped. Up to 6 cannons can be equipped. Additional active skill, 3 dash. Hurricane Frost Field. Reduce the movement speed of all life forms and objects outside of the hurricane sailboat within a radius of 200 yards for 4 minutes. Cooldown, 30 minutes. Each activation costs 60 magic crystals. Additional active skill 4 dash. Mana conversion converts mana into motion, increasing movement speed by 40%. Every 10 magic crystals consumed extends duration by 20 minutes. Cooldown, 10 minutes. Additional passive skill dash. Braving the winds and waves. When sailing with the wind, movement speed increased by 50%. When sailing against the wind, movement speed is unaffected. The hurricane sailboat has been severely damaged and cannot be used. Must repair the boat's divine ruins before use. It seems I'll have to get Burning Abyss to fix it. Sure Feng sighed as he stored the hurricane sailboat. The hurricane sailboat was no less valuable than a fragmented legendary item. It was even more valuable than the swift dragon speedboat. The sailboat was especially valuable right now. Sailboats were very large. Not only could they participate in naval combat, but they were also transportation tools. Transporting cargo over sea was much faster and more convenient than on land. More importantly, transportation across the sea was much safer. This was especially true for the current God's domain. Naval combat was different from combat on land. While players' role in these battles was important, the ship they used was the more so. In God's domain, a mysterious iron small sailboat, combat power made it practically invincible among current guilds. The sailboat could even deal with troublesome sea monsters. After storing the hurricane sailboat, Sure Feng shifted his gaze towards the designs. Although the designs were somewhat damaged due to the passing of time, Sure Feng could discern their information. 4 towers of elements. When Sure Feng saw these words, he froze. So, this is the famous 4 towers of elements. Sure Feng's eyes glowed with excitement as he examined the designs, nearly losing his grip on the papers. While the 4 towers of elements names seemed ordinary, in the various libraries around God's domain, it was also known as the elemental towers. The Four Towers of Elements was a defensive structure that combined four towers that harnessed the power of the four major elements: earth, water, wind, and fire. If the Mana Tower was considered a mainstream defensive building, the Four Towers of Elements was a high-end defensive building. However, in the past, he had only seen these towers in Super Guild's main headquarters. He had never heard of a lesser guild owning one. In fact, only super guilds had known where to obtain them. However, looking back at it now, Shi Feng felt that those super guilds might have obtained the designs in the Fallen Ark. Either that, or the Midnight Tea Party had sold the designs to super guilds after obtaining them. Otherwise, the Four Towers of Elements would not have been so rare in the past. Shi Feng finally understood why the main god system had activated the mind space system. It turned out that it was because he was about to obtain the Four Towers of Elements. As a high-end building, ordinary players could not construct the Four Towers of Elements. Only those who had learned the relevant subclasses could build them. Moreover, the relevant subclass requirements were exceptionally high. At the very least, one needed to reach the advanced rank. With this, I won't have any issues defending the city. Shi Feng could not help but grin at the designs. There were a total of 4 designs, the complete design for the Four Towers of Elements. With these designs, in addition to the lifestyle players the Candlelight trading firm had already nurtured, he could definitely construct the towers. Thinking up to this point, Shi Feng began reading the list of required construction materials. This way, he could prepare. What? These towers require 7 luminaries crystals. Shi Feng grew somewhat faint after glancing through the materials. If the towers simply needed a few 7 luminaries crystals, he could have dealt with that. However, each tower required 10 units of 7 luminaries crystal. Constructing the entire set would cost him 40 units of 7 luminaries crystal. Constructing these 4 towers cost more than constructing an entire city. In God's domain, 1 unit of 7 luminaries crystal was roughly the size of an adult's fist. Generally, one only came across 0. 1 to 0. 3 units of a 7 luminaries crystal. 1/10 of a 7 luminaries crystal would sell to NPC merchants for around 300 to 400 gold. If sold to players, some had even offered 1,000 gold in the past. However, even at such a price, nobody had been willing to sell their crystals. If Shi Feng invested 40 units in his own mind space, he could increase it by 40 cubic meters. This was enough space for one person to live in. Even though he knew of many areas where he could collect 7 luminaries crystals right now, collecting so many in such a short time wouldn't be easy. Suddenly, Fire Dance came online. When she noticed Shi Feng's sour expression, she asked curiously, "Guild leader, what's wrong?" "It's nothing," Shi Feng said, shaking his head. He had no intentions of revealing the Four Towers of Elements. The Four Towers of Elements were of the utmost importance. There wasn't much benefit in revealing the information. Rather than letting everyone worry about the matter, it was better that they focus on what they needed to do right now. Shortly after, Aqua Rose also logged in. Immediately, she turned to Shi Feng and asked anxiously, "Guild leader, what was on the stone altar?" "A small sailboat," Shi Feng said. He then shared the Hurricane Sailboat's information in the team chat for everyone to see. Those that had just come online and saw the Hurricane Sailboat's information were stupefied. Although they weren't very familiar with naval matters, they could, more or less, tell how powerful the Hurricane Sailboat was by its skills. The Hurricane Sailboat was practically a moving turret. If the 4 double destruction cannons were lined up and fired together, their killing power would be absolutely terrifying. If the Hurricane Sailboat could be used on land, it would be invincible, not to mention at sea. "Guild leader, with this sailboat, we can start developing in a coastal city. With this sailboat and our resources, we'll definitely get our own share of the pie, Gentle Snow suggested after reading the hurricane sailboat's details. That's right, guild leader. The various large guilds have already secured most of the available resources on land. We have to waste a lot of time and effort to contest for those resources. We might as well shift a portion of our focus to the sea. There are not many cities out at sea, so the various guilds are slow in developing their maritime strength. There are still a lot of locations free of guilds' control. With this small sailboat, we can definitely compete with the guilds current in coastal cities. Aqua Rose very much agreed with Gentle Snow's proposal. Both Aqua Rose and Gentle Snow were members of the guild's management team. They possessed far more information than others. The two of them had also considered the problem of the guild's future development. There were simply too few resources available on land, and it was time-consuming to contest for more. As for the sea, not only were its resources abundant, but the majority of the various large guilds in God's domain were in the same situation as Zero Wing when it came to competition at sea. Most guilds were just starting to move towards the ocean at this stage of the game. One could say that they were all at the same starting point right now. Zero Wing's acquisition of the mysterious iron small sailboat gave it a significant advantage over the other guilds. Zero Wing could easily suppress their competition's fishing boats and speedboats. Chapter 1137, Introducing the Inferior Legendary Treasure Chest. Chapter 1137, Introducing the Inferior Legendary Treasure Chest. Hellscythe_Fluffy Goblin. Chapter 1137, Introducing the Inferior Legendary Treasure Chest. In the canyon outside of the Fallen Ark, the Soul Eater Lord, which had previously attacked Zero Wing's team, finally emerged. Immediately, the Soul Eater Lord's powerful domain enveloped a significant portion of the canyon. How is there such a powerful monster? The sight of the Soul Eater Lord instilled fear and insecurity into the Midnight Tea Party's members. They had listened to Shurfeng's instructions and moved 1,000 yards away from the Ark, which put them outside of the Soul Eater Lord's domain. However, as experts, their senses were far superior to ordinary players. In addition, they normally fought high-tiered monsters. As a result, they could roughly gauge a monster's strength based on the pressure it emitted. Meanwhile, right now, from the pressure they felt from the Soul Eater Lord, they could tell that he was the strongest monster they had encountered since joining God's domain. Black Flame really didn't lie. Even if every member in the team has reached Tier 2, level 60, will still be cannon fodder against such a powerful monster, Netherworld Wave said, finding it somewhat difficult to breathe. Even Tier 4 NPCs of the same level wouldn't be a match for the Tier 4, level 67 mythic monster with a complete domain. After all, complete domains were what made Tier 4 NPCs so powerful and allowed them to fight mythic monsters, which had higher attributes, on equal footing. Leader, are we still going to go in? Cloud Yarn asked Breeze, whine worriedly. With such powerful monsters guarding the Fallen Ark, even sending in an army of tens of thousands of players of the same level would be meaningless. They were significantly underleveled right now. Let's wait for a bit, Breezewine said softly. Black Flame told us his method for luring these monsters away. Let's make our decision after watching the situation. After Breezewine announced his decision, the team fell silent. It would be a pity to simply leave after so much difficulty to open the Fallen Arkansas. While the Midnight Tea Party members waited quietly, one monster after another exited the Fallen Arkansas. The weakest among them was a Grand Lord, while most were mythic monsters. The adventurer team counted 20 mythic monsters leaving the Arkansas. Watching this, the Midnight Tea Party members, who had experienced hundreds of challenging battles, shuddered. If not for the monster's low levels, they could have easily obliterated numerous major NPC cities if they worked together. Even at level 60, players would be cannon fodder in front of these monsters. It did not matter how many players fought them. Everyone that tried to do so would undoubtedly die. If not for their quest's time limit and severe penalty for failure, the Midnight Tea Party members would have fled. Leader, look. They seem to have discovered something. The Ranger, Dark War, reported softly. Everyone followed Dark War's gaze. And indeed, one mythic monster in the distant forest sniffed the air as if it had scented something. Suddenly, the mythic monster roared, and the rest gathered to its location. The Midnight Tea Party members began to panic. They couldn't have discovered us, right? Cloud Yarn asked anxiously. If these monsters discovered them, their deaths were certain. That shouldn't be the case. Black Flame had returned from that direction. He should have set up some sort of luring magic array there. Endless Scars calmly explained. As soon as Endless Scars said so, the abyssal monsters began to rush elsewhere. Very quickly, they disappeared from the Midnight Tea Party's sight. They're gone. Everyone could not help but release a sigh of relief. A few of the team members who had expressed their discontent with Shifeng began to view the swordsman in a new light. Although Shifeng was ridiculously greedy, they had to admit that if not for him, they would have been unable to enter the Fallen Ark for a long time. We have our chance. Let's hurry and enter the Ark. Breezewine shouted as he stood. Now that the monsters were nowhere to be seen, they could sneak into the Ark undetected. Once they were inside, things would become much easier. It seems that I'll have to learn more about this guild leader of Zero Wing. Endless Scars revealed a faint smile as she looked to where the monsters had flown. Even super guilds knew little about the secret of the fallen Arkansas. She had searched everywhere for information, even utilizing the Blackwater Corporation's power, to grasp the little she had learned about the Arkansas. And yet, the guild leader of a newly developed guild knew far more about the Fallen Ark than she did. One could see just how extraordinary Shifeng was. Zero Wing was definitely not as simple as she had imagined. As the abyssal monsters moved away from the Fallen Ark, Shifeng led the Zero Wing team to the Ark's inner region. He had finally made it into the Fallen Ark after so much trouble. He could not simply leave after looting a single armory. Furthermore, the Fallen Ark's truly valuable items lay in the inner region. However, as they ventured deeper, they encountered many traps. Even after the traps were disabled, new traps appeared in their place after a certain amount of time. In addition, due to the recent system update, the traps had become far more difficult and risky to disable. Any mistake could trigger the traps. It might be fine if it were weak, as triggering the trap wouldn't result in an instant death. However, if they triggered a stronger trap, it could result in a team wipe. As a result, Shifeng's group progressed very slowly through the Arkansas. Fortunately, Shifeng had the Fallen Ark map. The map depicted which areas within the Ark were riddled with traps and which were not. Not only could they choose the safest path, but they would also know if they were about to walk into one. They didn't need to be on high alert constantly. Finally, after over an hour advancing through the Ark, the team reached the inner region, following which Shifeng had everyone stand by and wait for orders as traps riddled this area. Their only option was to let Fire Dance explore. As Fire Dance still held the Icarus's heart Shifeng had given her, she could explore the inner region somewhat safely. Anyone else that tried to do so would only be looking to die. Fortunately, we dealt with the traps in the armory before the system update began. Otherwise, the stone altar's trap would have killed us already, Flying Shadow said, his heart fluttering with fear. Previously, when he had disabled an advanced trap, he had very nearly lost his life when he triggered the trap by mistake. Fortunately, Violet Cloud had reacted quickly and immediately cast Truth Shield on him. In the end, the trap had only wounded him, leaving him with only 2,000 HP. That's right. Guild Leader is really amazing. If not for sensing that the system update would affect traps, we wouldn't have obtained the Hurricane sailboat. Cola said, laughing. Shifeng hadn't expected to acquire the Hurricane sailboat either. However, he agreed with Gentle Snow and Aqua Rose's suggestion. Hence, he made some slight adjustments to his plans. Before obtaining the Hurricane sailboat, Shifeng had planned to develop an ocean-viewing town slowly. He had even intended to let immortal light develop in the Apocalypse Empire's coastal towns. After all, Zero Wing was different from the other guilds in coastal cities, where the latter had already begun to build their strength. Trying to compete with these coastal guilds would be foolish. Even if Zero Wing were far stronger than these guilds, naval combat relied on the ship's quality rather than players. Zero Wing would not have much of an advantage by relying on the swift Dragon speedboat. Coastal cities were very different from coastal towns. Coastal cities possessed large shipyards. They also had plenty of high-ranking rare quests that could help players to obtain powerful ships. Otherwise, Phoenix Rain, the pavilion master of a super first-rate guild, would not have bothered cooperating with a first-rate guild like Firmament. She had done so because Firmament had taken over a major NPC coastal city very early in the game. Even some super guilds feared its strength at sea. Hence, Shifeng now planned to occupy a major NPC coastal city. Guild Leader, I discovered a forging hall. I can see an inferior legendary treasure chest inside the hall. Fire Dance excitedly announced in the team chat. Chapter 1138, 2 weak points. Chapter 1138, Chapter 1138, 2 weak points. Hellscythe _ Vampire Cat. Chapter 1138, 2 weak points. An inferior legendary treasure chest in the forging hall. Shifeng's heart began beating rapidly when he heard this. In the past, he had never even seen an epic treasure chest, only ever heard about it through rumors. As for inferior legendary treasure chests, their existence in God's domain was only player speculation. Nobody would say for certain that such treasure chests even existed in the game. After all, as long as one's luck was not extremely bad, they could get a fragmented legendary item from an inferior legendary treasure chest. Without exaggeration, a single fragmented legendary item could change the fate of a player in God's domain. In God's domain, the large guilds were fully capable of obtaining epic items in relatively high quantities. However, not every large guild possessed fragmented legendary items. Even 10 years after God's domain's launch, first-rate guilds only had a handful of such items at most. Meanwhile, guilds would definitely dispatch a lot of players to guard their experts wielding these fragmented legendary items. The reason for this was very simple: fear of an ambush by other Apex experts wielding fragmented legendary items. Although their own experts possessed extremely frightening strength with appropriate counters, the enemy could still take them out. Hence, these guilds would dispatch expert teams to prevent unexpected incidents from happening. Even so, many such ambushes still occurred in God's domain every day. One could see just how desperate the large guilds were towards fragmented legendary items. Shifeng never imagined that shortly after entering the inner area of the Fallen Ark, he would actually come across such a harvest. The Fallen Ark was even more amazing than the rumors had made it out to be. However, after giving the matter some thought, he found it reasonable. Back then, some people had already entered the Fallen Ark prior to the public's discovery of it and had definitely cleaned out the treasures inside. Moreover, the super guilds that had cleared out those ancient abyssal monsters must have looted the Ark as well. By the time other players were able to swarm into the Ark, the treasures remaining were extremely few, but still extraordinarily amazing. Now that his team was the first to explore the fallen Ark, it was not surprising that they came across an inferior legendary treasure chest, which he had never seen in the past. When everyone heard Fire Dance say so, flames of passion flared up in their eyes. Even epic items were exceedingly rare right now. If they could obtain a fragmented legendary item, it would truly be a game changer for Zero Wing. Among those present, aside from Blackie, Aqua Rose, Gentle Snow, Fire Dance, and an extreme few who knew that Zero Wing possessed more than one fragmented legendary item, everyone else believed that the best weapons and equipment Zero Wing possessed were only of epic rank. "What's the situation over there?" Shifeng asked softly after calming himself. "There's an extremely powerful trap set up around the treasure chest. Furthermore, there are 2 statues inside the forging hall, and both of them are giving off a very faint pressure. They could be the guardians protecting the treasure chest. I don't dare approach them right now, so I still can't determine whether I can disable the trap." Fire Dance then took a picture of the forging hall and shared it through the team chat. Previously, Shifeng had warned her that aside from traps, certain parts of the Ark's inner area had guardian monsters. Hence, she had taken notice of the 2 statues set up in the forging hall. After scrutinizing the picture, Shifeng nodded and said, "Your judgment is correct. Those 2 statues are indeed guardians. Moreover, they're not just any normal guardians. They're fossilized Tyrannosauruses, an archaic species." Shifeng had seen the fossilized Tyrannosaurus in the past. Back then, a super guild had dispatched an army of 10,000 players, in addition to many Apex experts, to kill one. In the end, although the super guild managed to finish off the archaic species, it had suffered a casualty rate of over 80%. An archaic species? Isn't that similar to the monster we encountered in Titan City's entrance trial? Aqua Rose asked in shock. She had personally experienced the strength of an archaic species. If not for the powerful magic array suppressing the King of Corrosion back then, they would not have had any chance of defeating it at all. Yet now, there were actually 2 such monsters in the forging hall. In truth, even Shifeng was surprised upon seeing this. According to the information he obtained, there should not be any other powerful monsters in the Fallen Ark's inner area aside from special life forms and those ancient abyssal monsters. The sudden appearance of 2 archaic species was completely outside of his expectations. No wonder the inferior legendary treasure chest was placed in such an eye-catching location. Shifeng felt his head start aching. Archaic species were stronger than even special life forms. A Tier 4 archaic species could definitely rival those Tier 4 abyssal monsters inside the Ark in strength. If 2 of such archaic species worked together to defend an area, they would be practically invincible at this stage of the game. It might be possible to challenge them with a team of Tier 3 experts. Either that, or if they had another water boundary magic scroll to hold the 2 guardians back, they could use the opportunity to disable the trap and take the treasure chest away. Otherwise, they could only look at the treasure chest from the sides. Guild leader, with our current standards, I'm afraid that we won't be able to get that inferior legendary treasure chest. Why don't we explore other locations first? Gentle Snow suggested. While she wanted to obtain the inferior legendary treasure chest, as well, the difficulty of doing so was simply too high. Rather than pointlessly throw away their lives, it would be much better if they first looked for whatever items they could get their hands on. All right, Fire, send over the safe route to the forging hall first. Afterwards, explore some other locations and take as many items as you can. After giving the matter some thought, Shifeng decided to first do whatever they could in the inner area before considering other courses of action. Understood. Fire Dance nodded, then shared the route she took to reach the forging hall through the team chat. Feng carefully led everyone towards the forging hall. The inner area of the fallen ark was very complex. It was like a highly diversified maze, and one could easily lose their way in here. One might even encounter the same trap several or even dozens of times. It was no wonder the players that actually managed to leave with any treasure numbered extremely few, despite players swarming the fallen Arkansas. After wending their way for over an hour, Feng and the others finally arrived at the forging hall. The extremely spacious forging hall was roughly the size of a sports stadium that could fit 50,000 people. There were all sorts of forging tools placed around the room, as well as many books on display. However, due to the corrosion of time, none of these things seemed usable. Only the treasure chest and the statues placed in the center of the hall appeared in pristine condition. Flying, find a way to disable the traps protecting the forging tools and books. Everyone else, take whatever you can away from here. Leave nothing behind, Feng instructed after glancing through the hall. Since he had already arrived in the fallen ark's inner area, he naturally could not let this trip go to waste. Although the forging tools and books were severely damaged, with so many tools and books here, he refused to believe that not a single one of them was usable. Understood. Everyone promptly spread out and went into action. As for Feng himself, he was carefully observing the inferior legendary treasure chest and the two massive statues standing beside it. Over 2 hours passed very quickly. Aside from where the treasure chest sat, everyone had cleared out all the other areas in the hall. Although everyone was relatively tired from all the looting they did, they managed to end up with a considerable harvest. The items they obtained included dozens of complete books, as well as 8 forging tools. Every forging tool was secret silver rank, and if placed in the candlelight trading firm, they would all be top-class tools. While everyone was quietly waiting for Fire Dance to return, Gentle Snow used the time to flip through some of the books they found in the forging hall. Suddenly, Gentle Snow exclaimed with excitement, "Guild leader, this book seems to have a relevant introduction to the fossilized Tyrannosaurus." "An introduction? Let me see," Feng demanded hurriedly. The book Gentle Snow was reading was titled Archaic Species Material Analysis. The book specifically introduced the various archaic species in existence, as well as the materials that could be gained from their bodies. It also had a section on how those materials could be used to produce specific kinds of weapons, equipment, and other items. Among the archaic species recorded, the fossilized Tyrannosaurus had over a dozen pages dedicated to it. Meanwhile, the information mentioned that the fossilized Tyrannosaurus had 2 weak points. The first one was the monster's hydrophobia. Submersion in water would inhibit the fossilized Tyrannosaurus's reactions, and its defense would decrease significantly. The second weak point was its power core. There was a power core in the fossilized Tyrannosaurus's body. The destruction of this power core would significantly weaken the monster's strength attribute. Chapter 1139, Race Against Time. Chapter 1139, Race Against Time. Hellscythe_Vampire Cat. Chapter 1139, Race Against Time. At the outer area of the Fallen Ark, the members of the Midnight Tea Party moved with extreme caution. This was because shortly after their entry, they very nearly got team-wiped due to triggering a trap. Nobody could have imagined that the latest system update would include penalties for failing to disable a trap. With Netherworld Wave's Advanced Trap Disabler class, it was simply impossible for him to succeed in disabling advanced traps all the time. As a result, the team had no choice but to exercise extreme caution while advancing. If I had known something like this would happen, I would have had us enter the Ark before the system update began. Breezewine now felt that he had made the wrong decision before. there were still many fallen patrols roaming about the outer area of the Arkansas. With their slow progress, it was very easy for them to come across those patrols. If they really got caught by a patrol, they would have no choice but to withdraw immediately. Right now, whether they could even reach the Ark's inner area was still in doubt. Had they utilized the 20 minutes log-out preparation time, they might have already reached the inner area by now. Leader, you didn't make the wrong decision. If we entered the Ark before the update began, we would have risked encountering those dangerous abyssal monsters. Our situation at that time wouldn't be much better than right now. Moreover, now that we've grasped the method to lure those abyssal monsters away, should we really fail to complete our quest this time, we can simply come back once everyone has reached level 50 and obtained their Tier 2 classes. At that time, even if we come across the fallen patrols, we can still quickly finish them off or fight them as we advance deeper into the Ark, Endless Scars said after noticing Breeze whine beating himself up. Let's use this chance to scout out a path in advance. Likewise, everyone else on the team expressed their agreement when they heard Endless Scars' words. Although their quest had a time limit, they still had enough time to make appropriate preparations. Just as everyone was merrily chatting with each other, Endless Scars suddenly received a message. Seeing this message, Endless Scars smiled faintly. Big Sis Endless, did something good happen? Cloud Yarn could not help but ask curiously when she saw Endless Scars suddenly sporting a playful smile. You could say that. Any of you interested in watching a competition at the Dark Arena? I've just received an invitation card, and I can bring 5 people with me, Endless Scars said, chuckling. The Dark Arena? Everyone lost interest when they heard this. Although those participating in the Dark Arena were much stronger than ordinary experts, to experts of their standards, the fights at the Dark Arena possessed no reference value whatsoever. Are you all really not interested in going? I heard that the Dark Arena is even prepared to hold a grand auction this time, which apparently will include even epic items, Endless Scars said, somewhat disappointed when she noticed the disinterest on everyone's faces. Moreover, the battle teams that will be fighting are very interesting. Among them, Zero Wing will be facing off with the Miracle Guild. I heard that Miracle has dispatched quite a few powerful experts this time. Epic items? Zero Wing against Miracle? Big Sis Endless, I want to go. Hold it. I've never been to the Dark Arena even once before. Let me go this time. When everyone heard Endless Scars' words, they immediately grew interested. Setting aside how tempting epic items were, just the fact that Zero Wing was going up against the Miracle Guild already gave them plenty of reason to go spectate at the Dark Arena. Although Miracle was only a super first-rate guild, the number and quality of experts it possessed were by no means inferior to super guilds. If Miracle dispatched its apex experts to the Dark Arena, then the upcoming match would definitely be an interesting one. Elsewhere, after Sherfong was done reading through the fossilized Tyrannosaurus's introduction, he fell into deep thought. So these are the methods to raid them. No matter how he looked at it, the 2 archaic species were invincible existences at this stage of the game. If the 2 worked together, even a 100-man team of level 60 Tier 2 experts would fall very quickly. However, since the main god system had set the difficulty of this raid, as such, it would naturally provide players with some kind of hope to complete the raid. Although Sherfong did not know how effective these 2 methods would be in weakening the fossilized Tyrannosauruses, it would be a criminal waste if he simply gave up on the inferior legendary treasure chest without even giving it a try. Following which, Sherfong had everyone begin making preparations to raid the 2 monsters. Guild leader, are we really going to raid these 2 archaic species? Aqua Rose asked worriedly as she looked at the 2 giant statues in the center of the forging hall. Previously, when they went up against the King of Corrosion, they had had a team of 100 players, and even the assistance of an ancient magic array. Right now, not only did they not possess such a magic array, but their team also had only 20 members in all. To make things worse, they had to go up against 2 archaic species at the same time. No matter how she looked at it, they were simply trying to get themselves killed. The outcome would be the same even if they managed to grasp the weak points of the fossilized tyrannosauruses. I know what you're worried about. Before we learned of their weak points, I indeed had no idea how we could get the treasure chest. Now, however, things are different. I have around a 30% certainty that we can get that inferior legendary treasure chest. Sure, Feng laughed. 30%. So high? Aqua Rose was quite surprised by Shifeng's response. She had estimated that they had less than a 5% chance of successfully obtaining the treasure chest. But Shifeng was now saying he was roughly 30% sure he could pull it off. If he really did have such a high probability of success, it was indeed worthwhile to make an attempt. Currently, super guilds were willing to sacrifice thousands of elite members just to obtain one epic item, let alone a fragmented legendary item. If the existence of this inferior legendary treasure chest were made known to super guilds, most likely they would be more than willing to sacrifice tens of thousands of elite players as well as hundreds of experts. Around that percentage, however, our main problem would still be the trap set up around the treasure chest. If it is a Grandmaster trap, we'll most likely have no chance of getting the treasure chest. Only if it is a master trap will we have a 30% chance of succeeding. Shifeng shrugged, expressing that he was taking a gamble right now. In the past, it was a common sight for the various large guilds to send out tens of thousands of elite players just to contest for one fragmented legendary item. After all, with one fragmented legendary item, a guild could nurture one more apex expert. This way, not only would a guild get another expert to lead it, but they would also have a much easier time defending the transportation of important cargo or locations in the future. Following which, everyone began taking action according to Shifeng's commands. To take advantage of the fossilized Tyrannosaurus's first weak point, Shifeng armed everyone with the exclusion of the team's MTs and healers with Tier 1 and Tier 2 water-type magic scrolls. As soon as the battle began, they would close the doors to the forging hall, turning it into an enclosed space. After that was done, they could easily create an environment filled with water. As for the archaic species' second weak point, Shifeng possessed the omniscient eyes. He should have no problems targeting the power cores. Everything else would have to depend on luck. When Fire Dance returned to the forging room, Shifeng had his team shut the doors to the forging room. Begin. At Shifeng's command, everyone sprang into action, unfurling their magic scrolls one after another and launching a barrage of water-type spells at the 2 statues. In the blink of an eye, a lake formed within the forging hall, the height of the water easily surpassing that of a player. At the same time, everyone also activated a water walking scroll. The water walking scroll was a commonly used magic scroll in God's domain. As its name suggested, it allowed players to walk on water for 10 minutes. Each scroll sold for 20 silver coins, and it could be said to be one of the tools specialized for maritime combat. As the water-type spells struck the bodies of the fossilized Tyrannosauruses, both monsters immediately awoke. Roar! The fossilized Tyrannosauruses let loose deafening roars, shaking up the forging hall. Meanwhile, the powerful aura that abruptly filled the entire hall struck fear into everyone. Now that the fossilized Tyrannosauruses had awakened, everyone was finally able to get a glimpse at their statistics. Fossilized Tyrannosaurus, inferior dragon, archaic species, mythic, level 65, HP 320, 000/320, 000/000. Just as everyone was feeling shocked by the statistics of the fossilized Tyrannosauruses, Feng shouted, "Fire! Use this chance to disable the trap." Feng knew better than anyone else present just how powerful the fossilized Tyrannosauruses were. It was also because of this understanding that he knew how valuable time was right now. If they continued daydreaming, the chances of obtaining the inferior legendary treasure chest would decline. Understood. Fire Dance immediately responded and activated silent steps, appearing behind one of the two fossilized Tyrannosauruses. She then dashed straight towards the treasure chest. Chapter 1140, Buying Time. Chapter 1140, Buying Time. Hellscythe_Vampire Cat. Chapter 1140, Buying Time. When Fire Dance was only 30 yards away from the treasure chest, the two fossilized Tyrannosauruses, which had initially been lured away by the spells attacking them, suddenly shifted their attention to her. As if they had had their tails stepped on, they glared at Fire Dance with single-minded ferocity, as though she were the only person left in the world. "Not good. Our aggro is too weak." Feng frowned. "Cola, Turtledove, use everything you've got to pull aggro. Have the bosses stay as far away from the treasure chest as possible." As guardian bosses, the fossilized Tyrannosaurus's priority was the protection of the inferior legendary treasure chest. To them, aggro was secondary. Only when another player's aggro over the fossilized Tyrannosauruses reached a sufficiently high degree would the bosses stop paying attention to the player attempting to steal the item they protected. This was why Feng previously had everyone use their water-type magic scrolls on the fossilized Tyrannosauruses. Not only could they deal a significant amount of damage to the bosses, but they could also increase their aggro over the bosses. However, the effects of the water-type spells were not as good as Feng expected. Understood. Upon hearing Feng's command, Cola and Turtledove immediately activated Power of Darkness, causing their basic attributes to soar instantly. Both of them then charged straight at the two fossilized Tyrannosauruses and used Justice Roar, trying their best to shift the attention of the bosses to themselves. However, the fossilized Tyrannosauruses still kept the treasure chest as their priority, completely disregarding the two Guardian Knights' Justice Roars and continuing to chase Fire Dance. Both Cola's and Turtledove's Justice Roars were at Tier 1. If the target they used the skill on ignored them, their strength attributes would double for a short time. Their speeds would increase significantly as well. Sure enough, Cola's and Turtledove's strengths immediately doubled. Both of them then followed up with a Shield of Vengeance at their respective fossilized Tyrannosauruses. Boom, boom. The moment their shields collided with the fossilized Tyrannosauruses, sparks flew. Despite the fossilized Tyrannosauruses having had their defenses weakened, Cola's and Turtledove's attacks only left a small scratch on their scales. As for the damage the two Guardian Knights dealt, it was less than -8,000. So this is an archaic species. Gentle Snow revealed a dumbfounded expression when she saw the damage the two MTs dealt. This was her first time encountering an archaic species. Although she already knew their team had no chance whatsoever of winning against the fossilized Tyrannosauruses, when she saw this scene, she still could not help but be shocked. She had a general idea what Cola's and Turtledove's equipment standards were. If she was not wearing the 7 Luminaries battle armor Feng had given to her, her attributes would no doubt be inferior to theirs. Currently, not only had the two Guardian Knights activated their Berserk skills, but they even had the strength boost from Justice Roar. In terms of strength, even a Tier 2 level 60 Berserker would be no match for them. Yet now, the both of them had dealt less than -8,000 damage to their targets. The defense of the fossilized Tyrannosauruses was simply insane. At this moment, she wondered if Cola and Turtledove could even deal any damage to the fossilized Tyrannosauruses, if not for the submerged environment weakening the boss's defenses. Roar. Although Cola's and Turtledove's full-powered attacks had barely dealt any damage, they still managed to get the fossilized Tyrannosauruses to shift their attention to them, which eased up the pressure on Fire Dance. Good. Now activate your life-saving skills and slowly lure the bosses away. Surefoam commanded. Without hesitation, Cola and Turtledove activated Protection Blessing. If they managed to deal only such a small amount of damage, despite the fossilized Tyrannosaurus's weakened defenses, they did not dare to imagine what kind of damage the inferior dragons could deal, seeing as the boss's attack power had not weakened in the slightest. Pung! Pung! No sooner had the two Guardian Knights activated Protection Blessing than the tail swipes of the fossilized Tyrannosauruses sent them both flying away. The speed of the attacks was so fast that not a single person present had managed to react. What happened? Minor Wind's eyes widened in shock. He had only seen the tails of the fossilized Tyrannosauruses moving slightly just now. There had been no sign of the tails making their way towards Cola and Turtledove at all. Yet before he knew it, both Guardian Knights were already in the air, their HPs decreasing by over 36,000, instantly falling below 50%. If not for Cola and Turtledove having activated Power of Darkness and Protection Blessing, which increased their HP to over 50,000, and have the damage they received, the two of them would be meeting God by now. Aside from Surefoam, everyone present was stunned by the horrendous amounts of damage dealt by the fossilized Tyrannosauruses. With such speed and strength, even a Tier 2 level 60 MT would not be able to last long against the inferior dragons. All healers focus on Cola and Turtledove. We need to buy as much time for Fire as we can. Surefoam shouted hurriedly, not feeling any surprise whatsoever at this situation. In the past, when super guilds dealt with Tier 4 archaic species, the teams they sent had been filled with players equal to or higher than the monster's level. Meanwhile, half of the lead MT's equipment had to be epic rank at the very minimum. Moreover, they needed to have 3 MTs simultaneously receiving the monster's attacks. Aside from that, they would also use intermediate magic arrays to suppress the archaic species. Otherwise, they would have had no chance of victory at all. Right now, the only thing they could do was to buy as much time as possible by relying on their berserk skills. As for defeating the fossilized Tyrannosauruses, Surefoam had never even entertained the possibility. Under Surefang's command, Cola and Turtledove carefully lured the fossilized Tyrannosauruses away from the treasure chest, giving Fire Dance the opportunity to remove the trap set up around the treasure chest. However, after Fire Dance looked at the trap, a frown appeared on her face. Guild leader, this trap is indeed master rank. However, its complexity is much greater than the master trap I disabled before. I need time if I want to disable it safely. Fire Dance sent a private message to Surefoam. Everyone had clearly witnessed for themselves how terrifying the fossilized Tyrannosauruses were. There was simply no chance they could win against these monsters. They could only drag the battle out as long as possible. Hence, Fire Dance was extremely anxious. How long? Surefoam asked. At least 5 minutes, Fire Dance replied helplessly. Right now, she hated herself for not training her Trap Disable class as much as she could. Although she had forcibly increased her rank to Master right now, her technical skills were not actually at the Master rank yet. 5 minutes was more than enough for everyone to die dozens of times. 5 minutes. After giving it some thought, Surefoam clenched his teeth and said, I got it. I'll try to buy as much time over here as possible. You just relax and disable the trap. This reply stunned Fire Dance. However, she knew that Surefoam never joked around. Since he had said so, he definitely had a way to realize his words. Immediately, she nodded and began disabling the trap before her. Meanwhile, Shifeng had also activated omniscient eyes and began searching for the power cores of the two fossilized Tyrannosauruses. Their power cores are actually in constant motion. The fossilized Tyrannosauruses could hide no secrets from the omniscient eyes. Shifeng could clearly see a glowing red dot moving about inside the body of each monster. Although the dots were very small, they were extremely eye-catching. However, while Shifeng had guessed correctly that he could locate the power cores with omniscient eyes, he had no way of damaging them. Seeing how Kola and Turtledove had only managed to scratch the scales of the fossilized Tyrannosauruses before, even if Shifeng relied on the Abyssal Blade and Killing Ray, it would be very difficult for him to shatter those scales, not to mention penetrating deep into the inferior dragons' bodies and striking at their power cores. Nevertheless, Kola's and Turtledove's HPs were rapidly decreasing at this moment. The two Guardian Knights could die at any time. If he did not destroy the power cores right now, it would be impossible for them to survive for 5 minutes. When Protection Blessing ended, both of them would die instantly. "It seems I have no choice but to use that," Shifeng muttered to himself before letting out a sigh. In a battle of such level, it was just too risky to use that. However, in order to obtain the inferior legendary treasure chest, he had no choice but to take a gamble. Saying so, Shifeng took out a summon guard scroll and summoned his epic guard, Anna. Players generally would not let their personal guards take part in such a dangerous battle. While personal guards that were killed could be resurrected, the price for doing so was exorbitant. It was definitely not a price that players were willing to accept. Hence, players with powerful personal guards very rarely allowed their personal guards to take part in risky battles. Anna used Angel Summoning. Chapter 1141, Valkyrie vs. Tyrannosauruses. Chapter 1141, Valkyrie vs. Tyrannosauruses. Hellscythe _ Fluffy Goblin. Chapter 1141, Valkyrie vs. Tyrannosauruses. Under Shifeng's command, Anna began to chant an incantation. Instantly, the mana in the forging hall surged towards her. Roar! The two fossilized Tyrannosauruses quickly noticed the frightening amount of mana flowing towards Anna. Immediately, their massive, golden eyes shifted to the woman, glaring at her as if she were their greatest enemy. Anna needed time to cast her spell. Although the forging room was quite large, a mythic monster could cross it in no time at all. Before Anna finished her chant, the two fossilized Tyrannosauruses would reach her. Currently, Anna was a Tier 2 NPC. She had no hope against the two Tier 4 archaic species. Seeing this, Shifeng sighed dejectedly. Hurriedly, he shouted, "Kola, Turtledove, use the basic mana pulse bombs." Previously, they had also obtained over 1,000 basic mana pulse bombs from the armory in addition to the intermediate mana pulse cannons and movement-type defensive magic array. Every bomb contained the might of a Tier 3 spell. If used properly, these bombs would be frighteningly effective in a guild war. Basic Mana Pulse Bomb deals damage equivalent to a Tier 3 destruction spell to a radius of 25 yards. Bomb is 100% effective against monsters and players below level 100, and 50% effective against monsters and players level 100 and above. Cooldown, 2 seconds. Unfortunately, they had a limited number of mana pulse bombs. Once they used them, they would be gone. Yet, they were the team's only option to pull aggro. Hearing Shifeng's instructions, Kola and Turtledove retrieved the fist-sized bombs reluctantly. However, seeing the two fossilized Tyrannosauruses charge at Anna, the Guardian's Knights threw the bombs at the two bosses. The mana pulse bombs looked like specks of dust compared to the fossilized Tyrannosauruses. However, the instant the bombs touched the fossilized Tyrannosaurus's scales, black and white mana surged forth, devouring the guardian monsters. The forging hall shook with the explosions, and for a moment, even space itself seemed as if it might shatter. The mana pulse bombs might far exceeded everyone's expectations. Meanwhile, Kola and Turtledove, who stood closest to the fossilized Tyrannosauruses, were blown off their feet by the resulting shockwaves. This destructive power is even more amazing than Tier 3 large-scale destruction spells. Kola exclaimed in astonishment. He had seen Tier 3 large-scale destruction spells before. Although their range was greater, the spells couldn't destabilize space. If they attacked a Grand Lord with these basic mana pulse bombs, they might even inflict severe injuries. The mana pulse bombs had shocked the rest of the team as well, and they all thought it was a huge waste to use them against the fossilized Tyrannosauruses. If they used the bombs to weaken field Grand Lords instead, the guild could profit greatly. However, as the black and white mana dissipated, and these players could see the fossilized Tyrannosauruses, once more, their eyes nearly fell out of their sockets. Despite such powerful attacks, the fossilized Tyrannosauruses were unharmed. The mana pulse bombs hadn't even left a scratch. All the bombs accomplished was blowing off a layer of dust that had collected on the fossilized Tyrannosaurus's scales over the years, giving the two monsters a fresh, clean appearance. As for the bomb's damage, each had only caused around minus 200,000 damage. Even if they tossed 1,000 basic mana pulse bombs at the fossilized Tyrannosauruses, they couldn't kill the monsters. If they used the basic mana pulse bombs against Great Lords, each could easily deal over 1 million damage. The bombs would also easily annihilate players below Tier 3. However, the bomb's damage did redirect the fossilized Tyrannosaurus's attention to Kola and Turtledove. Excellent. Shifeng smiled faintly. The brief moment Kola and Turtledove had bought allowed Anna to finish her incantation. Emerge, Valkyrie! Anna shouted. Immediately, a golden magic array enveloped the forging hall's ceiling, which caused the mana inside the hall to rampage. A Valkyrie with pure white wings, geared in golden, divine armor slowly descended from the magic array. Compared to Anna's previous summoning, the Valkyrie had reached level 70 as Anna had leveled from level 69 to level 70 during the previous war. Every 5 levels was a minor turning point in God's domain. Hence, a level 70 Valkyrie was significantly stronger than a level 69 Valkyrie. This was also why Shifeng was willing to risk summoning Anna into this battle. The fossilized Tyrannosauruses were level 65. As Tier 4 archaic species, while they might not have complete domains like the ancient abyssal monsters, their attributes were far superior to the abyssal monsters. If given the choice, players would rather fight the fossilized Tyrannosauruses than the ancient abyssal monsters. This was due to the abyssal monsters' powerful domains and their effectiveness against players. After all was said and done, the Tier 4 Valkyrie was only a puppet. The Valkyrie neither possessed high intellect, nor did it have a complete domain like ordinary Tier 4 NPCs. In a sense, the Valkyrie was similar to the fossilized Tyrannosauruses. However, when comparing life ratings, the Valkyrie was far above archaic species. In a head-on collision, the Valkyrie could definitely overwhelm the fossilized Tyrannosauruses. Attack! Shifeng commanded. The Valkyrie could only remain for 10 seconds and could only be summoned again after 1 full day. Hence, he could not waste a single second. Hearing Shifeng's command, Anna instructed the Valkyrie to take action. Suddenly, the Valkyrie disappeared as she used the Tier 3 skill spatial transfer to arrive before one of the fossilized Tyrannosauruses. Attack its lower left rib. Shifeng commanded. After watching the bosses with omniscient eyes, Shifeng had grasped the power core's basic patterns. Although he couldn't break through the fossilized Tyrannosaurus's scales and substantially damage the power cores, the Valkyrie could. A silver spear appeared in the Valkyrie's hands, arcs of golden lightning dancing around the weapon. The Valkyrie then thrust the spear at the fossilized Tyrannosaurus's lower left rib. Tier 4 skill, Thunder Sanction. The fossilized Tyrannosaurus panicked instantly. The Valkyrie had appeared too suddenly. Even with its high attack speed, the fossilized Tyrannosaurus was still caught off guard as it received Thunder Sanction in full. The golden lightning pierced through its tough scales and exited from its back, reaping nearly 3% of the monster's HP. The team immediately felt the fossilized Tyrannosaurus grow weaker. This scene enraged the other fossilized Tyrannosaurus as it spread its jaws. A large amount of mana began to gather in the monster's mouth. Crap! It's using its breath. Everyone, move. Don't stand in front of the boss. Shi Feng hurriedly warned his team as he saw the monster charge its attack. The greatest move of any monster from the dragon race would be its breath attacks. Among them, true dragon's breath attacks were the most powerful. There were even records of how a dragon had obliterated a major city with a single breath attack. Thus, the dragon race represented destruction. Roar. The fossilized Tyrannosaurus's roar echoed throughout the forging hall. Before anyone could react, a dazzling beam of light devoured the Valkyrie. The breath even shattered space itself. Meanwhile, this beam of light struck one of the forging hall's stone walls. If not for having been constructed by ancient gods, no one doubted that the breath attack could have punched a hole straight through the fallen Arkansas. Chapter 1142, Power to Annihilate Mythics. Chapter 1142, Power to Annihilate Mythics. Hellscythe _ Fluffy Goblin. Chapter 1142, Power to Annihilate Mythics. By the time the fossilized Tyrannosaurus's breath ended, the forging hall was unrecognizable. How is there such a powerful monster? The fossilized Tyrannosaurus's breath attack had stupefied every player on the team. Everything in front of the inferior dragon was gone. Only a bare wall and floor remained. Over half of the accessories around the forging hall had disintegrated. It was not hard to realize that the fossilized Tyrannosaurus hadn't been taking them seriously. Had the two inferior dragons taken them as seriously as they had the Valkyrie, they would have obliterated the entire team. This single blow shouldn't have defeated the Valkyrie, right? Aqua Rose muttered worriedly as she watched the spatial tear gradually disappear. Without a doubt, this breath attack was definitely a Tier 4 skill. Otherwise, it wouldn't have created a spatial tear. The Valkyrie was only a temporarily summoned puppet. She only possessed 1/20th of the HP ordinary summoned creatures had. It wouldn't be surprising in the least if this terrifying breath attack had devoured her entire HP bar. If the Valkyrie were really gone, the consequences would be unimaginable against the enraged fossilized Tyrannosauruses. Even with their berserk and life-saving skills active, Cola and Turtledove would die instantly, much less the rest of Zero Wing's team. As these thoughts swam through Aqua Rose's mind, the smoke finally started to dissipate. She's unharmed. How is this possible? Aqua Rose stared at the divine angel flapping her wings in amazement. Not only was the Valkyrie unharmed, but not even a speck of dust tainted her body. Even the fossilized Tyrannosaurus, which possessed some intellect, was stunned, fear surfacing in its massive golden eyes as it gazed at the Valkyrie before it. Suddenly, Shi Feng shouted, "Attack its right arm." Although the fossilized Tyrannosaurus's breath was incredibly powerful, Anna's Valkyrie was no pushover either. Even if the Valkyrie were not at her peak due to lacking sufficient intellect, she possessed all of the skills a Tier 4 Valkyrie should. The Valkyrie had used the Tier 4 skill Divine Protection to defend against the inferior dragon's breath, the skill allowing her to negate all attacks below Tier 6 for 3 seconds. Afterward, all of the damage she should have received would be converted into HP. In the past, divine protection had been a super rare life-saving skill that many Tier 4 Guardian Knights dreamed of obtaining. Any Guardian Knights that learned it had been highly sought after even by super guilds. As soon as Shurfong gave the command, Anna once more controlled the Valkyrie to attack the fossilized Tyrannosaurus. Roar! The fossilized Tyrannosaurus was now on full alert, its claws releasing a faint gray glow. The inferior dragon then slashed at the approaching Valkyrie as if it were swatting a fly. Boom! Faster than the naked eye could perceive, the claws struck the Valkyrie. The players in the forging hall nearly lost their balance as the resulting shockwave swept over them. However, when the fossilized Tyrannosaurus's claws landed, the attack stopped as if it had collided with an immovable wall. Not only did it fail to damage the Valkyrie, but its claws had also been forced to a halt. Taking advantage of the inferior dragon's brief pause, the Valkyrie threw her silver spear. The spear transformed into a streak of light that pierced the fossilized Tyrannosaurus's right arm, leaving behind a bloody hole. Good. With this, we shouldn't have any issues. Shurfong released a sigh of relief when he saw the red dot on the fossilized Tyrannosaurus's body fade. The Valkyrie could only remain in existence for a short period. If they could not exterminate the fossilized Tyrannosaurus's power cores within that time, they would never last 5 minutes. Now that the fossilized Tyrannosauruses had lost their power cores, they were like beasts that had lost their fangs and claws. Their threat levels decreased significantly. Even when Kola and Turtledove received an attack, they only lost around 18,000 HP. The inferior dragons had lost at least half of their strength. With this, even without protection blessing, neither of the two Guardian Knights would die instantly. They could last a long time with the aid of Power of Darkness. However, Shurfong had no intentions of wasting the Valkyrie's power. Immediately, he had the Valkyrie attack the two fossilized Tyrannosauruses frantically, using this opportunity to weaken the two bosses further and reduce the burden on Kola and Turtledove. Unfortunately, 10 seconds was too little time. Despite the Valkyrie doing her best, she was only able to deal some light damage to the two massive bosses, which slowed the monster's attacks slightly. Unfortunately, the attacks weren't so slow that Kola and Turtledove could evade the boss's normal attacks easily. When the two bosses used skills, however, the brief activation time gave the MTs enough time to evade. Time passed quickly. While Fire Dance desperately tried to disable the trap, the pressure on the rest of the team grew. Their fear also grew as they continued to fight. The fossilized Tyrannosauruses had 320 million HP. They could regenerate 3,200,000 HP every 5 seconds. Even if they stood there, not defending themselves, they wouldn't die. In contrast, due to the high damages Kola and Turtledove received, Zero Wing's healers were struggling, their mana depleting rapidly. It was impossible to make up for the consumed mana with mana recovery potions. It was only a matter of time before the healers ran out. Fortunately, the team's goal wasn't to exterminate the fossilized Tyrannosauruses. Instead, they were simply buying time. However, both Kola and Turtledove suddenly felt that something was amiss. Guild leader, I'm sensing that the boss's strength is growing. Kola hurriedly reported. Initially, after Protection Blessing had ended, he had received around minus 36,000 damage from each of the fossilized Tyrannosaurus's normal attacks. However, with the aid of Protection and Truth Shield, he received less than minus 30,000. With his current 57,000 HP and the healer's help, he could receive 2 hits without dying. Yet, even with the Oracles and Clerics buffs, he was now receiving more than minus 30,000 damage from the boss's normal attacks. If the damage continued to rise, he would die in 2 hits if the healers failed to restore his HP in time. I discovered something strange as well. It seems the boss's defense is weakening. Gentle Snow, who was assisting Turtledove from the sides, announced. Hearing Cola and Gentle Snow's words, Shifeng fell into deep thought. Could they be weakening their physical bodies to generate new power cores? Although extremely few monsters had cores as weak points in God's domain, Shifeng had encountered a few. A few of these monsters were capable of regenerating their destroyed cores after a certain period. The fossilized Tyrannosauruses were an archaic species. It would not be surprising if they could do so. In fact, Shifeng had already considered this possibility. However, less than 2 minutes had passed since the inferior dragon's power cores had been destroyed. This regeneration speed surpassed Shifeng's initial estimates. He had assumed that the bosses would need at least 5 minutes before they could regenerate their power cores. This coincided with how much time Fire Dance needed to disable the trap. Once the trap was disabled, they could simply take the treasure chest and leave. They shouldn't have needed to worry about the fossilized Tyrannosauruses regenerating their power cores. It seems we have no choice but to fight. After considering various options, Shifeng had only come up with one method that would buy them the necessary time. Clenching his teeth, he said, Cola, Turtledove, lure the bosses together. Everyone, throw basic mana pulse bombs at the bosses. Don't hold back, and use everything you have. Now that the boss's defense had weakened, the mana pulse bombs would deal more damage. Before this, it might have been impossible to annihilate the fossilized Tyrannosauruses with the bombs, but things had changed. Even if they failed to kill the inferior dragons or injure them heavily, they could slow down the recovery speed of the boss's power cores. Guild leader, are we really going to waste the bombs here? Aqua Rose hadn't expected such a crazy move from Shifeng. They were talking about over 1,000 basic mana pulse bombs. That was equivalent to 1,000 plus magic scrolls that contained Tier 3 large-scale destruction spells. Just waste them. Buying time is more important right now. Shifeng growled determinedly. While the basic mana pulse bombs was indeed extraordinarily valuable, the inferior legendary treasure chest was far more important towards the guild's development. Seeing the determined look on Shifeng's face, everyone helplessly retrieved the basic mana pulse bombs Shifeng had previously distributed and threw the bombs at the fossilized Tyrannosauruses. Boom, boom, boom. Immediately, black and white mana flooded the forging hall. Just as Shifeng had expected, not only were the basic mana pulse bombs now dealing around minus 450,000 damage each, but the bombs had also stopped the recovery of the fossilized Tyrannosaurus's power cores. In fact, the inferior dragons were even growing weaker as they received more attacks. It took several minutes for Zero Wings members to finish tossing all of their bombs. Even archaic species could not withstand the might of over 1,000 basic mana pulse bombs, as both fossilized Tyrannosauruses collapsed to the ground, their HPs falling to 0. We won. Aqua Rose muttered as she watched the smoke in the hall gradually dissipate. They're not playing dead, right? Before anyone could answer, the system replied. Suddenly, one golden flash after another enveloped each team member, illuminating the forging hall. Chapter 1143, Dragon Legacy. Chapter 1143, Dragon Legacy. Hellscythe _ Fluffy Goblin. Chapter 1143, Dragon Legacy. They're dead. What? They're really dead. Excitement bubbled in the players' chests when they noticed the golden glow wrap around their bodies. Many could not help but cheer, with some people losing strength in their legs as they planted their butts on the ground. We're too amazing. We actually killed 2 mythic bosses. My experience bar is still rising. They had just defeated 2 level 65 mythic ranked archaic species. Both monsters already gave a lot of EXP, but they also got bonus EXP for killing monsters of a higher level. Most importantly, only 20 players shared it all. In the end, not only had everyone leveled up from level 44 to level 45, but they progressed to level 46 as well. As for Shifeng, he rose to level 48 on the spot, with his empty experience bar filling once more. Level 48, 30%, 40%, 50%. In less than 2 seconds, his experience bar had reached 90%, following which its growth slowed, increasing by 1% after another. 95%, 96%, 97%. Just as his experience bar looked as if it would stop at 99%, another golden glow encased Shifeng's body. Level 49. The awarded EXP is truly extravagant. Shifeng was surprised. He also found it difficult to suppress his bubbling excitement. He was now only one level away from level 50. With his current weapon and equipment standards, he should have no problems passing his Tier 2 class change quest. Once he completed his class change quest, he would qualify to challenge quests he hadn't dared to before. Although there was only one tier between Tier 2 and Tier 1 classes, the difference was much greater than the difference between Tier 0 and Tier 1 players. If an ordinary Tier 1 player could go up against elite monsters of the same level, then ordinary Tier 2 players could go up against chieftains. If a chieftain and elite monster of the same level fought each other, that battle would be one-sided. After all, chieftains could serve as the final bosses in party dungeons below level 50. One could just imagine how massive the difference was between Tier 1 and Tier 2 classes. If even Shifeng had leveled up twice, the rest of the team's leveling was insane. Aside from those with hidden classes, the team had leveled from level 44 all the way to level 48. Moreover, they were only a short distance away from reaching level 49. As for players like Violet Cloud, Gentle Snow, and Zhao Yueru, who possessed a hidden class, they only rose to level 47. Though, they were not far from level 48. Everyone was stunned for a long moment. Right now, they could easily rank at the very top of the ranking list in any kingdom or empire in God's domain. Moreover, they would be at least 5 levels higher than the second-ranked player. Ha ha ha! My HP is finally over 40,000. After Kola finished allocating his recently acquired free attribute points, he excitedly boasted, "With this, I'll be the highest HP MT in even the Black Dragon Empire." He was already the highest HP MT throughout Starmoon Kingdom. He had nearly 5,000 more HP than the MTs in other guilds. Although he was not particularly certain about the situation in the Black Dragon Empire, he could dare to claim that no MT in the Empire could match his HP. 40,000 HP. Gentle Snow, who was level 47, looked at her own HP bar, noticing that her HP had broken past the 40,000 threshold as well. Gentle Snow could not help but sigh ruefully as she looked at her own HP bar. She never imagined that one fragmented legendary item would make such a huge difference. Despite wielding a damage-dealing class and slightly weaker equipment than Kola's, the 7 Luminaries battle armor had bridged the gap between her and the Guardian Knight. Not only had the battle armor upgraded her damage output by several levels, but it had also done the same for her defense and HP. It was no wonder why Shifeng was willing to waste the 1,000-plus basic mana pulse bombs for the inferior legendary treasure chest. As everyone's excitement about their levels died down, they shifted their gazes to the corpses of the 2 fossilized Tyrannosauruses. Aside from the items inside the inferior legendary treasure chest, the inferior dragons' loot should make up for the losses they suffered. Mythic bosses. Moreover, the fossilized Tyrannosauruses were archaic species. Their loot was definitely extraordinary. Just thinking about it ignited a passionate fire in these players' hearts, their eyes shining. Once the dust settled, the massive fossilized Tyrannosaurus corpses were on full display. However, when the team noticed the few items scattered beside the bodies, disappointment flashed in their eyes. Aside from a few scattered gold coins, one fossilized Tyrannosaurus dropped 8 items, while the other dropped 7. There were far fewer items than they had hoped for. Why are there so few drops? These things are even more stingy than the trolls. Is it because we were unlucky? We should have given guild leader the last hit. Everyone's excitement faded when they saw the loot. Among the 15 items, 10 were materials. All right, get some rest. Violet, make sure fire is safe. Shurfeng chuckled at his crestfallen companions. The number of items the fossilized Tyrannosauruses dropped didn't surprise Shurfeng in the least. After reaching level 50, the quantity and quality of the items monsters decreased drastically. Furthermore, the system had just completed a new update. The system would have definitely lowered the drop rate once again. The main god system did so to stabilize weapon and equipment prices, giving lifestyle classes a better opportunity to develop. As players continued to level, their main source for weapons and equipment would gradually shift from monsters to lifestyle players. In the future, 95% of the weapons and equipment players used would come from monsters and lifestyle players. The remaining 5% would come from quests, miraculous encounters, treasure chests, and other such sources. However, the majority of the weapons and equipment players produced could only satisfy ordinary players and experts. The truly excellent items would still come from killing powerful monsters or completing difficult quests. Of course, players were also capable of producing weapons and equipment of excellent quality. Only, the requirement was extremely high beyond the majority of God's Domain's lifestyle players. Moreover, producing such items required super rare materials, and these materials came from killing powerful monsters and exploring dangerous locations. Following which, Shurfeng collected the loot and began to appraise each item. Not bad. Shurfeng revealed a joyful expression after appraising the raw materials. Among them was the legendary material Dragon Origin Crystal. Moreover, 2 Dragon Origin Crystals had dropped. Only creatures of the dragon race could drop these items. Unfortunately, common inferior dragons wouldn't drop them. At the very least, the monsters needed to be mythic rank. This was because the Dragon Origin Crystal contained the bloodline of dragons. If one applied the Dragon Origin Crystal when forging weapons or equipment, they could qualitatively change the item. The Dragon Origin Crystal was an excellent production material. The crystal also had an even greater purpose, producing the Dragon Soul Potion. When consuming this potion, players could class change into a hidden class and obtain the Dragon Legacy. Chapter 1144, Hidden Class Dragon Slayer. Chapter 1144, Hidden Class Dragon Slayer. Hellscythe_Fluffy Goblin. Chapter 1144, Hidden Class Dragon Slayer. Shurfeng held the 2 Crimson Dragon Origin Crystals and carefully inspected them. Although both were legendary material, there was a difference between them. Of course, the system wouldn't give away this difference. Instead, players had to discover it after conducting numerous experiments. This was one of the system's hidden attributes. Although there were deviations between players' conclusions, the deviations were usually minor. Different grades of legendary material would yield different bonus success rates when said material was used in crafting an item. According to players' summaries regarding legendary materials, they were generally categorized into basic, middle, intermediate, and peak grades. Basic grade materials could increase production success rate by roughly 2% to 3%. Intermediate grade materials could increase production success rate by 4% to 5%. Advanced grade materials could increase production success rate by 7% to 8%. Peak grade materials could increase production success rate by 10% to 11%. After Shifeng clicked to open the 2 Dragon Origin Crystals attribute panels, he began to read their introductions carefully. Wonderful! Shifeng smiled when he finished reading. With this, there shouldn't be any problems producing the Dragon Soul Potions. Legendary materials had different methods of determining their grades. In the Dragon Origin Crystals case, its grade could be determined by the bloodline density within it. If a crystal's bloodline density fell between 1% and 30%, it was basic grade. Most of the Dragon Origin crystals that dropped were this grade. A crystal with a bloodline density between 31% and 50% was considered intermediate grade. Crystals of this grade had a much lower drop rate. As for crystals with a bloodline density between 51% and 70%, they were advanced grade. It was practically impossible to find advanced Dragon Origin crystals on the market, as large guilds cherished like their own children. Lastly, crystals with bloodline density above 71% were peak grade. At this grade, the Dragon Origin crystal was worth much more than an epic item. To produce the Dragon Soul Potion, one usually needed an intermediate Dragon Origin crystal or better. Regardless of how many basic Dragon Origin crystals were used, it was impossible to produce the Dragon Soul Potion with them. Of the 2 Dragon Origin crystals before Shifeng, one was intermediate grade, while the other was an advanced crystal. Guild leader, did something good drop? Aqua Rose asked when she noticed the smile on Shifeng's face. She was very familiar with Shifeng's personality and habits. If the dropped items were not extraordinary, he would not have revealed such a joyous smile. In response, Shifeng nodded and looked at everyone before calmly stating, "Something good has indeed dropped. Which of you here wants a hidden class?" A hidden class? Did we get a class change tool? Guild leader, which classes are suitable for the hidden class? Shifeng's question instantly caught his teammates' attention. None of these players were strangers to hidden classes. Various people had already posted a lot of information about hidden classes on the official forums. As a result, they all dreamed of class changing into their own. They'd even be happy with the most common hidden class. Although the most common hidden class would not provide additional basic attributes, the class could provide additional skills that their original classes did not possess. With these skills, they'd have access to more combat methods. They would have advantages in both PvP and dungeons. As for advanced or peak rank hidden classes, they did not even dare to dream of obtaining one. After all, hidden classes of such ranks were simply too rare. Any class is fine. However, the condition is that one does not already have a hidden class, Shifeng explained. The Dragon Soul Potion's purpose was to give players access to the legacy of the dragon race. Hence, unless one already wielded a hidden class, any player could obtain the dragon legacy. Both magical class and physical class players could eventually become dragon slayers. This was also why both NPCs and players in the past had preferred to kill powerful dragons. While they did so to gain fame and recognition, their primary reason was to obtain the dragon legacy and become stronger. However, the Dragon Origin Crystal's drop rate was considerably low. If not for the fossilized dragons being archaic species, it was unlikely that the 2 mythic monsters would have dropped it. When the Zero Wings team heard that any class could obtain the hidden class, they were ecstatic. Don't get too excited just yet. The class change quest is not easy, Shifeng said, chuckling as he shook his head. Unfortunately, too many of you want the hidden class. I only have 2 slots, so let's hold a team auction using GCPs. This intermediate Dragon Origin Crystal's starting bid is 200,000 points, while this advanced Dragon Origin Crystal's starting bid will be 500,000 points. Decide for yourselves if you want to bid on them or not. Currently, one guild contribution point was worth roughly 25 copper coins. 200,000 GCPs was the equivalent of 500 gold. This was an extraordinarily low price to pay for the Dragon Slayer class. In the past, the various large guilds had been willing to buy intermediate Dragon Origin Crystals for 8,000 gold. As for advanced Dragon Origin Crystals, they had been practically impossible to find on the market. However, one player had put his crystal up for auction in the past. The crystal eventually sold for the insane price of 30,000 gold. The advanced version was so much more valuable due to the fact that, depending on the quality of the Dragon Soul Potion produced, one would obtain different levels of the Dragon Legacy. The Dragon Slayer class was somewhat unique. It was not clearly ranked like other hidden classes. If a weak Dragon Soul Potion were consumed, one's Dragon Slayer class would be the equivalent of a basic legacy. Conversely, it was also possible to obtain a peak Legacy Dragon Slayer class if one used a strong potion. Of course, it was also possible to upgrade the Dragon Slayer class gradually to peak Legacy by consuming several Dragon Soul Potions. Hence, Dragon Origin Crystals of different grades had different prices. The prices Shifeng had announced were definitely low. Even so, the team sent Shifeng scornful looks, feeling that Shifeng was trying to rip them off. Although they were the guild's main force members, it was extremely difficult to collect so many GCPs. Eventually, Kola won the advanced Dragon Origin Crystal, while Alluring Summer won the intermediate crystal. Among them, Alluring Summer had borrowed plenty of GCPs from Aqua Rose and Violet Cloud. After all, Alluring Summer had just recently joined the guild and had not participated in many dungeon raids or high-level guild quests yet. Following which, Shifeng passed the Dragon Soul Potions production method to Kola and Alluring Summer. It was impossible for players to produce the Dragon Soul Potion. They needed to hire an NPC Grandmaster Alchemist to do it. Unfortunately, it was extremely difficult to find NPC Grandmasters. Fortunately, Shifeng knew two places where they could find such NPCs. The first was Titan City. There, they could easily find a Grandmaster Alchemist. The second location was Blackwing City. However, to convince these NPC Grandmasters to help, they needed to raise their favorability with said NPCs. Once their favorability reached a sufficient level, they could make the Dragon Soul Potion. However, collecting the various required materials was a considerably challenging task, as every material was extremely rare. Normally, only large guilds could get their hands on all these materials. It was extremely difficult for lone players or a team to gather what they needed in a short time. After Shifeng finished distributing the Dragon Origin Crystals, the team heard the shattering of glass from the center of the forging hall. Everyone spun to look. Suddenly, an orange pillar of light appeared in the forging hall. Did Fire Dance disable the trap? Chapter 1145, Treasure Obtained. Chapter 1145, Treasure Obtained. Hellscythe _ Fluffy Goblin. Chapter 1145, Treasure Obtained. When they saw the pillar of orange light, the team grew excited. An inferior legendary treasure chest. They had never even known something like this existed. If they obtained a fragmented legendary item from it, their guild could enable one player's basic attributes to soar. No, the trap hasn't been disabled. Shifeng realized that something was amiss when he saw the orange magic array on the ceiling, which formed from berserk mana. He had seen many players disable master traps in the past. However, not one of them ever drove mana berserk when successfully disabled. There was only one possibility for this. Disabling the trap had failed. Fire Dance's expression twisted with guilt. However, before she could say anything, Shi Feng shouted, "Everyone, use your Tier 1 instantaneous movement magic scrolls and withdraw. Then use your return scrolls to leave the arc." Normally, traps would enclose a certain area when triggered. However, there were also solutions to this problem. Before the trap fully activated, players could use instantaneous movement magic scrolls to get out of range. This had been a common method in the past. Unfortunately, it wasn't effective against traps that activated instantaneously. Fortunately, the trap before them was not an instantaneous type. Unfortunately, divine runes had already sealed the forging hall's doors, and players couldn't leave the hall normally. Using return scrolls to escape was also time-consuming. On the other hand, instantaneous movement magic scrolls didn't have an activation time. They could simply use the scroll to pass beyond the stone doors and leave the trap's effective area. Once they were out of the trap's range, they could use the return scroll to leave the arc safely. As for why Shi Feng had chosen to return to White River City, it was because he was not certain of what after effects triggering the Forging Hall's trap would have. On the off chance that the trap would also increase the danger outside of the arc, such as alerting the Fallen patrols and luring them to the Forging Hall, the Fallen Arc's inner region would become extremely dangerous. They could very easily team wipe. Listening to Shi Feng's commands, everyone retrieved the instantaneous movement magic scrolls they had prepared and left the Forging Hall. Eventually, only Shi Feng remained. This was the perfect opportunity for Shi Feng to steal the inferior legendary treasure chest. Now that the trap had triggered, there was nothing protecting the treasure chest. He could simply stash it in his bag space and leave. Only, he had to deal with the trap's mechanisms while collecting the treasure chest. Once the trap finished its attack, it would return to its original state, and they would have to try disabling it all over again. Shi Feng had considered simply triggering the trap and snatching the treasure chest, but he would have had to deal with the two fossilized Tyrannosauruses at the same time. His chances of success would have been extremely low. Now that the guards were dead, he could easily deal with the remaining challenges. Following which, Shi Feng used Wind Blade and dashed straight for the treasure chest. As he was about to reach the treasure chest, however, the orange magic array on the ceiling activated. Suddenly, blood-red spears appeared in the air, one after another, every spear radiating a frightening aura. The numerous spears then rained down on the forging hall, a destruction-type trap. Shi Feng released a sigh of relief when he saw the descending spears. Immediately, he activated defensive blades, which allowed him to block over 10 attacks. As a result, Shi Feng knocked the spears to the side before they even reached him. Meanwhile, Shi Feng placed his hand on the inferior legendary treasure chest, trying to see if he could take it. After all, this was the first time he had encountered an inferior legendary treasure chest. Normally, players could simply walk away with a locked dark gold treasure chest. Only a minority of dark gold treasure chests had fixed locations. The instant Shi Feng touched the treasure chest, the system replied. Although the treasure chest could be stored in his bag space, doing so required 8 seconds of channeling. However, defensive blades block counts would, at most, last 2 seconds against the blood-red spears. With absolute defense, which had a 5-second duration, he was 1 second shy of surviving for 8 seconds. Shi Feng had no doubt that even one of these spears could kill him instantly. To hell with it. Shi Feng decided to give it a try as he began the collection process. He refused to give up after coming this far. As the spears descended on Shi Feng, as he anticipated, defensive blade only lasted slightly more than 2 seconds. Immediately after defensive blade's block counts were exhausted, Shi Feng activated the aura of Earth's absolute defense. He then immediately switched to the aura of space. If he sensed that he no longer had hope of getting away with the treasure chest, he would leave instead of pointlessly throwing his life away. After all, he was one level away from the level 50 threshold. The seconds passed quickly. The inferior legendary treasure chest's loading bar advanced slowly. Sure enough, it's not enough. When Shifeng saw that absolute defense's duration had 1 second remaining while the loading bar needed at least 3 more seconds to complete, he could not help but sigh deeply. Pung! When absolute defense shattered and a blood-red spear was about to collide with Shifeng's head, a figure suddenly appeared above him. Phantom Kill. Defensive Blade. The doppelganger summoned with the Abyssal Blade's Phantom Kill possessed all the player's skills. Hence, the doppelganger had similarly learned Shifeng's life-saving skills. Pung, pung, pung. As Shifeng listened to the crashing above him, his anxiety grew. The loading bar was 2 seconds away from completion. Quick! Move quickly! Shifeng was extremely anxious. This was his final hope. Just as the doppelganger's defensive blade block counts were about to expire, Shifeng heard the sound of a system notification. System. The inferior legendary treasure chest has been stored in your bag space. When Shifeng heard this sound, for the first time ever, he found the system's cold, mechanical voice to be extremely sweet. Shifeng immediately activated space movement. A spatial tear opened before him. Although his doppelganger's defensive blade block counts had been exhausted, he could still use the doppelganger as a meat shield. Only, the instant one of the blood-red spears struck the doppelganger's HP hit rock bottom. The spears were just as powerful as Shifeng had guessed. However, the brief moment the doppelganger had bought him allowed Shifeng to enter the spatial tear and vanish from the forging hall. When the forging hall's trap had activated, the Fallen Ark's inner region had descended into chaos. The fallen patrols in both the outer and inner regions had rushed towards the forging hall. Fortunately, Shifeng had instructed his team to use their return scrolls as soon as they got out. Otherwise, none of them would have left the Fallen Ark alive. The Fire Dragon Empire's imperial capital. Due to a particular match in the Dark Arena today, players had swarmed into the Empire even before the match began. These players all wore dazzling weapons and equipment. Aside from spectating the upcoming match, many were here to participate in the Dark Arena's upcoming auction. Big Sis Rain, Miracle's people have asked to meet with you, Blue Phoenix softly reported as she entered the VIP room. Judging by their tone and words, it seems that they've discovered our relationship with Zero Wing. Phoenix Rain frowned slightly upon hearing this. Although she knew that she couldn't hide the truth forever, she hadn't expected it to get out so quickly. Sighing, she said, Miracle is really quite fast with their investigations. Since they found us out, let's meet with them. Chapter 1146, Purgatory Night. Chapter 1146, Purgatory Night. Hellscythe _ Fluffy Goblin. Chapter 1146, Purgatory Night. Flame Dragon City's underground arena. A group of level 40-plus players surrounded the entrance. These players all wore pitch-black armor, with a white cape draped over their shoulders. They looked like well-trained soldiers. When other players noticed these black-armored players, they promptly distanced themselves. Who are these people? They're blocking the underground arena and preventing others from entering. They're being too unreasonable. You've just arrived in the capital, so it's expected that you don't know. Could a super guild have laid claim over this underground arena? Far from that. Take a look at those players guarding the entrance. They're the security teams several super guilds have formed. They are all equipped with the Soul of Darkness, a level 40 fine gold set equipment. They're specifically tasked to guard this underground arena and prevent outsiders from entering. as expected of super guilds. Even a casual security team is so impressive. I've just reached level 40 after much difficulty, and I only have a few level 40 weapons and pieces of equipment, yet those guys are actually wearing level 40 fine gold sets. The nearby independent players weren't the only ones in awe. Even the members of the various large guilds invited to the Dark Arena were shocked. God's Domain's mainstream players were around level 37 right now, whereas expert players were at level 39 or level 40. Even large guilds' experts were fortunate to obtain a full set of level 40 fine gold weapons and equipment upon reaching level 40. As for a level 40 fine gold set equipment, that was simply a dream. Yet among the super guild security teams, every one of them wore complete level 40 fine gold set equipment. In God's Domain, it was far more difficult to gather a complete fine gold set equipment than it was to gather a set of dark gold equipment. Individual pieces of fine gold set equipment might not be a match for dark gold equipment in terms of basic attributes, but certain set effects were more important than some additional basic attributes. Hence, many players still used the level 30 fine gold set equipment they had collected even after level 40. For example, the level 40 Soul of Darkness set equipment's effects were so good that players could continue using it even after level 50. As players admired the security team's equipment, two cloaked women approached the entrance, attracting everyone's attention. Although these female players had hidden their appearance under a black cloak, players could tell by their elegant bodies that they were definitely beautiful. Meanwhile, when the security teams, which oozed with killing intent, saw these women, they immediately bowed and stood to the side, treating the women like queens. Who are those women? They've hidden their appearances and IDs with their black cloaks. Who could possibly recognize them? However, I believe that they are at least upper echelons from first-rate guilds. Otherwise, there's no way those security teams would treat them with so much respect. First-rate guild upper echelons? You sure are overestimating first-rate guilds. We're talking about the elite security teams that super guilds work together to form. Those people wouldn't even bat an eye if a first-rate guild's guild leader showed up. I'm guessing that they're the upper echelons from either super first-rate guilds or super guilds. I guess you're right. If I could enter the Dark Arena and get those security teams to treat me that respectfully, how wonderful would it be? Unless you manage to join a super guild and become one of the guild's apex experts, don't even think about getting their respect. As the crowd conversed, the two female players entered the underground arena. The instant these two players entered the establishment, an elegant beauty was there to greet them. This beauty wore a set of exquisite gray mage robes and wielded a black wooden staff. She also exuded a deathly aura. Upon closer inspection, one would discover that this beauty was a level 42 summoner. Greetings, Phoenix Pavilion Master. I am Silent March, the Vice Commander of Miracle's Purgatory Legion, the somewhat evil-looking summoner said, smiling at Phoenix Rain. Our Vice Guild leader is already waiting in a VIP room on the 3rd floor. Allow me to lead the way. Phoenix Rain nodded in response, following which Silent March led Phoenix Rain and Blue Phoenix to the underground arena's 3rd floor. Big Sis Phoenix, that summoner feels odd. The other summoners I've met all exuded a lively aura, yet her aura feels like death, Blue Phoenix whispered to her friend. While she is indeed a summoner, she also possesses the hidden class, Necromancer. She is one of the upstart geniuses Miracle has nurtured internally. Roughly over a year since her debut, she has already become the vice commander of one of Miracle's 3 trump card legions. You should be careful when you encounter her in the future. She might even be participating in the contest over Thunder Island, Phoenix Rain explained as she watched the female summoner before her. Hidden classes were no longer a secret in God's Domain. The various large guilds already had a few experts that had hidden classes. While most guilds kept these experts secret, Silent March's hidden class was somewhat special, which made it practically impossible to keep hidden. Hence, the game's various major powers quickly discovered that she wielded the Necromancer hidden class. Although Necromancers were somewhat similar to ordinary summoners, whereby both classes utilized summoned creatures to battle, the Necromancer class could summon far more monsters. As long as a Necromancer had enough mana, even summoning 100 undead would not be difficult, although the undead were not as powerful as ordinary summoners' creatures. This gap could be made up with numbers. Necromancers were also stronger than ordinary summoners when it came to individual combat power. In addition, undead creatures had extremely high magic resistance. Aside from wholly magical classes, Necromancers were magical classes' natural enemy. While Phoenix Rain and Blue Phoenix chatted quietly, Silent March led the two into a VIP room on the 3rd floor. A valiant man in dark blue armor already sat in the room. 2 other men stood behind him, an assassin and an elementalist. Both were level 42 and exuded extremely dangerous auras. Phoenix Rain blinked in surprise when she saw the assassin and elementalist. These two were Miracle's famous apex experts. The assassin was Starstreak, while the elementalist's name was Cleansed Maple. Both were generals in Miracle. When the Phoenix Pavilion had clashed with the Guild, many of the pavilion's experts had died at the hands of these two players. They even nearly killed Martial Dragon. Based on the reports Phoenix Rain had received, these two were only a short distance away from reaching the domain realm. The valiant man in the chair looked at Phoenix Rain and smiled as he welcomed her. "Phoenix Pavilion Master, long time no see." This valiant man had no aura whatsoever. On the contrary, he felt calm and harmless. However, Phoenix Rain would not dare to underestimate this man. This man was Thousand Miles, Miracle's second vice guild leader. He was also the Purgatory Legion's commander, titled Purgatory Knight. "Spit it out. What business do you have with me?" Phoenix Rain felt nothing positive for Thousand Miles. After all, the two players had secretly clashed many times before. It was no exaggeration to say that they were mortal enemies. "Must you be so angry? I simply want to cooperate today. Are you not interested in Thunder Island, Phoenix Pavilion Master?" Thousand Miles smiled, ignoring Phoenix Rain's aggression. Hearing the man mention Thunder Island, Phoenix Rain's interest peaked. "Cooperate in what way?" Chapter 1147, Azura Arrives. Chapter 1147, Azura Arrives. Hellscythe _ Fluffy Goblin. Chapter 1147, Azura Arrives. Phoenix Rain's decisive reply slightly confused Thousand Miles. He had never expected such a straightforward answer from Phoenix Rain. Since joining God's domain, Miracle and the Dragon Phoenix Pavilion had butted heads numerous times in the Apocalypse Empire. Upon discovering Thunder Island, in particular, both sides suffered a ridiculous number of casualties as they faced each other in battle. Based on his estimates, each guild should have lost 200,000 or 300,000 elite players. At this point, it was practically impossible for their guilds to sit down for a proper conversation. He had prepared various arguments to get Phoenix Rain to listen to his proposal. Now, however, it seemed that his preparation had been unnecessary. Immediately, Thousand Miles revealed an agreement and handed it to Phoenix Rain, saying, "Phoenix Pavilion Master, take a look at this." Receiving the agreement, Phoenix Rain glanced through its contents. The agreement was very simple. As long as the Azura battle team allowed the Evil Dragon battle team to win the match, Miracle would agree to a non-aggression pact with the Dragon Phoenix Pavilion during the contest for Thunder Island. "Phoenix Pavilion Master, what do you think about these conditions?" I believe that you are familiar with the situation on Thunder Island. We're seeing more guilds preparing for the upcoming contest by the day. Both you and I are even struggling to ensure that we secure a single monster encampment. Clashing with each other on Thunder Island wouldn't benefit either of us. To begin with, the Azura battle team has no chance of victory. You might as well hand the victory to the evil dragon battle team. You can gamble on our win and earn a fortune for yourself. We'll have the best of both worlds this way. What do you think? Currently, in preparation for the upcoming contest on Thunder Island, the various large guilds were tight on resources. In Thousand Miles' opinion, this proposal would benefit both his and Phoenix Rain's sides. While the Azura battle team had performed exceptionally in its previous match, in his opinion, the Dragon Phoenix Pavilion must have contributed to the battle team's powerful weapons and equipment. Moreover, although Battle Wolves backed the Glorious Lions battle team, the guild had not placed much importance on the Dark Arena back then. Hence, the Azura battle team eventually defeated the Glorious Lions battle team. However, the Azura battle team's current opponent was the Evil Dragon battle team, which had Miracle's support. The Evil Dragon battle team received more benefits than the Glorious Lions battle team had. Not only were Miracle's apex experts on the team, but Miracle had also supplied a large stock of excellent weapons, equipment, and skill books. The Evil Dragon's battle team far surpassed their current opponents in both number and quality of experts and items. The Azura battle team had no hope of victory. Hence, rather than struggling pointlessly, it was much better if the Azura battle team let the Evil Dragon team win. If Phoenix Rain bet all of her resources on the Evil Dragon battle team winning, she could walk away with a massive fortune. With these resources, she could hire more helpers and increase her chances of obtaining a share of the authority over Thunder Island. The two guilds would also have a non-aggression pact. By agreeing to his proposal, Phoenix Rain could kill two birds with one stone. "This is why you called me here?" Phoenix Rain asked indifferently. "That's right. It is very rare to see such a high payout rate in the Dark Arena. As long as the Evil Dragon battle team achieves a complete victory, you'll get 7 times the return. With this many resources, both our guilds will gain a foothold on Thunder Island," Thousand Miles said confidently. "What if I refuse?" Phoenix Rain said. When she had signed the agreement with Shifeng, she had agreed that she wouldn't interfere with the Azura battle team. Shifeng only needed to send her half of the team's profits. Moreover, her main goal in establishing the Azura battle team was to compete for the position of the Dark Arena's host. Although Thousand Miles had presented his offer casually, the consequences of suffering an utter defeat in the Dark Arena included more than just losing a match. Normally, battle teams only needed to win 8 out of 10 competitions to earn the right to challenge the host. However, to prevent guilds from deliberately manipulating a competition's results, any battle teams that suffered utter defeat were barred from the Dark Arena's competitions for a certain period. Moreover, the battle team's previous victories would be reset to 0. For example, after Azura had demolished the Glorious Lions battle team, even now, it was still banned from the competitions. Even after the ban lifted, the team's previous 2 wins would not be counted. However, the Dark Arena grew more intense with each passing day. Everyone wanted the spot of the Dark Arena's host. Moreover, due to the mind space system beginning its operation, the various corporations hungered for a share of the pie that was the Dark Arena. If one were only a participant, they could only take part in a competition once every few days or even weeks. Moreover, participants would only profit if they won. On the other hand, the host made a fortune on every competition, regardless of which team won. Although one could also spectate and bet resources on a competition, risks came with each gamble. Moreover, the host was no fool. For competitions with clear winners, the payout rates would be set extraordinarily low. Even if one won in a bet, they would win very little. It was far from what the winning battle team earned from their cuts of the bets. In the end, however, the host earned more than anyone. Recently, the Dark Arena had begun to hold more competitions, and the number would continue to increase. One could just imagine how profitable it would be to become the Dark Arena's host. Hence, no battle team wished to lose. They especially wanted to avoid an utter defeat. Phoenix Pavilion Master, do you hate money that much? Thousand Smiles said, the warm smile on his face turning cold. The Azura battle team's loss is already set in stone. Is it really worth rejecting my offer to protect your reputation? If you refuse, I'll have no choice but to find the Dragon Pavilion Master and negotiate with him. I believe that he would be extremely interested in cooperating with us on Thunder Island. He would also be more than willing to tell the great Pavilion Master about the Azura battle team. Even the Dragon Phoenix Pavilion would not be willing to let you act so recklessly. He had already done his investigation and discovered that 9 Dragons Emperor had no relationship whatsoever with the Azura battle team. Phoenix Rain had established the team herself. However, while 9 Dragons Emperor could not interfere with the battle team, he could report Phoenix Rain to the great Pavilion Master, the true ruler of the Dragon Phoenix Pavilion. At that time, Phoenix Rain would be forced into an awkward position. Are you threatening me? Phoenix Rain asked, her tone lowering slightly. No, this is just a kind warning, Thousand Miles said, smiling. He was unfazed by Phoenix Rain's angry reaction. Thank you for your warning. Then, I have some matters to deal with, so I'll be leaving. Phoenix Rain glanced at Thousand Miles before turning to leave. If the secret of her owning the Azura battle team were exposed, and Heavenly Dragon and Miracle agreed to cooperate, her development in the Dragon Phoenix Pavilion would suffer. However, the setback wouldn't be so severe that she needed to fear the man's threats. As long as the operation on Thunder Island succeeded, her position in the Dragon Phoenix Pavilion would be unshakable. She really doesn't know how to appreciate a favor. Wrathful flames burned in Thousand Miles' eyes as he watched Phoenix Rain's departing figure. March, pass on the weapons and equipment we borrowed to Miracle Dragon and the others. Since this plan has failed, we'll proceed with the original plan. Originally, Thousand Miles had intended to secure a complete victory for the evil dragon battle team without exposing their true strength. After all, this would benefit them greatly in the upcoming competitions. Now that Phoenix Rain had rejected his proposal, he had no choice but to show her how powerless the Azura battle team was against the evil dragon battle team, forcing her to regret her decision. Understood. Silent March nodded and left the room. Time passed quickly. As more people arrived in the Dark Arena, Phoenix Rain desperately worked with her subordinates to learn more about the evil dragon battle team. At the same time, she used her connections to obtain some top-tier equipment for the Azura battle team. As the competition was about to begin, Blue Phoenix rushed into the VIP room Phoenix Rain occupied. Big Sis Rain, Zero Wings members have arrived, but what? They've only sent 5 people this time. 5. Do they want to win this competition or not? Chapter 1148, Toy Around. Chapter 1148, Toy Around. Hellscythe _ Fluffy Goblin. Chapter 1148, Toy Around. In Flame Dragon City's underground arena, a large number of advanced carriages and high-ranking mounts crowded together outside the establishment. The hundreds of black-armored security members were currently confirming the players' invitations. Isn't that person the guild leader of the first-rate guild, Silver Knights? What is that mount? It's so huge. Crap, it's the epic rank glow effect. Which battle teams are participating in the Dark Arena this time? They have actually attracted so many amazing people. Both the independent players that had come to tour the imperial capital and the guild players that wanted to take part in the Dark Arena were stunned by the scene in front of the underground arena. Normally, it was rare to see players atop high-ranked mounts in Flame Dragon City, yet war horses, cheetahs, tigers, lions, giant wolves, and various other powerful mounts now packed the street. It was a dazzling sight to behold. Aside from high-ranking mounts, players also saw various upper echelons from many of the large guilds. However, the most popular topic among these independent and guild players was the upper echelon's weapons and equipment. In God's domain, ordinary players even considered dark gold weapons and equipment godly items. However, in this gathering of guild upper echelons, such items were a dime a dozen. It was the epic items that attracted attention. The true reason for the upper echelon's visit was the Dark Arena's first ever auction. Even the usually uninterested large guilds had shown up, curious about what items the auction had to offer. After all, the Dark Arena's host had organized the auction. The host certainly wouldn't offer inferior goods, as it would soil their reputation. Moreover, the Dark Arena's host had already announced that the auction would include an epic item. Even first-rate guilds had a few epic items at most, with some only having one or two. These guilds treasured every one of their epic items and used them to attract new and independent players. Aside from super guilds and super first-rate guilds, the majority that had been invited were first-rate guilds. There were also a select few second-rate guilds, famous adventurer teams, and famous independent Apex experts. Those who received an invitation card could also bring a few companions. In fact, many of the large guilds' upper echelons who had not received an invitation themselves had tagged along with first-rate guild upper echelons. Hence, so many large guilds had come to visit the Dark Arena. The guilds without their own epic items were eager to purchase the epic item in the auction. Among this gathering of experts, a party of 6 suddenly appeared. This party was particularly eye-catching, as they stood in the crowd. Wow, which guild do they belong to? They are all wearing epic items. They're even more impressive than the guild leaders from first-rate guilds. Wait, they aren't from a guild. Look, none of them are wearing guild emblems. The players were stunned as they gazed at this party of 6. Even the many upper echelons grew curious about these players' identities. Not only did every member of the party possess epic equipment, but their levels were also astonishing high. All 6 of them were level 43. In the Fire Dragon Empire, these people could definitely rank within the top 10 on the Empire's ranking list. Currently, only the first and second-ranked players were level 43. Even if one counted those who had chosen not to display their names on the ranking list, the Empire didn't have more than 5 players who had reached level 43. Big, sis, endless, so many people are staring at us. Should we use our black cloaks? Cloud Yarn asked. She felt that they were attracting too much attention. At this rate, they might be noticed by those with ill will. No need. We're here to build the Midnight Tea Party's fame. With this, we can find more people to conduct business with. Paying no attention to the gazes sent her way, Endless Scars led her companions into the Dark Arena. Today, she had 3 goals for her visit. The first was to watch the match between Zero Wing and Miracle. The second was to take part in the auction. And the third was to find qualified superpowers to discuss business. Obviously, the guild players crowding the underground arena's entrance didn't meet her requirements. There were simply too many people entering the Dark Arena. Hence, the host had created 2 paths to enter the venue. One was a VIP path for the various superpowers, while the other had been prepared for the various large guilds. Very few representatives from the various superpowers would visit the Dark Arena, so there was no need for these people to wait in line to enter the venue. Meanwhile, the normal path for large guilds saw a lot of traffic, so people using that path had to line up. In Endless Scars' opinion, None of the large guilds in line qualified to discuss business opportunities with her. Most importantly, none of them were strong enough. Naturally, she would not waste her time on these guilds. Instead, she led the few Midnight Tea Party members that had joined her to the VIP path. Seeing the path endless Scarza's group took, the various large guild upper echelons who had wanted to introduce themselves to the party revealed bitter smiles. They also dismissed their thoughts of targeting these players' epic items. Those capable of entering via the VIP path had to be closely related to God's Domain's super guilds, regardless of if they were independent players or not. Otherwise, they wouldn't have received a VIP invitation card. Meanwhile, inside a VIP room on the underground arena's third floor, Abandoned Wave sat by a window. As he quietly observed the bet displayed above the arena outside, he could not help but grin. Ha ha ha! Wonderful! As long as the evil dragon battle team achieves a complete victory, Blackwater will earn back all of its previous losses with interest, Abandoned Wave said before he began to laugh. Although some people had learned that Miracle backed the evil dragon's battle team, which decreased the payout rates from 1 to 3 to 1 to 1.5, the payout rate for a complete victory remained 1 to 8. Suddenly, Laughing Drunkard entered the room and reported, "Guild leader, Miss Jingxian has arrived. Should we greet her? Go greet her for me. If possible, borrow some precious materials from her. Tell her that I'll pay her back by threefold later," Abandoned Wave instructed after considering the matter. He did not particularly value Ling Jingxian. After all, she didn't possess any authority in the Blackwater Corporation. There was no need to fawn over her. However, as Ling Jingxian was still a person of considerably high status, he had to show some respect. "Understood," Laughing Drunkard replied, bowing before taking his leave. Inside another VIP room in the underground arena, Phoenix Rain frowned when she saw Shifeng's group take their seats below the competition stage. They really only sent 5 people. Phoenix Rain couldn't believe her eyes. Just what is Zero Wing planning? She simply could not figure out what Shifeng was trying to do. Was the man trying to provoke the evil dragon battle team, or was he trying to conserve his team's strength? Although other battle teams had pulled off such a stunt before, those battle teams were extremely powerful. Those battle teams were absolutely confident in defeating their opponents. Hence, they felt that there was no need to expose the identities of their other members. However, the evil dragon battle team was no ordinary team. It had the full support of Miracle. Its overall strength was much higher than the Glorious Lions battle team. However, it was too late for Phoenix Rain to do anything. Both teams' rosters had already been submitted. It was impossible to make any changes now. Moreover, the first match was about to begin. Most laughably, the Azura battle team had decided to send Alluring Summer into the first match, someone whom Phoenix Rain had met only once before. Phoenix Rain had no information about the woman. This Phoenix Rain really is interesting. Has she finally realized the gap between our teams? Thousand Miles sneered as he watched the Azura battle team's 5 members. Unfortunately, it is too late now. March, go ahead and join the others. Also, tell Miracle Dragon and the others to toy around with the Azura battle team properly. Teach them how wide the gap is between our team's strengths. Understood. Silent March replied, a hint of excitement flashing in her eyes. Chapter 1149. Chapter 1149. Condition for opening the inferior legendary treasure chest. Hellscythe _ Fluffy Goblin. Chapter 1449. Condition for opening the inferior legendary treasure chest. The massive dark arena was packed with people, and everyone wore astonished expressions as they stared at the stage. For this competition, the Azura battle team had only sent 5 players. What's the Azura battle team trying to do? Could they trying for another complete victory? That shouldn't be the case. Even if the Azura battle team has nothing but fools, they must know that the evil dragon battle team is no longer the same as it was. Miracle now leads the team. Although Miracle is only a super first-rate guild, it even has stronger and more experts than some super guilds. I think they're deliberately trying to lose. Now that Miracle has taken over the evil dragon battle team, the battle team's strength has transformed tremendously. The Azura battle team must have recognized that they are no match for evil dragon and decided to send 5 members to conserve their strength for the next match. Every player in the audience had their own opinions. However, the majority was of the opinion that the Azura battle team intended to preserve its strength, yet they couldn't just throw away their reputation by handing over a complete victory. Hence, they had sent 5 members. As long as they won one of the first 3 matches, they wouldn't have too many issues. After all, the information they had collected clearly stated that the Azura battle team only a handful of powerful experts. This only gave the team a fighting chance in the first 3 matches. Once the competition proceeded to the final 2 matches, the Azura battle team had no hope of victory. More players began to place their bets on the evil dragon battle team's victory. Because of this, the competition's payout ratio changed again. While the payout rate for the Azura battle team's victory was 1-2, the payout rate in favor of the evil dragon battle team plummeted. However, the payout rate for either team achieving a complete victory remained the same. Meanwhile, in a VIP room on the 2nd floor, Big Sis Endless, who do you think we should bet on? Cloud Yarn asked hesitantly. The other Midnight Tea Party members similarly looked towards Endless Scars in hopes of predicting the victor. In their adventurer team, Endless Scars was the most capable when it came to deducing others' strengths. Oftentimes, when their team members sparred, Endless Scars knew the outcome even before it began. They also intended on participating in the upcoming auction. It was better to have a little more money in their pockets. Stop trying to be devious. We don't have any concrete information about either team right now. It's impossible to judge which team will win. Endless Scars rolled her eyes at her companions. Slowly she continued, everyone must assume that Zero Wing has no hope of winning. After all, the gap between both sides is simply too massive. However, Zero Wing is not as simple as they think. Let's just observe this battle. Had she not encountered Zero Wing at the Fallen Arc, she definitely would have assumed that the evil dragon battle team would win this competition. After all, Miracle had borrowed plenty of epic items from other guilds to secure victory. In addition, Miracle had dispatched its own Apex experts to support the evil dragon battle team. It was simply impossible for Zero Wing to win. While the Azura battle team prepared below the stage, Shi Feng received a call from Phoenix Rain. Team leader Yi Feng, does Zero Wing intend to give up this competition? Phoenix Rain asked grumpily. She had rejected Thousand Miles's offer. She had also put her trust in Zero Wing while shouldering the pressure from the Dragon Phoenix Pavilion's great pavilion master. Yet the Azura battle team only had 5 members on the stage. This made her look like a joke before Thousand Miles, 9 Dragons Emperor, and the Great Pavilion Master. If the Azura battle team suffered utter defeat, her plans for Thunder Island would likely be finished as well. Currently, the number of superpowers contesting over Thunder Island increased by the day. Meanwhile, the Great Pavilion Master disagreed with the idea of splitting the Dragon Phoenix Pavilion's power in the contest. He believed that the Heavenly Dragon Pavilion and Phoenix Pavilion should work together to increase their chances of taking control of Thunder Island. If her performance in the Dark Arena disappointed the Great Pavilion Master, the latter would hand the Phoenix Pavilion's management rights to 9 Dragons Emperor. She wouldn't be in a favorable position. Give up. Shi Feng chuckled. he more or less understood why Phoenix Rain had asked such a question. "Phoenix Pavilion Master, we haven't given up. We just couldn't find enough capable experts, so we had no choice but to send 5 people." Shurfeng wasn't happy with the situation either. However, he had no other choice. When he had obtained the inferior legendary treasure chest, it should have been a cause for celebration. Unfortunately, none of them expected the strict conditions for opening the treasure chest. Even Shurfeng had been surprised. Opening the treasure chest actually required 3,000 players. The condition was very simple. One needed to send 3,000 players into the inferior legendary treasure chest. These players would then have to clear the trials inside. The treasure chest would only open after all 3,000 players cleared their trials. To ensure their success with opening the inferior legendary treasure chest, Shurfeng had gathered every expert in the guild, supplementing the missing numbers with the guild's top elite players. However, he had never thought that, upon entering the chest, the players would be sent to separate trials. Moreover, players inside couldn't contact those in the outside world. They couldn't log out of the game either. There were only 2 ways to leave the treasure chest. The first method was to clear one's trial. The second was to wait for 48 hours. Once the time was up, players would be sent out of the treasure chest automatically. Unfortunately, if even one player failed their trial, they wouldn't be able to open the inferior legendary treasure chest. Among those who entered the treasure chest, Shurfeng had performed the best. Even so, it had taken him over 8 hours to clear his trial. While inside, he had fought many monsters, with each being stronger than the last. It felt as if the trial were pushing players to surpass their limits with each battle. After Shurfeng, Violet Cloud, Fire Dance, Gentle Snow, and Alluring Summer emerged from the treasure chest, one after another. However, even Violet Cloud, who had been the fastest among the 4, had needed over 14 hours to clear her trial, whereas Alluring Summer, who had been the slowest, had taken 16 hours. Everyone else was still stuck inside the inferior legendary treasure chest. As the competition in the Dark Arena was about to begin, Shurfeng had no choice but to lead Violet Cloud and the others to the venue first. While Shurfeng had considered looking for substitutes on the way here, he simply couldn't think of anyone suitable for the role. Aside from his group of 5, there wasn't even one level 40-plus expert player in the guild. They were all trapped inside the treasure chest. If he brought anyone below level 40 to the Dark Arena, they'd become a laughingstock. Couldn't find enough capable experts. Phoenix Rain was speechless. She even began to wonder if Shurfeng was toying with her. However, seeing Shurfeng's serious expression, the man should not be lying. It was quite possible that Shurfeng knew how powerful the evil dragon battle team was. If that were the case, it wasn't unexpected that he couldn't find enough people capable of challenging the battle team. Since they had no hope of winning the final 2 3-versus-3 matches, there was no point in leading the rest of the members here. It was safer to bet everything they had on the first 3 matches. I understand. It will be all right if you don't win this competition. I just hope that you don't allow the evil dragon battle team to look down on the Azura battle team, Phoenix Rain softly advised Shurfeng. Although their chances of defeat were high, as long as they won 2 of the first 3 matches, their defeat would be glorious in the eyes of outsiders. At that time, she could better explain herself to the great Pavilion Master. As for achieving another complete victory, in Phoenix Rain's opinion, that was impossible. There were 2 monster-like experts on the evil dragon battle team's roster. They even had the Witch of the West holding down the fort. It would be a miracle if the Azura battle team weren't utterly annihilated. Chapter 1150, Absolute Combat Power Control. Chapter 1150, Absolute Combat Power Control. Hellscythe _ Fluffy Goblin. Chapter 1150, Absolute Combat Power Control. As Phoenix Rain tried to console him, Shi Feng realized that she had definitely misunderstood something. However, he also wasn't in a good position to explain the situation. After all, he could not reveal why he hadn't found any suitable fighters. The inferior legendary treasure chest was of utmost importance. Although it might not make him the enemy of every guild in the game like the city building order would, super first-rate guilds and super guilds would dispatch a large number of experts to steal the treasure chest. The various superpowers would repeatedly assassinate Zero Wing's upper echelons. This is the latest information I've gathered about the evil dragon battle team. Take a look, Phoenix Raid said before forwarding the files she had received from Blue Phoenix to Shi Feng. Although they hadn't uncovered much information about the enemy battle team's members due to time constraints, it could still help Shi Feng form a proper strategy for the competition. Hasn't Miracle invested a little too much into this competition? Shi Feng was speechless after looking through the files. It would have been fine if Miracle only sent the sword freak, Miracle Dragon. However, Shi Feng hadn't expected Miracle to dispatch the assassin Starstreak, who wielded the title Speed Star. Both players were bona fide, monster-like experts. However, the name on the evil dragon battle team's roster that confused Shi Feng the most had to be the Witch of the West, Alice. Everyone in the virtual gaming world recognized the title the Witch of the West. Currently, the witch ranked 21st on the God's Domain experts list. The Dragon Phoenix Pavilion's martial dragon was known as an absolute genius that only appeared once a decade. Before even reaching the age of 30, Martial Dragon had grasped a domain. Meanwhile, based on what Shi Feng knew, Alice held the record for the youngest person to grasp a domain. Many super guilds had attempted to recruit Alice. In the end, however, Miracle had paid a high price for her membership. Aside from Miracle's core upper echelons, no one knew exactly what conditions the Witch of the West had demanded. After Alice had joined God's Domain, despite the Dragon Phoenix Pavilion trying its best to uncover information about her, the pavilion had only managed to find minor, irrelevant facts. The only crucial information they discovered was that shortly after God's Domain had launched, Alice had successfully killed 3 of the secret pavilion's apex experts in a row. After that incident, the secret pavilion had pushed Alice to the 21st position on the God's Domain experts list. The secret pavilion had only provided a brief explanation of the battle that day. The pavilion had not released any concrete information or battle videos. Many apex experts had been displeased and felt that the secret pavilion's judgment had been biased. These experts all rushed to challenge Alice. However, these challenges' outcomes had silenced any objections. Many of these people had even decided to join Miracle afterward. The situation had sparked many super guilds' curiosity. Although Shi Feng did not know what had happened, he knew that the Witch of the West was extremely frightening. In the past, the Witch of the West had been most well known for her absolute combat power control. It was a unique combat technique that had been tailored for Alice. In the past, one had been considered an ordinary expert if they could exert 50% of their total combat power. As for second-rate experts, they were capable of exerting at least 60% of their combat power. First-rate experts could exert 70%. Top-tier experts could exert 80%. Peak experts could exert over 85%. And apex experts could exert over 90% of their combat power. Meanwhile, the Witch of the West could display 100% of her total combat power. Even domain realm experts would struggle to reach such heights. With these 3 great experts on the evil dragon battle team, it was no wonder why Phoenix Rain doubted that the Azura battle team had any chance of victory. While Shi Feng plotted a strategy to deal with the enemy roster, The system announced both teams' rosters to the audience. Crap, the Sword Freak is here. I've been one of his loyal fans for a long time. Is the Evil Dragon Battle Team holding an all-star competition? Sword Freak, Speedstar, Witch of the West. No wonder why the Azura Battle Team only sent 5 people. They must have given up, knowing that they'd lose for sure. What a bunch of cowards. They aren't even putting up a fight. The audience gasped in shock when they saw the Evil Dragon Battle Team's roster. Although they had already heard rumors that Miracle now supported the battle team, they had never imagined that the Super First-Rate Guild would provide so much support. The crowd could not help but shiver with excitement when they saw the names on the Evil Dragon Battle Team's roster. Compared to the Evil Dragon Battle Team, the previous teams were simply weaklings. Uncle Yuan, has Miracle lost its mind? It actually sent so many of its peak experts. Purple Jade frowned when she saw the Evil Dragon Battle Team's roster. The various super guilds were treating the Dark Arena like a playground. They would not take the competitions here seriously and expose their experts' strengths. However, the combatants that Miracle had dispatched spoke volumes of how seriously the guild took the Dark Arena. It was likely that only teams with the backing of super first-rate guilds and super guilds had any chance of contending with the Evil Dragon Battle Team. Other guild and major corporation battle teams shouldn't even consider taking a team like that down. Jade, don't forget that the Mind Space system has officially activated. Miracle is most likely growing restless and trying to obtain as many resources as it can as quickly as possible. As the Dark Arena takes shape, it's becoming an excellent source of income. Miracle will start taking the competitions here seriously, Yuan Tiexin said. Miracle's actions hadn't surprised him in the least. It's unfortunate that Zero Wing still doesn't have enough experts and can't participate in a competition of this level yet. However, at least we have not wasted our trip, since we'll get to watch a few interesting matches and gain a deeper understanding of the Evil Dragon Battle Team. Meanwhile, inside a VIP room on the 2nd floor, over a dozen people lounged in the VIP room, and every one of them was level 41 or above. Among them, the tall, mighty man in the lead was a level 42 berserker and carried a pitch-black greatsword across his back. If Shi Feng saw this man, he would recognize this level 42 berserker as Everlasting War. Sitting around Everlasting War were the Glorious Lions reserve members. They all gaped as they stared at the roster over the stage. Vice Team Leader, we specifically came all the way here to watch the Azura Battle Team in action, but at this rate, won't the Evil Dragon Battle Team annihilate Azura? That's right. If the Evil Dragon Battle Team secures a complete victory, our Glorious Lions' reputation will plummet since the Azura Battle Team defeated us. All right, enough. We're simply here to watch the competition. If the Azura Battle Team is utterly defeated, this can only mean that they aren't improving fast enough. In that case, we simply need to defeat the Evil Dragon Battle Team to redeem ourselves. Everlasting War strictly reprimanded his team after hearing the reserve members' concerns. The Glorious Lions had suffered a complete defeat against the Azura Battle Team. Losing that competition had dealt Everlasting War a massive mental blow. He had never imagined that Shi Feng and the others would be so powerful. Since then, he had finally understood that there was always someone better. In the past, he and his team members were too ignorant and thought of themselves as experts. Henceforth, they had trained desperately and improved themselves. Today, he and his team had come to gain a proper understanding of the Azura Battle Team. Unfortunately, they hadn't expected the battle team to be so outmatched. Deep down, though, Everlasting War still hoped that the Azura Battle Team would win. With this, defeating the Azura Battle Team in a future rematch would have more meaning. Below the stage, in the Evil Dragon battle team's resting area. Miracle Dragon glanced at the Azura battle team's roster before turning to look at the distant Surefoam. When he noticed the swordsman's calm expression, he could not help his disappointment. And here I thought that he would be a formidable rival. Now, it seems he's just a coward. Miracle Dragon said contemptuously, "March, I'll let you arrange the matchups. There's no reason to take an opponent that has already surrendered seriously." Understood. Since they are sending an elementalist into the first match, I'll volunteer to fight, Silent March suggested. Fine. However, I forbid you from messing around too much. Just toy with the opponent a little. Do not expose too much of your strength. We need to ensure that we'll progress towards challenging the host, Miracle Dragon instructed. Silent March nodded in response. She then walked up the stage. Chapter 1151, Peak Class. Chapter 1151, Peak Class. Hellscythe _ Fluffy Goblin. Chapter 1151, Peak Class. The moment Silent March took to the stage, cheers erupted around the arena. They're starting the first match with the Purgatory Legion's Vice Commander. Miracle really is merciless. I heard that she has the Necromancer class and can summon skeletons with high magic resistance. The Azura battle team's elementalist is in trouble. Trouble? More like a tragedy. Magical classes fear close range more than anything. Elementalists are no exception. A necromancer can summon dozens of undead without much trouble. An elementalist has no chance against an army of undead. The audience was comprised of large guild upper echelons and expert players. They were all familiar with various news and details in God's domain. Hence, they were all familiar with the Purgatory Legion's Silent March. Not only was Silent March the vice commander of one of Miracle's trump card legions, but she also wielded a hidden class. Due to her status, the various large guilds had investigated the woman and had come to understand just how powerful the Necromancer class was. The Necromancer was a peak hidden class that had almost no weaknesses. The class was incredibly powerful in every aspect. A fight between a Necromancer and an ordinary class would simply be one-sided. When Phoenix Rain, who watched from a VIP room, saw the Evil Dragon battle team's representative for the first match, a shade fell over her white, unblemished skin. They're using one of their secret weapons in the first match. Thousand Miles is really taking this seriously. Phoenix Rain frowned when she saw Silent March's gray gemstone staff. When she had previously met Silent March, the latter had carried a Blackwood staff. Based on her estimates, that Blackwood staff should have only been a top-tier dark gold staff, yet Silent March had changed her equipment, wielding a new staff now. Normally, this was considered a huge PvP taboo. After all, it was impossible to use an unfamiliar weapon to its fullest potential without some practice. Despite knowing this, Silent March had switched weapons. There could only be one possibility for such a decision. Silent March's current staff must be far superior to her prior weapon. Needless to say, the gemstone staff was certainly an epic staff. Moreover, the Necromancer had replaced more than her weapon. She had also switched out 2 pieces of her old equipment. Furthermore, as Silent March was the Purgatory Legion's vice commander, Miracle should have given her at least 1 epic item to begin with. In other words, Silent March had at least 3 epic items on her. Phoenix Rain's frown deepened. As the Phoenix Pavilion's pavilion master, she knew full well that epic items provided more than just a massive attribute boost. Epic items also came with powerful skills and effects. Although Phoenix Rain did not know how strong Alluring Summer was, in terms of equipment, the Elementalist was no match for Silent March. The fact that Silent March had earned the position of vice commander in one of Miracle's 3 trump card legions showed that her combat standard was at the flowing water realm at the very least, which meant she was capable of reading her opponents. Her necromancer class only further bolstered her combat power. Even against a void realm expert with the same quality of weapons and equipment, Silent March had a chance of emerging victorious. As Phoenix Rain despaired over the upcoming fight, Alluring Summer approached the stage. Currently, Alluring Summer wore a black cloak. No one could see her current level or equipment. Only her face was visible. However, many among the audience gasped upon seeing her beauty. Alluring Summer's aura was also a stark contrast to Silent March's. If one described Silent March's aura as dark and deathly, then Alluring Summer's was light and vital. Who is this beauty? Why haven't I seen her in the Azura Battle Team's files before? Is she Azura's secret trump card? How can that be possible? I check for any information about this beauty. She doesn't have any battle records at all. She's likely a newcomer that the Azura Battle Team is trying to cultivate. They might have let her tag along to gain experience. When Alluring Summer appeared, the audience's attention shifted to her. Although the Azura Battle Team's defeat was already certain, it was still worth taking note of the team's members. After all, the Azura Battle Team had secured a total victory against the Glorious Lions. The battle team was still quite powerful. It just hadn't been as lucky this time. Since a new face had joined the Azura Battle Team, it was only natural that everyone paid attention to her. Silent March smiled as she watched the Elementalist approach the stage. Giggling, she said, "I'm sure you've already discovered that I'm a necromancer. Rest assured, I won't summon a bunch of undead to fight you. Think of it as adding a little more fun to the match." "I have to thank you for that, then. However, I advise you to go all out from the very beginning. Otherwise, this fight will be over very quickly," Alluring Summer said, smiling. Her sweet smile could even melt snow. "Is that so? I'll listen to your suggestion. Then, very soon, I'll show everyone what despair looks like on your face." Silent March sneered. Originally, she had planned to toy with Alluring Summer for a bit. However, she had just changed her mind. Although the audience couldn't hear the conversation between the two women, when they saw the smiles on the women's faces, they somehow felt chills crawl down their spines. The timer above the stage began to count down. 5, 4, 3. Once the countdown began, the audience members focused on the stage, their heart rates increasing. Unlike a duel between ordinary players, experts would descend into a rapid battle as soon as the fight began, pushing their bodies to the limits. If one wanted to view and understand the fight clearly, one needed to pay careful attention. The instant the timer ended, Silent March took action. The necromancer started off by chanting an incantation, her free hand writing one line of runes after another. Her writing was so fast that no one could even see her hand's shadow. Shortly after, a gray magic array formed beside Silent March, stupefying the spectators. Crap! Triple casting. Is she even human? As expected of the Purgatory Legion's vice commander, her strength is absurd. Single casting was already difficult for ordinary players. If a spell's incantation and runes were not chanted and written properly, the spell would be significantly weaker. Extremely few experts were capable of double casting. Not only did players need to get the chant and runes of both spells correct when double casting, but players also needed to be fast. Players needed to complete the chants and runes for both spells within a short time. Otherwise, the system would determine the spell's casting time to be too long, and the system would interrupt the cast. All magical class players dreamed of being able to triple cast. It wasn't something that could be achieved through hard work alone. One needed to be talented. Once a magical class player grasped triple casting, their strength would undergo a qualitative transformation. Fighting a triple caster was like fighting 3 players at once. Moreover, these 3 players would cooperate seamlessly. While everyone was shocked by Silent March's triple casting, Alluring Summer revealed that she could double cast. Unfortunately, the difference between them was like the difference between heaven and earth. Cry out in despair. Silent March revealed a sinister expression as she sneered at Alluring Summer. She then raised her staff and pointed it toward the sky. Immediately, a black magic array appeared above the fighters, covering half of the stage. Tier 1 Curse, Call of Death. A magic array had also appeared beneath Alluring Summer's feet, with chains bones sprouting from the magic array to wrap around the elementalist. Tier 1 Spell, Bone Imprisonment. Meanwhile, sharp spears appeared around Silent March, aimed for Alluring Summer. This was the Tier 1 spell, White Bone Spears. What a pity! This match is going to end as soon as it began, Silent March taunted, smiling gleefully. She then swung her staff and shouted, "Disappear!" The 6-bone spears shot straight for the immobilized elementalist. Chapter 1152, Staff versus Staff. Chapter 1152, Staff versus Staff. Underscore. 1,000 Miles, who relaxed in a VIP room on the 3rd floor, frowned as he watched the scene on the stage. In a reprimanding tone, he muttered, "March is taking this too seriously. She should have at least let Alluring Summer struggle. What is the point of an instant win?" The Evil Dragon Battle Team did not simply want to defeat the Azura Battle Team. More importantly, they aimed for a complete victory. If they won the first match so easily, it would likely affect the payout rate for the Evil Dragon Battle Team's complete victory. He had reminded Silent March to toy with her opponent, creating a misconception for the audience that a complete victory wouldn't be so easy for them. Maple, notify Miracle Dragon and the others right away. Have them ease up a little during the next 2 matches. Understood. The Elementalist, cleansed Maple, immediately sent Miracle Dragon a message. When Silent March revealed her ability to triple cast, not only had she stunned the guild upper echelons watching, but she had also shocked the experts from the various superpowers in the 3rd floor VIP rooms. Is this Silent March a spellcasting genius? Blue Phoenix couldn't believe her eyes. Although she, too, knew how to triple cast, doing so was far more difficult than ordinary people could imagine. The higher a spell's tier was, the more incantations and runes its casting required. After training arduously, she could only cast 2 Tier 1 spells and 1 Tier 0 spell simultaneously, yet Silent March had cast a Tier 1 curse and 2 Tier 2 spells at the same time. While both were capable of triple casting, the difference between them was massive. Tier 0 spells were no threat to a Tier 1 player. Normally, these spells were only used as a distraction. In other words, one of her 3 attacks was negligible. Ordinary experts could generally complete 2 tasks at once. Thus, defending against 2 attacks wasn't difficult. Her opponents only needed to defend against her Tier 1 spells, ignoring her Tier 0 spell altogether. The most a Tier 0 spell could do was deal some minor damage. If an ordinary expert fought her, as long as they were careful, they could even find an opportunity to counterattack and turn the tables. However, of the 3 spells Silent March used, 2 were significant threats, while 1 could deal a killing blow. While ordinary experts could survive against her for some time, Silent March would kill them instantly. Big Sis Endless, Silent March is amazing. Her triple casting can almost rival yours. Cloud Yarn stated, surprised as she watched the stage. She had never imagined that anyone else could reach Endless Scar's standards. She is indeed. However, she is nowhere near as powerful as Endless Yet, the team leader, Breeze Wine, said as he rolled his eyes at Cloud Yarn. Slowly, he explained, Endless relies on her own abilities to cast 3 Tier 1 spells. That woman, on the other hand, is relying on her staff. Her staff? Cloud Yarn grew confused. That's right. That staff is the Crimson Emperor Guild's treasured staff, the Magician's Scepter. This staff has a special effect that provides a 20% error adjustment when spellcasting, Breeze Wine explained as he gazed at the gemstone staff in Silent March's hand. Enviously, he said, Magician's Scepter can improve a magical class's spellcasting tremendously. In the hands of someone like Silent March, that weapon is even more magnificent. Unless that alluring summer can reach endless standards, this fight won't have any meaning. Meanwhile, above the stage, the 6 bone spears transformed into 6 streaks of white light that arrived before alluring summer instantly, every one locked onto the elementalist's vital points. Even without bone imprisonment's restraints, alluring summer couldn't escape the bone spear's attacks unscathed. Die! Silent March sneered. Pung, pung, pung. As the spears were about to strike alluring summer, a layer of ice appeared around the elementalist, encasing her. Not only had ice barrier removed bone imprisonment, but it had also deflected the bone spears. As for the level 42 Lord-ranked Skeleton Knight that Silent March had summoned, it could only watch the elementalist helplessly. Not a bad decision. Unfortunately, ice barrier is an elementalist's most powerful life-saving skill. You can only use it once in this match. What are you going to do once the spell's duration ends? Silent March asked contemptuously. She wielded the Magician's Scepter as well as a peak legacy. She could even challenge a domain realm expert, not to mention alluring summer. However, as Silent March was about to cast another series of spells, she discovered something off about the mana flow above the stage. She tilted her head back to look. The moment she looked up, however, she was startled. A massive, blue magic array gradually formed above the stage. This array was no weaker than her Tier 1 curse. The audience was similarly stunned by this sight. What a decisive move. Even a fool could tell that the magic array was a large-scale destruction spell. Large-scale destruction spells did not differentiate between friend and foe. Everyone within the spell's range was free game. However, Ice Barrier was a life-saving skill that gave its user invulnerability during its duration. Alluring Summer could easily endure her own spell. However, summoners did not have invulnerability skills. If Silent March couldn't defend herself against the large-scale destruction spell, she would definitely die. Boom, boom, boom. As one lightning strike descended after another, over half of the stage had transformed into an electric hell. Even Silent March could not escape the spell's range in time. After the thunderstorm had passed, the battlefield was unrecognizable. Alluring Summer finally emerged from her ice barrier, as everyone assumed that Silent March was dead. The instant Alluring Summer's ice barrier vanished, the previously summoned Skeleton Knight charged out of the smoke and slashed its longsword at the elementalist. Instinctively, Alluring Summer used her blink skill and instantly appeared 15 yards away from her original position, avoiding the Skeleton Knight's chop. "You're still alive?" Alluring Summer was slightly surprised when she saw Silent March reveal herself from the smoke clouds. The necromancer appeared completely unharmed. Her expression, however, was much darker than before. "Good. You are the first person to force me to use my legacy life-saving skill. As a reward, I'll teach you the true meaning of despair." Silent March growled coldly as she stared at Alluring Summer. "In God's domain, While summoners did not possess any life-saving skills that provided invulnerability, necromancers did. The skill's name was Shield of Death. She had kept this trump card hidden. However, Alluring Summer had forced her to expose it. As soon as Silent March finished speaking, she began to chant once more. At the same time, she controlled the Skeleton Knight to attack Alluring Summer. Alluring Summer was forced to dodge the Skeleton Knight's attacks while interrupting Silent March's casting with ice spears. However, Silent March blocked the incoming attacks with Bone Wall. "Rise, my undead army!" As Silent March finished the last verse, skeleton warriors pulled themselves from the ground before her. Some of the warriors wielded longswords and shields, while others wielded battle axes, and some had bows. In the blink of an eye, a small legion had appeared before Silent March. Although the majority of the small legion consisted of level 42 common ranked skeleton warriors, as undead's magic resistance was quite high, even cannon fodder could prove to be troublesome for an elementalist. Furthermore, among the 60-plus skeleton warriors, there were even a few level 42 elite-ranked skeleton warriors equipped with good equipment. This move was none other than Necromancer's trademark skill, Undead Legion. As Silent March's Undead Legion was still a Tier 1 skill, it could only summon 60 common ranked skeleton warriors with a chance to summon elites. Upon reaching Tier 2, however, the Necromancer could summon 100 elite-ranked skeleton warriors with a chance to summon special elites. Everyone fell silent as the skeleton warriors filled the stage. Even MT classes like Guardian Knights and Shield Warriors felt chills crawl down their spines. This numerical advantage was overwhelming. "You want to fight as a group?" Alluring Summer revealed a joyful smile as she grinned at the Undead Legion before her. "Come, then." Saying so, Alluring Summer stored her original staff and retrieved a black scythe from her bag. There were extremely intricate skulls and magical patterns engraved on the scythe. At a glance, it looked like the Grim Reaper's signature weapon. This staff was none other than the staff that dropped from one of the fossilized Tyrannosauruses. Death's Scythe. Chapter 1153, One-Sided Bullying. Chapter 1153, One-Sided Bullying. Hellscythe _ Fluffy Goblin. Chapter 1153, One-Sided Bullying. When Alluring Summer replaced her staff, her aura began to transform. If Alluring Summer had been akin to the warm sun before, then now she was cold like the moon. Moreover, her aura wasn't the only thing that had transformed. A faint layer of gray fog had also appeared around her, obscuring her from sight. "Is that a staff? Why does it look more like a melee weapon rather than an elementalist?" The crowd thought Alluring Summer looked like a god of death. "That weapon is giving off such a powerful oppression. I bet it's an epic weapon. It's a pity that there isn't much point to switching weapons right now. With so many skeleton warriors and the Skeleton Knight, she doesn't have a chance. Silent March is waiting for an opportunity on the other side of the stage, too." "I know, right? The Necromancer class is simply broken in a one-on-one fight." Although the spectators had realized that Alluring Summer's new weapon was quite powerful, a single weapon could not change this battle's outcome. After all, the difference between the fighters' strengths was simply too vast. Watching up to this point, the upper echelons from the various large guilds finally realized just how terrifying a peak class could be. Unlike the rest of the audience, however, Endless Scars, sitting in one of the VIP rooms, carefully observed Death's Sigh in Alluring Summer's hands. The more she observed the weapon, the more her interest grew. Breezewine was also staring at Death's Sigh, his expression growing more thoughtful. "Endless, don't you think that weapon looks just like that weapon recorded in the ancient book?" Breezewine asked. The Midnight Tea Party had explored many extremely dangerous locations. During their adventures, they had found an ancient book in a secret location. Although this book did not have any powerful abilities, it had been passed down since ancient times. Many weapons had been recorded within, and players would consider every one of these weapons godly items. Alluring Summer's current weapon looked very similar to one of the weapons in the ancient book. It looks similar, yet quite different. However, I doubt that's the real thing. No matter how I think about it, it is impossible for current players to get their hands on that weapon. Endless Scars denied Breezewine's conjecture. Suddenly, Silent March began her attack. Immediately, the necromancer directed her skeleton knight and skeleton warriors to attack Alluring Summer from all sides. This way, the elementalist could neither defend herself nor blink away. In the end, Alluring Summer would be surrounded and killed. As the skeleton knight and skeleton warriors inched closer to Alluring Summer, she responded by using the Tier 1 spell, Blizzard. A snowstorm then enveloped an area of 10 by 20 yards, turning every skeleton warrior within range into an ice statue. A damage of over -6,000 appeared above the skeleton warriors' heads. Alluring Summer frowned. These undead monsters' magic resistance was much higher than she had expected. Unless she used a large-scale destruction spell, she couldn't instant-kill these level 42 skeleton warriors with 45,000 HP. Stop wasting your energy. With the skeleton warriors' magic resistance, the damage they receive from Tier 1 spells is reduced by 70%. Even if you've switched to an epic weapon, you are still no match for them, Silent March said, sneering. Or do you think that you can bridge the gap with one measly epic weapon? Don't forget that I have my own epic staff. As soon as Silent March spoke, 6 white bone spears appeared around her once more. You had used your life-saving skill to defend against this attack. I want to see how you survive this time. Silent March shouted and swung her staff down. Immediately, the 6 bone spears flew towards Alluring Summer. Seeing this, the audience assumed that this match was over. Regarding basic attributes or class, Silent March was greatly superior to Alluring Summer. It was impossible for Alluring Summer to secure victory by relying on one epic staff. It's over. However, the Azura Battle team has not lost this match in vain. Without any advantages, the loss isn't unusual. The crowd couldn't help but pity the Azura Battle team. Although both battle teams had the support of a guild, the difference between Zero Wing and Miracle was massive. In the previous competition, the Azura Battle team had relied on their basic attributes, weapons, and equipment to achieve victory. Unfortunately, they were weaker than the Evil Dragon Battle team in every aspect. Boom! As an explosion rang through the battlefield, smoke and dust flew into the air. Silent March frowned, confused as she looked at Alluring Summer, who stood amidst the dust and smoke. Alluring Summer had only evaded the 6 bone spears. The elementalist had not bothered to use skills to defend herself. No magical class expert would make such a simple mistake. For bone spears had struck Alluring Summer, her HP falling below 50%. As long as she launched another volley with the white bone spears, she could take the elementalist's life. In reality, even if Silent March didn't attack, her skeletons could defeat Alluring Summer easily. Giving up already? Silent March could not help but laugh. Giving up. Alluring Summer shook her head. Chuckling, she said, I have not given up. On the contrary, I owe you my thanks. Thanks. Silent March was confused. Thank me for suppressing you with my overwhelming strength. No, this death sigh is a very special staff. Only when its user's HP is below 50% can display its true potential, Alluring Summer said, helplessness filling her voice as she gazed at the scythe in her hand. Are you trying to say that you can defeat me once you have less than half of your HP? Silent March could not help but grin at the elementalist, glaring at the woman with contempt and ridicule. She had 3 epic items on her right now, and every one of them had astonishing effects. She hadn't even used one of their effects thus far. Alluring Summer was dreaming if she thought she could beat her with some epic staff. No, not defeat. Chuckling, Alluring Summer said, "This will just be one-sided bullying." Silent March was instantly furious upon hearing Alluring Summer's confidence. Lightly waving her magician's scepter, she activated one of the staff skills. Mana Amplification increases the effects of all skills used by caster by 500% for 10 seconds. Cooldown, 2 hours. Now, Silent March was even strong enough to face a Grand Lord of the same level. Immediately, 30 white bone spears appeared around Silent March. Moreover, every one contained more power than the previous spears. The audience was flabbergasted. Crap, this is just too overpowered. She's too strong. Even 10 of me couldn't take her on. Is this the strength of the Purgatory Legion's vice commander? If these players had thought that they had any hope against an expert like Silent March, then now she felt like an invincible monster. Turn to Ash. Silent March waved her staff towards Alluring Summer. Xiao, xiao, xiao. The 30-bone spears flew towards Elementalist, leaving her with no space to dodge. I was waiting for this. Alluring Summer was unperturbed in the face of the incoming spears. On the contrary, she appeared excited. Gripping Death's scythe tightly in both hands, she swung the weapon down towards the enemy necromancer. Pung! The sound of glass shattering reached the spectators. The space before Alluring Summer then split like 2 halves of a broken window, following which both the incoming bone spears and the Skeleton Legion turned into ash and dust. Although Silent March tried to say something, she suddenly collapsed to the ground. Her vision faded to gray before she saw nothing but a black void. Before everyone could react, the system signaled the match's end, the sound echoing throughout the arena. The victor's name appeared above the stage. Victor, Alluring Summer. Chapter 1154, 12 Great Legendary Staffs. Chapter 1154, 12 Great Legendary Staffs. Hellscythe _ Fluffy Goblin. Chapter 1154, 12 Great Legendary Staffs. Seeing the victor's ID hovering above the stage, silence reigned over the competition venue. For a moment, it seemed as if this silence had blanketed the world. The match's outcome confused everyone. No matter how they looked at it, Silent March should have won this match with ease. Alluring Summer simply had no hope of winning, yet she had overturned the match with a single skill. Everything had happened so suddenly that, before they even realized it, Silent March, who had 100% of her HP remaining, was dead. What just happened? Silent March was defeated. What kind of attack was that? Many people's eyes widened in shock when they watched the replay. However, even in the end, they hadn't seen Alluring Summer's attack process. From beginning to end, Alluring Summer had only lightly swung her scythe. After that, the space before Alluring Summer had split in half, killing the undead and Silent March, who had been 30 yards away, instantly. In God's domain, ranged attacks normally had a trajectory indicator. For example, when Silent March had fired the white bone spears at Alluring Smile, the spectators had seen trajectory indicators for a brief moment, allowing them to predict where the attacks would land. However, Alluring Summer's attack hadn't displayed any trajectory indicators. It was as if Alluring Summer had struck Silent March the moment she swung Death's Sigh. Big Sis Endless. I just watched the replay multiple times, and I couldn't see any indicators. Does Alluring Summer's skill Not use them? Cloud Yarn could not help but ask. If she were to point out who knew the most about God's domain, then it would definitely be Endless Scars. If Endless Scars didn't know something that no one else in the team would either, you don't need to look for them. Her attack does not have any trajectory indicators. Endless Scar's eyes shone with excitement as she stared at the scythe in alluring Summer's hands. I really didn't expect this. Although it isn't the real deal, I'm shocked to see that Zero Wing has obtained such a weapon. Silent March had not lost without reason. Breezewine nodded in agreement with Endless Scars' words, fear filling his eyes as he looked at alluring Summer's weapon. He was certain that the weapon alluring Summer wielded was a replica of one of God's domain's 12 great legendary staffs, Death's Sigh. As for the weapon being the real deal, that was very unlikely. According to the ancient book, the real article had been destroyed long ago. Even a blacksmith god couldn't repair it. Thus, he was absolutely confident that the elementalist's Death's Sigh was a replica. However, the imitation was considerably similar to the real thing if it could even use dimensional fracture. Dimensional fracture was an unblockable skill. Even invulnerability could not stop it. Dimensional fracture ignored distance and all forms of protection. When activated, the skill would even penetrate invincible defenses and attack the target directly. It was rumored that the real Death's Sigh could instant-kill any creature below Tier 6. Of course, that was only a rumor. Moreover, alluring Summer only wielded a replica. Even so, a replica should have no problems instant-killing a Tier 1 magical class player. She's dead. Phoenix Rain was somewhat confused after watching the match's outcome. This one was too sudden. She hadn't been prepared for such an outcome. Rather than calling this a PvP match, it had been a one-sided display of power. Damn it! Damn it! Thousand Miles's eyes radiated killing intent as he glared at alluring Summer. He wanted to rush onto the stage and kill the elementalist back to level 0. This single loss had foiled his plans to annihilate the Azura battle team. He had bet tons of resources on the evil dragon battle team achieving a complete victory. Now that his plan had failed, why wouldn't he be furious? He had intended to use those resources to compete for the authority over Thunder Island. Now, however, they were gone. Very quickly, Thousand Miles calmed himself down. He turned to Cleansed Maple and said, "Notify Miracle Dragon immediately. I don't want to see them lose another match. I want them to go all out in the next 2 fights." Now that a complete victory was no longer possible, they could only defeat the Azura battle team and recuperate their losses from the competition's winnings. Many large guilds had come to participate in the upcoming auction. Before the auction began, however, many of these guilds would try their luck and bet on the competition. As long as the evil dragon battle team won, their winnings might make up for the losses they suffered. Hence, Thousand Miles was now taking the competition seriously and refused to give the Azura battle team any hope of victory. However, compared to Thousand Miles's rage, Abandoned Wave had nearly gone mad in another VIP room. Abandoned Wave had bet practically all of his guild's resources on the evil dragon battle team's complete victory. He could not afford for the team to lose even a single match. Zero Wing. Abandoned Wave's eyes were bloodshot as he glared at Shurfeng's group below the stage. Zero Wing had spoiled several of his plans now. He resolved himself for the final struggle. Drunkard, notify the Beast Emperor and tell him that I'm willing to become an evil god apostle. Moreover, I'll sacrifice 1 million players to him. However, I want both Stone Forest Town and Zero Wing annihilated. Guild leader. Laughing Drunkard panicked at Abandoned Wave's command. The Blackwater Corporation's upper echelons wanted to develop the guild. if they sacrificed the guild members, these upper echelons would not let Abandoned Wave off the hook, regardless of his position as young Master Jing's trusted aide. Relax. I won't use our guild's members. In any case, contact the Beast Emperor, Abandoned Wave said. Despite such a reply, Laughing Drunkard still thought that Abandoned Wave had lost his mind. The Beast Emperor was an extremely mysterious fellow. Every time they had met, the man's face had been wrapped in bandages. They had never seen his true appearance. Even the name of Beast Emperor was a fake. The Beast Emperor had sought them out, stating that he could help them achieve great things. However, he had a condition. They must become evil god apostles. After hearing his deal, they researched what it meant to become an evil god apostle. Only after investigating the matter did they understand how horrible it would be to become an evil god apostle. Becoming one would make them an enemy to almost everyone in the game. Moreover, after becoming an evil god apostle, unless one deleted their accounts and restarted, they would remain an evil god apostle forever. Furthermore, if NPCs captured them, their accounts would be useless. Hence, Abandoned Wave had refused to become an evil god apostle, content with conducting trades with the Beast Emperor. Enough. Just do as I say. I'll explain things to young Master Jing, Abandoned Wave coldly ordered as he shot the motionless Laughing Drunkard a glare. Understood. With no other option, Laughing Drunkard left the room, traveling to where he usually met the Beast Emperor. As the competition's first round had come to an end, the audience quickly shifted its attention to the second round. The second round was a 2-on-2 battle. Unlike one-on-one matches, players could rely on teamwork to display even greater power. The instant the Evil Dragon Battle team declared their participating members, the spectators' expressions grew serious. They can't be serious, right? It seems that the Evil Dragon Battle team is pissed off now. They sent those two to fight. This trip was really worth it. Many large guild upper echelons and superpower members grew excited when they saw the names of the Evil Dragon Battle team's representatives for the second round. For the second round, the Evil Dragon Battle team dispatched the Witch of the West, Alice, and the Speedstar, Starstreak. Both these players were famous experts from Miracle. Even super guilds had to take these two players very seriously. Chapter 1155, Swapping Weapons. Chapter 1155, Swapping Weapons. Hellscythe _ Fluffy Goblin. Chapter 1155, Swapping Weapons. As everyone watched, Alice and Starstreak slowly walked onto the stage. Although neither spoke a word, just by standing on the stage, the audience could feel an intense pressure emanating from the two. So strong. That is the Witch of the West. Shock filled Blue Phoenix's eyes as she stared at the confidently smiling, blonde, doll-like girl on the stage. Although Alice currently wore a black cloak, she had not bothered to hide her appearance or equipment. Thus, Blue Phoenix could determine that the witch wore the Flaming Sun set equipment. The Flaming Sun was a level 50 fine gold set equipment for elementalists. The set had a total of 8 pieces. Blue Phoenix had recognized the set because the Dragon Phoenix Pavilion also possessed the chest piece. That was one of the several pieces of equipment they had obtained after killing a level 55 Grand Lord in a temple ruin in the Apocalypse Empire. Yet Alice wore the complete set. That was a level 50 fine gold set equipment they were talking about. Why wouldn't she be shocked? After reaching level 50, even mysterious iron equipment became very difficult to obtain, much less fine gold set equipment. The Flaming Sun set equipment had a slightly unique effect. After gathering all 8 pieces, players could equip the set at level 45. In other words, Alice was at least level 45. She even surpassed the first-ranked player on the Fire Dragon Empire's ranking list. When pairing Alice's superb combat standards with the level 50 Flaming Sunset equipment and level 45, she was practically invincible among current players. Miracle really is impressive. I never expected that they had secretly conquered the temple ruins. Phoenix Rain's expression darkened as she watched Alice. She had wanted to conquer those ruins for a long time. The ruins contained a treasure called the Fire Gods, something she sorely needed. Now that the Witch of the West wore the complete Flaming Sunset equipment, this meant that the temple ruins must have been cleared. Needless to say, they must have taken that treasure. She had planned to use the Fire Gods, as a trump card on Thunder Island. Now that Miracle had it, her chances of success had decreased. Moreover, Phoenix Rain did not doubt that Alice currently had the Fire Gods, equipped. If the information she had found described the item correctly, there was no point in competing in the second round. Why haven't you sent anyone up yet? I don't want to wait here all day, Alice asked indifferently as her aqua-blue eyes gazed down at Sure Fong beneath the stage. Although Silent March's defeat had surprised her as well, it had only increased her interest in Alluring Summer. As for the other members of the Azura battle team, she didn't care about them at all. She only wanted a quick end to this boring farce. Please wait a moment. We are still swapping weapons, Sure Fong said. Swapping weapons. Starstreak glanced at Alluring Summer, who stood beside Sure Fong, curiously. Immediately, his expression tensed. Alluring Summer had just passed her death sigh to Violet Cloud. Suddenly, a question popped into his mind. Wasn't that staff supposed to be an elementalist staff? Moreover, when he recalled the skill Alluring Smile had used with Death's Sigh, he grew more serious. Damn, the Azura battle team is simply too cunning. They're passing the staff they used in the first round to the person fighting in the second. Genius! The competition has no rules limiting weapons or equipment to one person. With this, the next match will be interesting to watch. Naturally, the audience noticed Violet Cloud receive Death's Sigh. An excited discussion swept through the venue. They had already witnessed Dimensional Fracture's might, and they had to admit that it was extremely powerful. If the skill were used again, they might see a replay from the first round. When Thousand Miles saw this, his expression twisted, yet he couldn't accuse the Azura battle team of cheating as there were no rules against their actions. While everyone chatted among themselves, Sure Fong and Violet Cloud approached the stage, following which the name list for the second round was officially announced on the floating screen above the arena. Elementalist Alice and Assassin Starstreak versus Swordsman Yi Fong and Cleric Violet Cloud. Everyone was confused about the Azura battle team's choice of classes. In terms of classes, both sides had their own advantages. Both the Elementalist and Assassin class were classes with high burst damage. If Alice and Starstreak worked together, they could easily instant-kill a player. On the other hand, the combination of Swordsman and Cleric was more suited for attrition battles. With a Cleric support, the Swordsman could fight without worrying too much about defense. However, against a pure burst damage combination, the Swordsman and Cleric combination would be at a huge disadvantage. If Alice and Starstreak combined their attacks, the two could easily kill Sure Fong before Violet Cloud could heal him. The Azura battle team should have fielded a Swordsman and an Assassin instead. Is the Azura battle team trying to rely on the move from the previous match and sending their sole remaining magical class player onto the stage? Everyone had their guesses. Staff weapons could only be used by magical class players. Among the 5 members the Azura battle team had brought to the Dark Arena, excluding Alluring Summer, Violet Cloud was the only magical class player remaining. Taking Death's Sigh into consideration, it wasn't surprising to send Violet Cloud into the second round. You can't be hoping to rely on the move that killed March to defeat us, right? Alice asked Sherfong. Laughing, she continued, I admit that the move is indeed powerful. However, its flaws are obvious. If we didn't know about the skill, it would certainly kill us. However, we know about it already. As long as we treat that cleric like a melee player, we can easily disable the move. Furthermore, you have to face Starstreak and me, not March. Or do you think that you will have an opportunity to use that skill? Alice hadn't spoken quietly. Hence, the audience had heard her clearly. Some of the players who originally thought that the Azura battle team had a chance of victory couldn't help but agree with Alice's words. Although the Azura battle team's plan was a good one, had they forgotten who their opponents were? They were talking about the Witch of the West and Speedstar. If the two worked together, even if they hadn't known about Death's Sigh, they could easily emerge victorious. No, I believe you have misunderstood two things. First, Death's Sigh isn't an elementalist-specific weapon, Sherfong said, waving his hand. Second, Alluring Summer didn't loan this weapon to Violet Cloud. Rather, Violet Cloud had loaned the weapon to Alluring Summer. It has simply been returned. The venue fell silent after Sherfeng's explanation. Nobody could believe what he had just said. Such a lethal weapon wasn't actually an elementalist weapon. Only a fool would believe that. A bluff. This is definitely a bluff. That's right. How could a weapon like that be meant for a cleric? Everybody instinctively rejected Sherfeng's declaration. They all knew how massive the impact would be to use a weapon not suited for one's class. It would be impossible to exert the weapon's full power. Looking back at the power Alluring Summer had displayed with Death's Sigh, that weapon should be meant for elementalists. As everyone assumed that Sherfong had been bluffing, the competition's timer began to count down. Chapter 1156, Inborn Witch. Chapter 1156, Inborn Witch. Hellscythe_Vampire Cat. Chapter 1156, Inborn Witch. Although Sherfong had not spoken loudly, every word he said made everyone present shudder involuntarily, particularly the members of the evil dragon battle team, who had thought that they were already at the cusp of victory, now wore stiff expressions on their faces. He must have deliberately said those words to disrupt Alice's and Starstreak's mental states. Does he really take us for fools? Since they're too weak, they can only use small tricks like these to have any hopes of winning. That's right. It's a pity that their opponents this time are Alice and Starstreak. Even if what he said is true, it won't change the outcome of this match. He's just bluffing. Let's see how Alice will take care of them in a moment. None of the evil dragon battle team members believed Sherfeng's words. They all began laughing in ridicule as they looked at Sherfong and Violet Cloud. Is it really a bluff? Unlike his teammates, however, Miracle Dragon continued scrutinizing Sherfong. However, even after observing the swordsman for some time, he did not discover any awkwardness on Sherfeng's face. On the contrary, Sherfeng's eyes were practically glowing with confidence. Seeing this convinced Miracle Dragon that the swordsman's words were true. If Sherfong was telling the truth, and that Death's Sigh was actually a weapon meant for clerics, then the current Violet Cloud was definitely a very threatening cleric. However, even after coming to this conclusion, Miracle Dragon did not bother doing anything. He only smiled as he silently watched the timer above the stage count down slowly. Everything was just as Alice said. Violet Cloud might be a threat in this match, but she wouldn't be able to control its outcome. If the Azura battle team really thought they could win this match, then they were seriously underestimating the Miracle Guild. When only 5 seconds remained on the timer, Alice and Starstreak, who had been motionless all this while, suddenly moved. Alice directly chose to distance herself over 30 yards away from Surefong and Violet Cloud. Meanwhile, Starstreak circled around to Violet Cloud's side. His motive could not be any more obvious: to kill Violet Cloud first. When Alice was 35 yards away, she took out a crimson wooden staff, which had a crimson flame burning at its tip, the flame looking just like an eye that could see through everything. The moment this staff appeared, fire-type mana began massing rampantly around Alice, the mana casting a faint red glow around the elementalist. At this moment, it was as if Alice had become the goddess of fire. Although I don't know whether your words are true or not, the fact that you've exposed your trump card so soon will only lead to your miserable defeat. After Alice completed her preparations, she smiled faintly at Surefong. Right as she finished speaking, the timer above the battlefield hit 0. At the same time, Alice began chanting. Although she was only double casting right now, her chanting and writing speeds were much faster than silent marches. In the blink of an eye, a massive crimson magic array appeared before Alice. A tornado of flames then emerged from the magic array and extended rapidly towards Surefong and Violet Cloud. At the same time, a gigantic dark blue magic array formed beneath the swordsman's and the cleric's feet, freezing the ground beneath them completely. Ice-cold fog then rose from the ground, enveloping a radius of 15 yards. This scene stupefied the audience members. This is the Witch of the West. She is simply a monster. Blue Phoenix's eyes were wide open as she stared at the stage, her heart twinging with helplessness like never before. The two spells Alice displayed were the Tier 1 Curse Torrent of Flames and the Tier 1 Curse Freezing Fog. Although both these spells were extraordinarily powerful, they were extremely difficult to learn. Moreover, their casting times were also considerably long. Blue Phoenix herself needed around 3 seconds to cast either of those spells. In a PvP match between experts, these spells were simply too impractical. Nevertheless, despite double casting 2 curses, Alice had managed to complete them in less than 2 seconds. This casting speed was unbelievable, as expected of the Witch of the West. To think she has managed to grasp even the technique to double cast Tier 1 curses. Phoenix Rain wore a grim expression as she looked at Surefong and Violet Cloud, who were about to face an assault from ice and flames. Magical class players were generally countered by speed-based classes due to their weak melee capabilities and long casting times. However, in their research into the combat techniques of God's domain, the various superpowers had discovered a technique to shorten the casting time of spells, speed casting, which even allowed some higher-tiered spells to be cast instantaneously. In God's domain, the purpose of chanting incantations and writing runes was to assist in forming an accurate magic array and hasten the gathering of mana for a spell. The higher the accuracy of a magic array, the higher the completion rate of the spell cast. Meanwhile, the higher the completion rate of a spell, the greater the power said spell could display. At 50% skill completion rate, the system would determine a skill to be effective and allow its activation. Hence, as long as players managed to visualize a sufficiently accurate magic array in their minds, they could still use a spell successfully, even without chanting or writing. Only, the higher tiered a spell was, the more complex its magic array would be, which naturally made imaging the magic array in one's mind more difficult. If one wished to accomplish this, they needed to go through a long adaptation process. Meanwhile, speed casting was a technique that required players to form a prototype mental magic array of sorts while using incantations and runes to compensate for the imperfections in the magic array. By doing so, players could save up on plenty of time. Although the principles sounded very simple, in actual practice, the technique was extremely challenging, not to mention applying it in double casting. This was no longer a feat that was achievable through hard work. Fortunately for Alice, She was wielding the fire god's eye, which Phoenix Rain had been hoping to obtain all this time. The fire god's eye had a passive effect that improved the skill completion rate of fire-type spells by 5% and other types of spells by 3%. While this increase might seem very small, it could allow elementalists that were still a step away from grasping speed casting to grasp the technique, raising their combat power to a whole new level. At the same time as Alice launched her attack, Starstreak had entered stealth and was waiting for an opportunity to land a fatal blow on Violet Cloud. Icefire Domain. She's using her trademark move right off the bat. The corners of Sure Feng's mouth twitched as he looked at the approaching tornado of flames. The Icefire Domain was Alice's trademark. She would first use ice-type spells to restrict her opponent's movements, then follow up by attacking with a large-scale fire-type spell. The combination of these two opposing elements would amplify the power of both spells exponentially. When she used this move against an MT of the same level, even if said MT had activated a life-saving skill, they would either die instantly or have most of their HP taken away. "It's up to you now," Shifeng said softly as he looked at Violet Cloud. Nodding, Violet Cloud began twirling the scythe in her hands while chanting an incantation. Boom! When the tornado of flames came into contact with the icy fog, like a keg of gunpowder coming into contact with fire, a massive explosion ensued, releasing a torrent of blue and crimson mana. Even Alice, who stood quite a distance away, had her mage robes blown back by the resulting shockwave. As for Starstreak, who was relatively close to the epicenter of the explosion, he nearly got swept off his feet. The power of the attack greatly surpassed that of a Tier 1 curse. The explosion engulfed everything within 20 yards of Shifeng and Violet Cloud, the range of the attack surpassing even that of Alice's freezing fog. This range could already rival that of a large-scale destruction spell. Chapter 1157, Speed Contest. Chapter 1157, Speed Contest. Hellscythe_Vampire Cat. Chapter 1157, Speed Contest. As the explosion came to a roaring and the rampant mana also gradually began to dissipate. Meanwhile, the might of Alice's Icefire Domain had stupefied the many experts present. Everybody capable of taking part in the Dark Arena was someone of high status and position. Among them, there was no lack of powerful experts from large guilds. At this moment, however, every one of these experts had their breaths taken away by the Witch of the West, particularly those magical class experts, who even found themselves gasping for air when they witnessed this scene. Spell combination. This is too amazing. It's a true spell combination. Someone has actually managed to turn theory into reality. So this is the Witch of the West. At this moment, the magical class players present could not help but want to rewatch the earlier scene several hundred times. Double speed casting was already plenty amazing. However, using it as a base, the Witch of the West had displayed an even stronger ability, and that was spell combination. This was a peak technique that countless magical class players dreamed of bringing off. In God's Domain, the sight of melee classes combining the strength of their attacks was no longer rare. However, the difficulty of superpositioning two different types of spells was much, much greater than that of stacking the strength of melee attacks. The reason for this was, firstly, players had less control over their spells than over their bodies. Secondly, one's grasp of timing needed to be extremely accurate. Due to these two reasons, spell combination was deemed to be an impossible technique. Yet, now, the Witch of the West had displayed that technique before everybody. Isn't she a little too strong? If she's grasped spell combination, no player in the same tier can match her. Cloud Yarn was filled with shock as she looked at Alice, who was standing proudly on the stage right now. The other members of the Midnight Tea Party agreed with Cloud Yarn's words. From the destructive power, they saw. They could tell that the effect of spell combination was much stronger than that of strength stacking. Even just the combination of two ordinary Tier 1 spells resulted in a power that could rival that of a Tier 2 spell. Being able to cast Tier 2 spells as a Tier 1 player would provide one with an overwhelming advantage over others, not to mention being capable of combining two Tier 1 curses together. Anyone who did not possess a defensive skill that provided invulnerability would be killed instantly. What a pity! Endless Scars could not help but sigh as she took another look at the Azura battle team. Her view of the battle was mostly the same as her teammates. However, unlike them, she did not consider Alice invincible among those of the same tier. At the very least, among the experts she knew, there were many that could contend against Alice. One of the said experts was none other than the sword King Black Flame, whom she had met just recently. Unfortunately, Black Flame was not participating in this competition. Otherwise, there would definitely be an interesting fight to watch if the two of them fought. Just as everyone believed that the Azura battle team's members had already been killed and was waiting for the system to announce the victors, two vague figures appeared standing amid the scattering smoke. They managed to survive even that. Everyone could not help but grow confused. Even an MT with their life-saving skill activated would most likely die when going up against that kind of destructive power, not to mention a swordsman and a cleric, which were inferior to MTs when it came to HP and defense. The instant Violet Cloud's figure emerged, Starstreak, who had been looking for an opportunity to strike all this time, activated shadow steps and dove straight into the smoke clouds. He then stabbed his pitch-black dagger at the back of the petite figure before him. Starstreak completed the entire process like flowing water. He made no sound whatsoever as he moved, and included no excess movements in his actions. Immediately, the pitch-black dagger struck at Violet Cloud at a speed invisible to the naked eye. Ambush! Dang! Sparks flew into the surroundings as the clangor of metal clashing resounded throughout the stage. Amid the little sparks, one could faintly see a longsword wrapped in blue lightning holding back the advance of Starstreak's pitch-black dagger. He blocked it. Starstreak was inwardly surprised. However, as a peak expert, he would not fall back just because one of his attacks failed to land. He promptly adjusted his previous strategy as he flipped the silver dagger in his left hand into a reverse grip. In the next moment, the silver dagger began emitting cold air. He then activated the epic-ranked Frosttooth's strongest skill, Frostburst, at Surefoam and Violet Cloud. Frostburst was a skill that dealt a large amount of ice-type damage in a fan-shaped area before the user. At the same time, the skill would also freeze all creatures within the affected area for 5 seconds. Even if one used a control removal skill, they would still be affected by Frostburst's other effect, which reduced the movement speed and attack speed of all enemies within a 20-yard radius for 10 seconds. With this, Starstreak would have an absolute advantage throughout the skill's duration. Boom! The space before Starstreak immediately turned into a world of frost, following which he used Absolute Strike and struck at Violet Cloud once more. Pung! However, before he could reach his target, Starstreak, who had transformed into a streak of shadow, found himself stopped without warning. It was as if his entire person had crashed into a wall. What's going on? Starstreak was thoroughly bewildered. At this moment, there was actually an invisible wall before him. Meanwhile, not only had this invisible wall stopped his absolute strike, but even the ice burst he used before had been blocked. Both Surefoam and Violet Cloud were completely unharmed. In the next moment, the invisible wall shattered, and a blue sword light suddenly struck at Starstreak. The link between the two processes was simply perfect, giving Starstreak practically no time to react. Pung! In the nick of time, Starstreak managed to move a dagger into the path of the blue sword light. However, as soon as Starstreak stopped this sword light, several more followed in rapid succession, every one of them targeted at the assassin's weak points. What fast swordsmanship! Starstreak hurriedly brandished his 2 daggers to fend off the onslaught. Each time he repulsed an attack, it felt like a hammer pounding his arms, the resulting vibrations inflicting pain. Meanwhile, watching the numerous sword lights interweaving with one another, the audience was dazzled by what they saw. Everyone could only see the afterimages of the hands of both sides. They could not see the swords and daggers clashing against one another at all. The speed of the battle had everyone holding their breath. In the blink of an eye, dozens of attacks had been exchanged. If Starstreak was careless for even a moment, he would definitely get hit. How are his attacks so fast? After receiving dozens of attacks, Starstreak was confounded. Frostburst could reduce the speed of all enemies within 20 yards, yet the speed of Shurfeng's attacks did not seem to have been affected whatsoever. If not for Starstreak being an agility-based assassin, Shurfeng's attacks would have struck him by now. However, what Starstreak did not know was that the opponent he currently faced was a level 49 swordsman equipped with the level 50 magic light set equipment, as well as a fragmented legendary item. If not for Shurfeng's speed having been reduced, he would have long since defeated Starstreak in their contest of speed. Seeing as Shurfeng had already secured the advantage, Starstreak had no other choice but to activate his Berserk skill. Once he activated his Berserk skill, he intended to force back Shurfeng and open a distance between them to prevent the swordsman from furthering his assault. Then, he would look for an opportunity to strike. After all, an assassin did not have many advantages against a swordsman in a frontal clash. With this in mind, right when their weapons were about to clash once more, Starstreak activated his Berserk skill, Phantom, his strength and speed soaring by a large margin. In the next instant, both his daggers abruptly struck at the killing ray in Shurfeng's hand. Pung! Starstreak felt like he had just attacked a steel wall, both his hands aching from the resulting vibrations. In contrast, the arm Shurfeng used to swing killing ray only trembled slightly. Impossible! Starstreak was stunned. Chapter 1158, Different Level of Competition. Chapter 1158, Different Level of Competition. Hellscythe_Vampire Cat. Chapter 1158, Different Level of Competition. Starstreak knew full well the pros and cons of his Berserk skill, Phantom. However, even though Phantom provided only a 50% increase to his strength, which was lower than what some other Berserk skills provided, when combined with his equipment, even repulsing a berserker of the same level was child's play to him. Yet, now even such a huge boost to his strength did next to nothing to change the result of his clash with Shurfeng. Thinking up to this point, Starstreak suddenly came up with an incredible thought. Shurfeng had not been going all out at all during their previous clashes. As for the possibility of Shurfeng having activated a Berserk skill as well, it was simply impossible. Berserk skills would manifest on a player's body one way or another when activated. Moreover, the strength of a player's aura would also increase. Currently, however, Shurfeng showed no such signs. Hence, the only possibility was that Shurfeng had been hiding his strength. Thinking up to this point, Starstreak could not help but shudder. Shurfeng's basic attributes were actually so high that he could hold his ground even after Starstreak had activated his Berserk skill. Although Starstreak had only briefly fallen into shock, this duration was enough for peak experts like Shurfeng to land a killing blow. Disappear. Illusory shadow. 6 blue sword lights struck at Starstreak from 6 different angles. Starstreak instinctively defended himself with his daggers. However, the instant his daggers came into contact with the sword lights, his complexion immediately darkened. The sword lights had actually moved through his daggers unhindered. It was as if these sword lights were phantoms that did not possess a physical body. Just as the 6 sword lights were about to land on Starstreak's body, the assassin gnashed his teeth and reluctantly used Vanish. His entire person then disappeared from everyone's sight. The brief invulnerability provided by Vanish also neutralized the 6 sword lights. After disappearing, Starstreak did not retreat. Instead, he chose to launch another assault. This time, he used the ultimate move of the epic dagger. He wielded with his other hand Toothblade. 3 phantoms suddenly appeared around Shifeng, a white eagle, a hungry wolf, and a black bear. Starstreak and the 3 phantoms then attacked Shifeng from 4 different directions. At the same time, Starstreak himself remained in stealth, so Shifeng could not see what exactly he was doing. Vanish was a life-saving skill that forcibly placed one into a stealth state for 3 seconds. During these 3 seconds, so long as one did not do anything, they would remain in a forced stealth state. In other words, not only could Vanish be used to escape, but it could also be used to attack. A majority of the information a human received from their surroundings came from one's vision. Hence, it was extremely difficult for one to defend against an attack that they could not see, not to mention doing so while receiving other attacks. One's vision would automatically shift their brain's focus towards the things that they could see, and this only made it even more difficult for one to defend against an attack that they could not see. Dang, dang, dang. A series of metal clashing sounds echoed throughout the battlefield. What decisiveness! Starstreak's mouth twitched as he looked at the completely unscathed swordsman before him. The instant he launched his attack, Shifeng had activated Defensive Blade without hesitation, preventing Starstreak from doing any damage whatsoever. However, this was also a good outcome, as Shifeng no longer possessed any life-saving skills. Furthermore, Starstreak's Toothblade skill had a duration of 10 seconds. He could definitely finish off Shifeng during this period. On the other side, Alice had also begun chanting an incantation. With a light wave of her staff, over a dozen ice arrows and fireballs appeared around Alice. She then sent the attacks flying at Shifeng and Violet Cloud. At this moment, Violet Cloud was also done chanting her own incantation as she slammed the Butt of Death's Sigh on the ground. Immediately, over 100 pitch-black blades appeared around Violet Cloud, densely circulating around her body. This scene instantly stunned everyone in the arena. How can this be? Endless Scarza's eyes widened, her mind utterly confused as she looked at the scythe in Violet Cloud's hands. Could that possibly be the real deal? According to the ancient book she read, these 100-plus dark blades should be the manifestation of Shadow Rage, the strongest skill of Death's Sigh. The only thing different was that the information recorded regarding Shadow Rage stated that it would summon thousands of Shadow Blades when activated, each one possessing the power to heavily injure even Tier 5 monsters. When these blades were concentrated, they could slay even gods. Just as Endless Scars was entertaining such thoughts, Violet Cloud controlled the Shadow Blades to counter the approaching ice spears and fireballs. She also sent some to attack Starstreak. Upon seeing this, Starstreak immediately panicked. He hurriedly controlled his 3 phantom beasts to defend him from the oncoming Shadow Blades. Dang, dang, dang. The power packed within the Shadow Blades was massive. Even when Alice combined the power of the ice spears and fireballs, the spells had only managed to slow down the speed of the Shadow Blades and weaken their power slightly. The blades still proceeded to fly towards Alice after shattering the Elementalist spells. Meanwhile, on Starstreak's side, despite him having activated his Berserk skill already, he just barely managed to defend against the Shadow Blades with the help of his 3 phantom beasts. However, every Shadow Blade he blocked numbed his arms. His HP also decreased by over 200 each time. On the other hand, Alice was brimming with excitement rather than feeling anxious. Waving the fire god's eye, she suddenly formed a massive crimson magic array before her. Just as the shadow blades were about to land on Alice's body, the ground in front of her suddenly shattered. A flaming hand then emerged from the fissure and blocked all the oncoming shadow blades, following which the fissure on the ground grew steadily larger. Shortly after, another hand emerged from it, the two hands appearing as if they were trying to rend the ground and clamber up. How can this be? She can summon the Flame King all by herself? Phoenix Rain was deeply shocked as she looked at the flame giant, which was slowly climbing into the stage right now. The reason why she wanted to obtain the fire god's eye was not just its ability to improve the completion rate of spells. More importantly, it could summon the Flame Monarch from hell. However, summoning the Flame Monarch required a large amount of mana, roughly 10 magical class players' mana. If she had the Flame Monarch's strength, claiming 2 monster encampments on Thunder Island would not be impossible. Meanwhile, the fact that Alice had managed to summon the Flame Monarch by relying on only her own power was simply inconceivable for Phoenix Rain. The appearance of the Flame King made the audience members gasp. Flame Monarch, elemental creature, Grand Lord. Level 65, HP 60, 000, 000/60, 000/000. Now that the evil dragon battle team had summoned a level 65 Grand Lord to assist them, there was no longer a need to continue this match. Not to mention 2 experts. Even 20 experts would be cannon fodder when going up against a level 65 Grand Lord. As a matter of fact, regardless of how Violet Cloud tried to attack Alice using her shadow blades, the Flame Monarch blocked all her attacks without any difficulty. The Grand Lord was like an indestructible wall. That move of yours really is amazing. I never thought that I would have to use this trump card of mine. However, this match is as good as over now. Although the Flame King I summoned isn't in its completed form, it still possesses the strength of a Grand Lord. You two have no chance of winning. You might as well give up now. At this moment, Alice's complexion was slightly pale. As for her mana, not a single point remained at the moment. However, the pride in her eyes was unwavering. Flame Monarch, show them your strength. At Alice's order, the Flame Monarch roared, its voice echoing throughout the arena. Immediately after, the air on the stage began steaming as columns of fire shot up from the ground. The columns of fire then transformed into massive fireballs, their numbers reaching 36. Every fireball was the size of a house. One could just imagine what kind of scene would occur when these massive fireballs landed on the ground. The audience members felt their scalps tingling when they saw these fireballs. How was this a fight between players? It was more appropriate to call this a battle between NPCs. Compared to the usual PvP matches, this match was on an entirely different level. All right, time to end this. Alice then pointed at Shurfeng and Violet Cloud. Suddenly, the 36 massive fireballs descended on the duo. Chapter 1159, matching up against a Grand Lord. Chapter 1159, matching up against a Grand Lord. Hellscythe_Fluffy Goblin. Chapter 1159, matching up against a Grand Lord. Alice, have you lost your mind? I'm still here. Starstreak was furious as he glanced at the descending fireballs. Violet Cloud's shadow blades still had him pinned down. He did not have any concentration to spare for an escape. If these fireballs struck, he would get caught in the impact. With no other options, Starstreak decided to use his final life-saving skill, his Epic Boots additional skill, Flash Steps. The skill allowed him to teleport to any location 15 yards away. It had a 1-minute cooldown and 3 charges. Starstreak used flash steps twice and instantly moved 30 yards away. Meanwhile, although Violet Cloud desperately blocked the incoming fireballs with her shadow blades, the fireballs were unaffected. She also had no hope of dodging these attacks. Similar to her shadow blades, Alice controlled these fireballs. Not only did they contain massive power, but they also had a wide attack range. With so many of the fireballs, if Alice wanted to, she could even destroy the entire stage. Phoenix Rain, who watched the fight from a VIP room, could not help but shake her head. The Azura Battle Team had lost this competition. Although each competition in the Dark Arena had 5 matches, the Azura Battle Team had only brought 5 members. Once they lost this match, regardless of whether the battle team won the next or not, the Evil Dragon Battle Team would win the competition. After all, the final 2 matches were 3-on-3. The Azura Battle Team did not have enough members to participate. Hence, so long as the Evil Dragon Battle Team won one of the first 3 matches, the competition would be over. Sure enough, defeating the Evil Dragon Battle Team is impossible for the Azura Battle Team. Phoenix Rain was more or less disappointed. Although she hadn't bet any excess resources on this competition, with how lively the Dark Arena was today, they would still earn a significant amount if the Azura Battle Team won. However, she had only considered the idea. In another VIP room, Purple Jade gritted her teeth as she watched the massive fireballs above the stage, frustration flashing in her eyes. However, that feeling wasn't due to the match's ending. Rather, she was frustrated with herself. The Witch of the West had made her feel like a child new to the world. Before this match, she had believed that she was only a thread away from the virtual gaming world's pinnacle. Looking back at it now, however, the idea was laughable. She was far weaker than Alice regarding both combat techniques and items. It was no wonder why her guild leader constantly told her to work on her foundations and explore the world with Yuan Tiexin more often. Jade, do you see it now? This is a battle at the pinnacle of God's domain. If you wish to challenge these people, you need to grasp your own domain, Yuan Tiexin advised Purple Jade. But don't feel down. You are still young. Unlike this old man, who no longer has any hope of reaching that realm, you will join their ranks one day. In the past, he had also dreamed of leading the secret pavilion towards the apex of the virtual gaming world. However, only after encountering people of that realm did he realize that the virtual gaming world was not as simple as he had assumed. Virtual reality games had been popular all over the world for over a century now. With the world's population being so high, countless gaming experts from the younger generation emerged each year. Furthermore, God's domain gained more influence with each passing day. Meanwhile, on the stage, Shi Feng abruptly jumped towards the massive fireballs, meeting them in the air. Guild leader Violet Cloud, who was desperately trying to counter the attacks, was confused. Shi Feng activated Heavenly Dragon's power, his aura immediately transforming. Golden divine, runes flickered across his body as if he had donned golden armor. Alice sneered when she saw Shi Feng activate a berserk skill. The massive fireballs were the result of the Flame Monarch's Tier 3 curse, Wrath of the Stars. Each fireball was powerful enough to rival a Grand Lord. Tier 1 players had no hope of defending against such attacks. The difference in power was simply too great. Even if Shi Feng had a skill that provided invulnerability, she could simply control the 36 fireballs to attack him one after another. Invulnerability skills generally had short durations. If she hit him once every second, she could continue her attack for 36 seconds. As Shi Feng was about to collide with a fireball, he activated Blade Liberation. Immediately, power flowed into him from Killing Ray, allowing his attributes to soar once more. Looking at the fireballs before him, Feng tightened his grip on the sacred sword in his right hand and swung it forward. Thundering flash. Combat technique for Moon Lotus. Like a sharp blade, arcs of blue lightning sliced through the massive fireballs, one after another. All the crowd had seen were 4 streaks of light leaving Feng's hand. In the blink of an eye, 23 of the 36 unstoppable fireballs split in half and exploded like fireworks. Silence fell over the arena. No one had expected this shocking reversal. Even Alice was stunned. A Tier 1 player had sliced the fireballs, which contained the strength to rival level 65 Grand Lords, in half. No matter how she looked at it, this was impossible. Yet Feng had done just that. Just how powerful is he? Phoenix Rain's gaze was fixed on Feng, who remained in midair. She could not bring herself to believe that the man she was looking at was the same person she knew. Just who is he? 1,000 Miles unconsciously tightened his grip on his swords as he watched the detonating fireballs. He knew full well how powerful the fire god's Ice Flame Monarch was. After all, he had handed the staff to Alice personally. Yet a Tier 1 player had sliced one of the Flame Monarch's Team White moves in half. This was simply inconceivable. If this competition had been held before Feng's visit to the Fallen Ark, he wouldn't have been able to repel the Flame Monarch's attacks. However, he had obtained epic pauldrons from the killing the mythic fossilized Tyrannosauruses. They were called the Tough Pauldrons. Aside from epic ranked basic attributes, these pauldrons only had one skill. Moreover, it was a passive skill. The passive skill was called Power of Destruction. When the player faced attacks with higher strength than their own, the wearer's strength would increase by 35%. Against weaker enemies, this skill had no effect whatsoever. However, against stronger enemies, this passive skill was godly. Hence, Feng's strength had increased by 35% as he fought the massive fireballs. In addition, he had triggered Angry Tyrant's second passive skill, Angry Blow, which had doubled his strength. It was only thanks to those passive skills and Thundering Flashes effects that his plan had succeeded. However, after a brief silence in the arena, Feng activated Wind Rider and charged towards Alice, who was over 30 yards away. While he had neutralized the fireballs, he was still helpless against the Flame Monarch itself. Once Blade Liberation's 20-second duration ended, he would be powerless to turn things around. You want to kill me? Despite seeing Feng flying towards her, Alice was neither surprised nor afraid. On the contrary, she was a little excited. It had been a long time since she had faced such a challenge. Unfortunately, that won't be possible. Saying so, Alice merged her body with the Flame Monarch's. Without hesitation, Feng executed Chop against the Flame Monarch. However, before killing Ray slid even 1 meter into the Flame Monarch, its advance halted. The sacred sword couldn't reach Alice in the Flame Monarch's core. I've already told you that you have no chance of victory. I know that you can't maintain this power for long. Unfortunately for you, my Flame Monarch can last for 5 hours. Alice said, shaking her head. She then controlled the Flame Monarch to attack Feng. That's not necessarily true. Don't forget, I'm not your only opponent, Feng calmly stated. Suddenly, realization dawned on Alice as she looked across the stage. Immediately, she noticed Violet Cloud swing down Death's Sigh in her direction. Compared to when Alluring Summer had used Dimensional Fracture, Violet Cloud used it at full HP. The instant Violet Cloud swung the scythe, the spectators faintly saw a giant phantom appear behind her. The sight was enough to make them shudder. Star Streak, who had planned to help Alice, was stunned. He felt as if his body were full of lead. Death's Phantom. It's the real thing. Endless Scars was astonished when she saw this. waves of emotion crashing in her heart. Space above the stage suddenly split apart. With its hulking body, the flame monarch couldn't dodge the attack in time. In the blink of an eye, both the flame monarch and Alice split in half. Chapter 1160, Victory Declaration. Chapter 1160, Victory Declaration. Hellscythe_Fluffy Goblin. Chapter 1160, Victory Declaration. The scene of the flame monarch's body, splitting in half, burned itself into everyone's minds. The audience shuddered. It died. How can such a powerful skill exist? He was telling the truth. Dimensional fracture's power far surpassed the spectators' imaginations. They finally realized that Shi Feng hadn't been bluffing. Compared to Violet Cloud's dimensional fracture, Alluring Summers was child's play. In God's domain, there were many sure kill skills capable of instant killing players of the same tier. However, they couldn't accept a skill that could split a Grand Lord in half. Countless players would despair against a Grand Lord's high defense. That Shi Feng's weapon had pierced the flame monarch so deeply had already been impressive. They won. Phoenix Rain felt as if she were dreaming as she watched Alice's bisected body gradually transform into particles of light and disappear. That was the Witch of the West they were talking about. Moreover, Alice had controlled a level 65 Grand Lord. No matter how she looked at it, Alice should have had an overwhelming advantage. None of the audience had believed that the Azura battle team could win this round. At most, they had expected Shi Feng and Violet Cloud to struggle as long as they could for survival. Just how many secrets is Zero Wing hiding? Yuan Tiexin's eyes twitched uncontrollably when he saw the attack split the flame monarch in half. As one of the secret pavilion's upper echelons, he knew much about God's domain. In reality, Violet Cloud's dimensional fracture had only dealt slightly over minus 100,000 damage. To the Grand Lord, this could barely put a dent in its 60 million HP. However, splitting the flame monarch in half had injured it severely. There were very few means current players could employ to injure a Grand Lord. Normally, one had to rely on powerful Tier 3 magic scrolls to do so, yet the cleric had done so with her weapon's additional skill. As far as Yuan Tiexin knew, none of the various large guilds possessed such a weapon or equipment. In God's domain, it was also common knowledge that the more powerful a weapon or piece of equipment was, the more difficult it would be to obtain. Still, an upstart guild like Zero Wing had obtained such a powerful weapon. No matter how Yuan Tiexin looked at this matter, he found it simply inconceivable. The death sigh in Violet Cloud's hands had also astonished the Midnight Tea Party's endless scars and breeze wine. According to the ancient book they had found, Death's Sigh, one of God's domain's 12 great legendary staffs, had long since been destroyed. Not even a blacksmith god could repair it. However, no matter how they looked at it, the cleric's Death's Sigh looked more like the real article than a replica. When she had used dimensional fracture, she had even summoned forth Death's phantom. The pressure Death's phantom emitted was no laughing matter. Without a doubt, that was definitely divine might. Otherwise, there was no way an expert of Starstreak's caliber would suddenly freeze up under such pressure. No replica could reproduce divine might. When Endless Scars and Breeze Wine thought about how Violet Cloud wielded the real Death Sigh, they were overcome with shock. A fragmented legendary item. Although this term was no longer foreign to experts like them, they hadn't heard of any guild obtaining a fragmented legendary item until now. Fragmented legendary items were godly items that experts constantly strove to find. Meanwhile, such a weapon had appeared before their very eyes. Why wouldn't this fact shock them? However, Endless Scars and Breeze Wine did not know that the Death's Sigh Violet Cloud wielded was not, in fact, a fragmented legendary item. It was simply a replica. Only this replica was slightly special. Death's Sigh Replica, Two-Handed Staff, Epic Rank. Level 45, Level 120, Level 45. Equipment Requirement: Strength 400, Intelligence 700, Attack Power plus 1,650, Strength plus 120, Agility plus 80, Endurance plus 105, Intelligence plus 142, Vitality plus 161. When staff is wielded, casting speed increased by 15%, cast range plus 10, magic damage increased by 20%, all healing effects increased by 25%, spell critical rate increased by 10%, mana consumption decreased by 10%, all magical skills plus 2 levels, ignore levels plus 10, durability to 20/220, additional passive skill dash, Death's Harvest. Whenever a creature dies within 40 yards, wielder will regenerate 1% of their mana. Simultaneously, wielder will receive a death buff, reducing the death penalty by 1% when wielder dies. Buff can stack up to 30 times. Additional active skill 1 dash. Dimensional Fracture. Deals absolute damage 2 tiers above wielder's tier, up to a maximum of tier 4, to an area of 20 by 60 yards. Attack ignores all defensive and invulnerability buffs. At the same time, the attack will inflict a stun debuff to everyone within 40 yards of the wielder for 3 seconds. Cooldown: 10 minutes. Non-cleric classes can only use this skill when their HP is below 50%. All effects are halved. Additional active skill 2 dash. Shadow Rage. Use mana to form shadow blades. Every shadow blade costs 100 mana. Each shadow blade's strength is equal to 150% of wielder's intelligence and inflicts an additional 20% shadow damage. Wielder can produce a maximum of 300 shadow blades. Duration 30 seconds. Cooldown 3 hours. Non-cleric classes can only use this skill when their HP is below 50%. All effects are halved. The blacksmith god Soros crafted this replica using the fragments of the legendary staff Death's Sigh. Replica can be upgraded by absorbing 5 god crystals. Current crystals absorbed 0/5. Although it was a replica, it contained fragments of the real article, making it far stronger than any ordinary epic weapon. When Shurfong had appraised this weapon, he had been shocked. As long as they gathered a sufficient number of god crystals, Death's Sigh could evolve into fragmented legendary weapon. Zero Wing really does possess a lot of secrets. As Endless Scars stared at the weapon in Violet Cloud's hands, she could not help but cover the appearing on her face, joy and passion burning in her eyes. However, she quickly suppressed her emotions and returned to her usual calm and indifference. It seems that I need to have a chat with Abandoned Wave. Meanwhile, after Alice's death, the summoned flame monarch began to disappear from the stage. Fear filled the audience's eyes as they stared at Shurfong and Violet Cloud in awe. Currently, Starstreak was the only member of the evil dragon battle team remaining on the stage. Unfortunately, he had no hope of defeating both Shurfong and Violet Cloud. The match was as good as over. A recently established guild had contended with Miracle, which had existed in the virtual gaming world for many years. No one would believe this. Although the competition's outcome had yet to be decided, the various Dark Arena battle teams would record the Azura battle team's fame, listing it as a team to take note of. After all, this competition wasn't like the Azura battle team's matches against the Glorious Lions. In the previous competition, Battle Wolves had treated the Dark Arena's competitions like a hobby. Hence, the Super Guild hadn't sent its full force into the competition. Meanwhile, it was obvious that Miracle took the competition seriously. Otherwise, the super first-rate guild would not have dispatched the Witch of the West and Speedstar. Most importantly, it had instructed the sword freak, Miracle Dragon, to lead the team. Indeed, as everyone had expected, Starstreak stood no chance against Sherfong, who had activated twofold Berserk. After a few bouts, Starstreak had exhausted his means of protecting himself. Eventually, Sherfong killed him with instant strike, surprising the crowd once again. Starstreak's defeat ushered in the start of the third round. This upcoming fight would decide the outcome. Naturally, for such an important battle, Miracle Dragon, the battle team's leader, took to the stage himself. Miracle's reputation was riding on this battle. They could not afford to lose this next match. With each step Miracle Dragon took, his aura grew slightly stronger. By the time the man reached the stage's center, the audience felt as if they were staring at death itself. It'll be too boring to fight only one person. The rest of you just face together. I'll end this battle in 10 moves. Miracle Dragon proudly proclaimed as he thrust his great sword into the ground and looked towards Sherfong and the others. The instant Miracle Dragon said so, the audience immediately broke into an uproar. Chapter 1161 Sword Freak. Chapter 1161 Sword Freak. Hellscythe _Fluffy Goblin. Chapter 1161 Sword Freak. Upon Miracle Dragon's sudden declaration, the arena boiled with excitement. Does he want a one-on-two fight? As expected of the Sword Freak, he's too domineering. Has Miracle lost their minds? They could have won this competition, yet they want to take such a risk. Miracle is probably trying to earn back their reputation. That sounds about right. The Evil Dragon Battle Team has already lost 2 rounds. Even if they win this competition, it won't be anything to boast about. The audience discussed the declaration fervently, each person having their own opinions. Some felt that Miracle Dragon was being a fool, while others thought that the Sword Freak wanted to show off the guild's strength. However, they could all agree on one thing. Miracle Dragon's gamble was somewhat risky. The Azura Battle Team still had 2 players remaining. One was a Berserker, and the other was an assassin. This class composition was somewhat disadvantageous for a swordsman like Miracle Dragon. Berserkers had higher strength than swordsmen, while assassins were faster and more nimble. Although Miracle Dragon possessed superior combat techniques, if he had to clash head-on with a Berserker while guarding against an assassin's interference, he would easily lose any advantage. Moreover, both Fire Dance and Gentle Snow were relatively famous experts in God's domain. While the guild could redeem much of its lost reputation if Miracle Dragon won, its reputation would plummet further if the swordsman lost. Big Sis Rain, the Azura Battle Team, actually has a chance of winning. Although Miracle Dragon is very famous when it comes to strength, he is no match for the Witch of the West. If Fire Dance and Gentle Snow work together, they'll have at least a 50% chance of emerging victorious. Blue Phoenix said excitedly. Miracle Dragon was also known as the Sword Freak. Almost everyone in the virtual gaming world knew of him. He had gained his fame due to the secret pavilion's evaluation. He had been deemed as the expert closest to grasping a domain. Due to this reputation, peak experts from various super guilds had challenged him, using the opportunity to improve themselves. After all, only domain realm experts were considered super guilds and super first-rate guilds' true mainstays. Many had also challenged Miracle Dragon to gain an understanding of just how far they were from their own domains. Hence, Miracle Dragon's fame had grown with each passing day. If it came down to a one-on-one fight, neither Fire Dance nor Gentle Snow was a match for Miracle Dragon. However, If these women worked together to supplement their weaknesses, they should be able to defeat him. Emerging victorious, Phoenix Rain quietly observed Miracle Dragon. I don't remember him being a rash person. It was common knowledge that Miracle Dragon was wildly arrogant. However, this arrogance was due to his strength. While Miracle Dragon might act crazily, he almost never did anything without being confident of success. A one-on-two fight was already disadvantageous, but Miracle Dragon had also claimed that he would win in 10 moves. He had forced himself onto a path with no retreat. This was no longer arrogance. He was simply seeking death. As Phoenix Rain considered warning Shi Feng, Miracle Dragon glanced at the other swordsman, who had remained silent all this time. What? Are you afraid? I've already offered you an edge in this match, a higher chance of winning the competition. If you don't want to accept the challenge, then just send your fighter up here. But don't say that I didn't give you a chance. The moment Miracle Dragon finished speaking, the audience began to echo his words. Azura Battle Team, are you a bunch of cowards? You're even afraid to accept this challenge. You guys are even too scared to accept a 2-on-1 match? It seems that the rumors are true. You guys only have a few capable experts. The rest of you are just for show. The spectators were either large guild, upper echelons, or famous experts. The outcome of the competition between Azura and Evil Dragon was none of their concern. They only wanted to collect as much information as possible. They could learn far more if the Azura Battle Team sent 2 experts to face the Sword Freak, rather than 1. Just what is his goal? Meanwhile, inside a VIP room, Miracle Dragon's behavior had confused Purple Jade. Among the many swordsmen in God's domain, she was most eager to challenge Miracle Dragon. There were 3 reasons for this. First, unlike other swordsmen who used 2 one-handed swords, both of she and Miracle Dragon used great swords. Second, Miracle Dragon was known as the closest swordsman to achieving a domain. If she fought Miracle Dragon, she could get a clearer view of her future goal. As for the third and most important reason, she wanted to learn Miracle Dragon's trademark skill, weakness observation. This ability was precisely the reason Miracle Dragon had few rivals among experts of the same realm. It was also the reason he had earned the title Sword Freak. By observing his opponents, he could grasp their weaknesses and launch a series of seemingly crazy attacks. However, while he might have appeared to have gone mad, in reality, he was extremely calm. His attacks were perfectly choreographed. In the end, his insane attack method would throw his opponents off, and he usually beat them senseless. How could an expert who had mastered such a powerful move take such a huge risk and provoke the Azura Battle Team? Jade, your observation is correct. Yuan Tieshi nodded, smiling. As you suspected, Miracle Dragon does not take risks lightly. He only acts when he is absolutely confident of succeeding. But defeating both Fire Dance and Gentle Snow in 10 moves is too difficult, even for him. Purple Jade simply could not figure out how Miracle Dragon could win in 10 moves. No, he can, Yuan Tieshin said, as he caressed his beard. Chuckling, he continued, some time ago, he had secretly class-changed into the hidden class Magic Swordsman. Moreover, he received a Tier 3 Sure Kill skill book, which the guild had only obtained after much difficulty. With the epic equipment the Miracle Guild has lent him, his combat power has risen significantly. Magic Swordsman? Purple Jade's eyes sparkled when she heard these words, a hint of envy blooming in her heart. Magic Swordsman was a hidden class that focused on attacks. Although the class could not compare to a peak class like the Necromancer, it was one of the few advanced classes. Do you think Miracle Dragon would be so foolish and challenge the Azura Battle Team for no good reason? Yuan Tiexin could not help but shift his gaze towards Shifeng. I wonder how Yifeng intends to respond. If it were up to me, I'd refuse this challenge. At most, I'd give up this round and leave both players to fight in a 2-on-3 match. This way, we'd have a higher chance of winning the competition. Although Miracle took this competition seriously, there were only 4 noteworthy experts on the Evil Dragon battle team. Although the remaining 6 were extraordinarily strong, there was an obvious gap between them and the former 4. If the Azura battle team wanted to win this competition, a 2-on-3 match would be more advantageous. As soon as Yuan Tiexin said so, Shifeng stood up, a serious expression on his face as he looked at Miracle Dragon. All right, we don't have any issues. I hope you don't regret your decision. Regret? Rest assured, I will not regret it. Miracle Dragon did not take Shifeng's warning seriously in the least. However, he liked Shifeng's personality. Unfortunately, the man's worries were superfluous. Rather, Shifeng should focus on helping Fire Dance and Gentle Snow survive against him for 10 moves. When the audience heard Shifeng agree to Miracle Dragon's request, they erupted into cheers. Ha! What a fool! Yuan Tiexin could not help but roll his eyes at Shifeng. Despite knowing that it was a trap, Shifeng decided to jump right in. Chapter 1162, Madness versus Madness. Chapter 1162, Madness versus Madness. Hellscythe _ Fluffy Goblin. Chapter 1162, Madness versus Madness. When the participants for the 3rd round had been decided, the arena's audience began to grow restless. Part of the reason was that Shifeng had accepted Miracle Dragon's challenge, while another was the anticipation for the competition's outcome. If the Azura battle team won this match, they would secure a complete victory. Seated in a VIP room on the 3rd floor, Thousand Miles watched Shifeng, who stood beneath the stage, with burning rage. Phoenix Rain has truly done it this time. She even kept our intelligence department in the dark. Due to the Evil Dragon battle team having lost 2 matches in a row, they had no choice but to expose the strength Miracle Dragon had kept hidden to restore some of the guild's reputation. Not only did this disrupt his plans, but it also lost him a lot of resources. This mess's culprit was none other than the guild Phoenix Rain secretly supported, Zero Wing. Zero Wing was simply a recently established guild in a small kingdom. If not for Phoenix Rain's support, how could Zero Wing possibly obtain such a powerful weapon that could instantly kill 2 of Miracle's generals? Maple, investigate Zero Wing thoroughly. Find someone to tail every member of the Azura battle team. As well, Thousand Miles instructed Cleansed Maple. Understood. Cleansed Maple promptly bowed before taking his leave. At this point, Miracle was completely helpless against the Dragon Phoenix Pavilion. After all, both were super first-rate guilds, and neither feared the other. If their guilds started an all-out war against each other, only other guilds would benefit. However, Zero Wing was different. It was only a subordinate guild Phoenix Rain controlled. It would be simple to cause trouble for the upstart guild, especially now that the Azura battle team had revealed that it possessed so many dazzling weapons and equipment. Phoenix Rain, I'll let you enjoy this situation for now. Thousand Miles could not help but shift his gaze towards Death's Sigh in Violet Cloud's hands, greed flashing in his eyes. The Evil Dragon battle team had only dared to expose their epic items because they didn't fear becoming targets. However, the Azura battle team didn't have that luxury. Revealing such items was akin to placing a fresh piece of meat before a pack of hungry wolves. Not only would the Azura battle team lose this competition, but they would also lose their weapons and equipment. As the 3rd match's rules changed abruptly, the Dark Arena's host adjusted the team's payout rate. The Azura battle team's payout rate for a complete victory, in particular, had risen to 1-9, breaking the Dark Arena's record. The host is quite bold. What's there to be afraid of? This is the final match. In any case, we know that the Azura Battle team has no chance of winning. Moreover, the host has earned a fortune this time. Before the competition had even begun, many had bet on the evil Dragon Battle team's complete victory. This time, the host must be trying to lure even more idiots away from their money. It's a pity that not many people here are fools. Rather than bet on the Azura Battle team, it would be safer to bet on the evil Dragon Battle team. Although the returns are low, it's better than nothing. Everyone among the audience was sorely tempted as they looked at the new payout rates. However, practically no one would bet on the Azura Battle team's complete victory. Instead, they all bet on the evil Dragon Battle team. Some of the players that had previously been reluctant to gamble had even placed bets on the evil dragon. Miracle had existed in the virtual gaming world for many years now. The sword freak Miracle Dragon was even famed for never acting without confidence. If he lost this next match, the Azura Battle team would secure a complete victory. Yet, despite such a huge burden, Miracle Dragon still dared to do so. This could only mean that he was confident of succeeding. Meanwhile, inside another VIP room on the 3rd floor, although 4 people occupied the room, an extraordinarily chill atmosphere dominated the space. 9 dragons, why are you here? Phoenix Rain glanced at 9 Dragons Emperor and Martial Dragon with disinterest. When she had previously rejected Thousand Miles' proposal, 9 Dragons Emperor had already spoken ill of her in front of Ku Rong, the great pavilion master. He had even advised the guild elders to reduce her authority within the Dragon Phoenix Pavilion. However, the Azura Battle team's performance thus far had been astonishing. As a result, those who had schemed against her within the Dragon Phoenix Pavilion had no choice but to remain silent for now. Rain, must you be so cold? At the end of the day, we are from the same guild. 9 Dragons Emperor frowned. Very quickly, however, a kind smile formed on his face as he said, "Moreover, I am here to thank you. If not for your determination to support the Azura Battle team, I wouldn't have been able to cooperate with Miracle and gain the support of many of their guild elders. If you're trying to flaunt your relationship with Miracle, then let me congratulate you. Only, do you think the great pavilion master will be pleased to see you work so closely with the guild's longtime rival?" Phoenix Rain giggled. 9 Dragons Emperor was momentarily speechless. After joining God's domain, the Dragon Phoenix Pavilion had frequently butted heads with Miracle. Recently, their guilds had caused a huge scene due to the situation on Thunder Island. In the end, they had exposed Thunder Island, and many other superpowers had begun to intervene. Due to this, Ku Rong's hatred for Miracle had grown more intense. "So what?" 9 Dragons Emperor said after recollecting his thoughts. Proudly, he proclaimed, "As long as I gain sufficient authority on Thunder Island, it won't matter if the great pavilion master disapproves of my methods." After all, he wants a beautiful future for the Dragon Phoenix Pavilion more than anything. You, on the other hand, are in a far more pitiful state. Now that you've invested so much money and resources into a useless, upstart guild, you don't even have the resources to hire help. How do you intend to compete on Thunder Island now? However, I can point you to a brighter path. Bet everything you have on the evil Dragon Battle team. This way, you can more or less earn what you need. At the very least, you'll be able to hire 1 player. Otherwise, you will only bring shame to our Dragon Phoenix Pavilion. Standing by the side, although Blue Phoenix wanted to say something, she was not in a good position to do so. Sarcasm tainted 9 Dragons Emperor's words. While he seemed to be offering advice, secretly, he was sealing off their path of retreat. They had already rejected Thousand Miles's proposal. How could they bet on the evil dragon battle team now? If news of this matter spread, Phoenix Rain's position in the Dragon Phoenix Pavilion would certainly be awkward. Thank you for your kind suggestion. Smiling, Phoenix Rain turned to Blue Phoenix and said, Blue, take this epic mage robe and these items and bet them on the Azura battle team. Big Sis Rain. Blue Phoenix was stunned when she saw the items Phoenix Rain traded to her. Wasn't this wager a little too drastic? Phoenix Rain had passed her the items they had prepared for the campaign on Thunder Island. If they lost these items now, they would suffer for it on Thunder Island. Amazing! In the guild, others often call me ruthless. However, it would seem that I am no match for you, Rain. Although I've bet plenty of resources and items on the evil dragon battle team, they are of little importance. You, on the other hand, actually bet the epic mage robes the guild obtained on the Azura battle team. I really must hand it to you. 9 Dragons Emperor praised the calm, composed Phoenix Rain. Inwardly, though, his heart fluttered in joy when he saw the items Phoenix Rain intended to gamble. The host was no fool if they were willing to offer a 1-to-9 payout rate. If one bet a piece of epic equipment, they could get 9 pieces if the Azura battle team won. Although the host wouldn't actually hand out 9 pieces of epic equipment, they would still offer items of equal value. However, could such an ideal situation happen? While Phoenix Rain and 9 Dragons Emperor had been talking, the timer above the stage had begun to count down. The arena fell silent as everyone focused on the 3 people on the stage. The spectators couldn't help but gasp when they saw the Azura battle team's formation. What are they trying to do? Everyone was dumbfounded as they watched Fire Dance walk to a corner of the stage, while Gentle Snow stood within 20 yards of Miracle Dragon. These women's intentions couldn't be more obvious. The Azura battle team was trying to pick a one-on-one fight with Miracle Dragon. Chapter 1163, Swift Sword. Chapter 1163, Swift Sword. Hellscythe _ Fluffy Goblin. Chapter 1163, Swift Sword. Despite the timer's clear indication that the battle would begin soon, everyone stared at Feng, who stood below the stage. They're actually letting one person take on Miracle Dragon? Aren't they underestimating the sword freak a little too much? That's right. Miracle Dragon is being kind enough to give the Azura battle team a chance, yet they're trying to throw that chance away. What fools! Has the Azura battle team's leader given up on the competition? How boring. He accepted Miracle Dragon's challenge, yet he's playing such tricks at the very last minute. Does he think that he can save his team's reputation, even if they lose? The spectators couldn't help but glare at the Azura battle team with contempt. The originally exciting match had become a disappointing farce. Ha ha ha. This Azura battle team really is interesting. 9 Dragons Emperor could not help but laugh when he saw the formation. Turning to look at Phoenix Rain, he said, Rain, although I know you have a lot of resources on hand, there's no need to waste them like this, right? You might as well just give them to me if you want them gone so badly. As soon as Phoenix Rain had bet the epic mage robes their guild had obtained after much difficulty, the Azura battle team had pulled such a move. 9 Dragons Emperor even wondered if the Azura battle team were working for Miracle. The great Pavilion Master had personally awarded the epic mage robes to Phoenix Rain. If she lost the robes here, one could just imagine how angry the great Pavilion Master would be. Phoenix Rain remained silent. However, she looked rather pale. Just what is Yifeng trying to do? She had not bet all of the weapons, equipment, and tools she had prepared for Thunder Island due to 9 Dragon Emperor's provocation. Rather, she had done so after carefully considering the matter. Currently, she didn't have enough resources to hire enough capable experts. Although she had signed an agreement with Sure Feng, it was simply too difficult to occupy 2 monster encampments on Thunder Island. If she only managed to occupy 1 monster encampment, her results would be no match for 9 dragon emperors, who was working with Miracle. Her position in the Dragon Phoenix Pavilion would be no different than if she failed to occupy a single encampment. Hence, rather than wait for her inevitable fate, she'd rather go broke and gamble everything on the Azura battle team's complete victory. At the very least, if the team succeeded, she'd have a higher chance of occupying 2 encampments on Thunder Island. Even if she failed to do so, she was confident of occupying 1 encampment. However, Sure Feng's current decision had placed her in a very awkward position. Meanwhile, Blue Phoenix burned with rage. She wanted nothing more than to rush up to Sure Feng, crack his head open, and take a look at what was going through the man's mind. Sure Feng had thrown away their chances of victory. As everyone chatted amongst themselves, the timer finally came to an end. Standing on the stage, Miracle Dragon glanced at Fire Dance in the corner. He then shifted his gaze to the valiant war goddess before him, anger burning in his eyes as he asked, "Is this the arrangement you have decided on?" Originally, he thought he would get to enjoy a good fight. He hadn't expected the Azura battle team to make such a move. Gentle Snow was certainly talented. She had even led a first-rate guild before. She was also a great beauty. In the virtual gaming world, many knew her as a peak expert and a goddess. However, none of that meant anything to players on his level. In his eyes, Gentle Snow's only noteworthy achievement was her fight in White River City, during which she had reached the refinement realm mid-battle. However, with such combat standards, he could have killed Gentle Snow even before he had become a magic swordsman. "That's right. I'll be your opponent," Gentle Snow calmly declared. "Are you trying to annoy me?" Miracle Dragon asked with a frosty tone as he glared at Gentle Snow. Even the area around Miracle Dragon had frozen. "I'll give you one last chance. Come at me together." However, Gentle Snow and Fire Dance remained motionless. Neither of them showed any signs of changing their mind. "So be it. Don't blame me for being merciless." Miracle Dragon bellowed. Activating Windblade, he dashed towards Fire Dance. The audience barely saw his afterimages. In the blink of an eye, Miracle Dragon crossed 10 yards. Less than 100 yards separated the swordsman and the assassin. It would only take a few seconds for Miracle Dragon to reach his target. So fast, the spectators were surprised by Miracle Dragon's speed. Even peak assassins, who were famed for their speed, would be no match for him. However, even when less than 20 yards separated Miracle Dragon and Fire Dance, the latter refused to move as she quietly watched the swordsman approach. "You're looking to die." Miracle Dragon growled. He had long since locked his killing intent on Fire Dance in hopes of forcing the assassin to react. However, Fire Dance's attitude was still lax. She underestimated him. Miracle Dragon no longer held back. He unsheathed the light blue greatsword from his back and swung it at Fire Dance. The instant Miracle Dragon slashed at Fire Dance, everyone heard the whistle of the blade slice through the air. No one in the audience could see Miracle Dragon's greatsword or his hands. It was as if they had vanished. As expected of the sword freak, his swift sword has improved once again. 9 Dragons Emperor exclaimed as he watched Miracle Dragon. What a pity! Fire Dance won't even know how she died. Swift Sword was one of Miracle Dragon's trademark moves. Although the attack with his greatsword seemed like a normal slash, that swing contained the power of every muscle in his body. With this power, he could manipulate his greatsword like a whip. His attack could exceed the normal speed limit the system had set on players. This technique's principle was similar to that of strength superpositioning. However, while the theory was simple, very few peak experts could achieve it. Not a single player could employ the technique to Miracle Dragon's level. This was the reason behind Miracle Dragon's title of Sword Freak. Even a Void Realm expert would struggle to perceive Miracle Dragon's attacks. They would need all of their concentration, pushing their five senses to their very limits to barely combat the swordsman's attacks. Meanwhile, Fire Dance had only recently set foot into the refinement realm. No one expected her to see Miracle Dragon's greatsword. This was also why the Azura battle team only had a chance if both Fire Dance and Gentle Snow attacked Miracle Dragon together. Dang! The clang of metal reverberated throughout the arena. Miracle Dragon's greatsword had stopped roughly 5 yards away from Fire Dance. Before anyone had realized it, Gentle Snow had appeared before Fire Dance, her silver greatsword acting as an immovable wall that prevented Miracle Dragon from reaching the assassin. Miracle Dragon was confused when he saw Gentle Snow. He simply could not figure out how Gentle Snow had appeared before him. He couldn't understand how the Berserker had managed to stop his swift sword, either. As Miracle Dragon pondered these questions, Gentle Snow put some strength into her arms, using her silver greatsword to force Miracle Dragon a few steps back. The gap between their strengths was now obvious. "Can you take this match seriously now?" Gentle Snow glanced at Miracle Dragon, her voice extremely calm as she spoke, acting as if Miracle Dragon's swift sword wasn't worth her concern. Chapter 1164, Duel of Swords. Chapter 1164, Duel of Swords. Hellscythe _ Fluffy Goblin. Chapter 1164, Duel of Swords. Miracle Dragon's eyebrows jumped in surprise when he saw Gentle Snow's calm exterior. The audience was similarly stunned. Gentle Snow was incredibly famous in the virtual gaming world. However, when it came to combat standards, she could only reign supreme among first-rate guilds. Compared to the older generation's peak experts like Miracle Dragon, however, she was greatly inferior. No one had expected her current performance. Even Galaxy Past and Purple Eye, Gentle Snow's old rivals who had come to watch this competition, were dumbfounded. "Is that really the Gentle Snow I know?" Purple Eye balled her fists as she stared at Gentle Snow, her heart refusing to believe this. In the past, she hadn't been very familiar with Superpowers peak experts. She only knew that these experts were extremely powerful, and they lived in two completely different worlds. There was little chance for them to encounter each other. However, after participating in the secret Pavilion's simulation training system, she understood how strong these peak experts were. Their combat standards were beyond her imagination. With equal equipment and levels, even 10 of her wouldn't be enough of a warm-up for one of those peak experts. Yet, the Gentle Snow, who had stood on the same stage as the Star Alliance, could now hold her ground against a peak expert like Sword Freak. How could she not find this shocking? "I have truly underestimated you. It's no wonder why you had become Ouroboros' guild leader." Miracle Dragon could not help but smile the blade of disaster, which still trembled in his hands. "However, whether or not you take me seriously will depend on your ability to block my next move." Saying so, Miracle Dragon's expression changed. Taking a deep breath, he took a step forward and executed Swift Sword once more. This time, however, he did not settle for a single slash. Rather, he launched a series of attacks. While Swift Sword was difficult to defend against, an expert of similar standards would have no issues blocking one strike. Hence, Miracle Dragon decided to up his assault and execute multiple Swift Sword attacks. This way, even an expert of the same standards would not casually challenge Miracle Dragon head-on. Shrill, whistling sounds reached the audience's ears. Everyone was fascinated as they watched miracle dragon attacks. This was especially true for the swordsman experts among the crowd. Miracle Dragon's swordsmanship was the peak they all aimed for. Enraptured by the flashing sword lights, even Starstreak, who was on the same team as Miracle Dragon, had goosebumps. If he stood in Gentle Snow's shoes, he would have no choice but to activate a life-saving skill against Miracle Dragon's consecutive swift swords. Just before the sword lights struck Gentle Snow, the berserker swung her silver greatsword. Suddenly, an explosion shook the arena. As Gentle Snow continued to brandish her greatsword, a series of explosions rang out from the stage. It sounded as if the stage were being bombarded. After several seconds, Miracle Dragon stopped his assault, shock plastered on his face. Even when he had faced Domain Realm experts, they had only blocked a portion of his attacks while relying on their footwork to evade the rest. However, among the 15 attacks he had just launched, Gentle Snow had effortlessly blocked every one. This was the first time he had encountered such a situation since joining God's domain. However, Miracle Dragon did not know that Gentle Snow currently wore the level 50 magic light set. Although she was missing the chest piece, she still had the 7 Luminaries battle armor, which possessed the passive skill magic reinforcement, increasing her physique by 30%. With her superior basic attributes and physique, Gentle Snow had no issues blocking Miracle Dragon's swift sword. Too strong. She's just too strong. Was the snow goddess always this strong? Crap. Is she the incarnation of the war goddess? The skill Gentle Snow displayed flabbergasted the audience. Although many experts watched the battle, the number of people that could actually block Miracle Dragon's consecutive swift swords could be counted on one hand. Everyone had assumed that the Azura battle team had given up and just wanted to end this match as quickly as possible. However, it would seem that this wasn't the case. Who is this Gentle Snow? Thousand Miles' expression was twisted and ugly. Even the various large guilds had detailed information on Gentle Snow's leadership of Ouroboros, not to mention a super first-rate guild like Miracle. However, no matter how many times Thousand Miles read through Gentle Snow's files, he had not found any information that hinted at the woman's capability of standing against Miracle Dragon. Although Gentle Snow originated from a first-rate guild, she had never taken part in any of the superpowers training systems. She hadn't been tutored by a famous expert either, yet she now stood toe-to-toe against a peak expert like Miracle Dragon. Seeing Gentle Snow's aura, Thousand Miles was even afraid that the woman would surpass Miracle Dragon at any moment. How could this happen? In another VIP room, Blue Phoenix was ecstatic. The Azura battle team has won for sure this time. If Gentle Snow alone could already put Miracle Dragon into such a bind, the duo should have a 70% chance of defeating Miracle Dragon if Fire Dance joined the battle. Phoenix Rain sighed in relief. She hadn't expected the Azura battle team to have such a trump card. Damn it! How has Gentle Snow's combat power improved so much? Nine Dragons Emperor, who sat beside Phoenix Rain, could not help his growing anxiety when he saw Miracle Dragon at a disadvantage. I admit that you are skilled enough for me to take seriously. Miracle Dragon congratulated Gentle Snow. Aside from shock, his gaze contained a hint of joy. I never thought that I would meet an expert such as yourself in the dark arena. It seems that I haven't wasted my time making the trip here. I'll show you my latest creation. If you can block this, I'll admit defeat. Saying so, Miracle Dragon activated his berserk skill. Suddenly, his aura exploded from his body. It felt as if a fierce beast had just woken from its slumber. The man's blade of disaster instantly released a black glow. When the great sword moved, the weapon even sliced apart space itself as it left a black line in its wake. The audience gasped when they saw the greatsword's sharpness. It seems that Miracle Dragon is finally getting serious. When Starstreak noticed the blade of disaster cut apart space, his gaze focused on the swordsman. In God's domain, the swordsman class had two development paths, the dual sword style and the greatsword style. Among them, the dual sword style was more common. As one-handed swords were lighter, they were more suited to players who pursued speed and dexterity. When fighting monsters, one could also use either or both hands to block an attack. As for the greatsword style, needless to say, a greatsword was much heavier than one-handed swords. This, in turn, made greatswords more difficult to handle. However, the advantage was obvious. They possessed great destructive power. Miracle Dragon's talent was suited to the greatsword style. Not only could his combat technique, Swift Sword, make up for the greatsword's lack of speed, but the weapon's destructive power also made up for the Swift Sword technique's lack of power. Most importantly, Miracle Dragon could use weakness observation, allowing him to detect his opponent's weak points and exerting his greatsword's full potential. Moreover, Miracle Dragon was a magic swordsman. With the magic enhancement, his attack speed and power had risen to a whole new level. Even those old domain realm monsters wouldn't casually face the man head-on. Fall. 6 extreme slashes. As Miracle Dragon opened his eyes, he dashed at Gentle Snow as he launched 6 slashes. However, his attacks were faster than his consecutive swift swords. This time, he completed all 6 slashes in a single breath, targeting Gentle Snow's blind spots. It was simply impossible for the Berserker to dodge all of the attacks. The instant Miracle Dragon executed 6 extreme slashes, the peak experts in the various VIP rooms held their breath as their eyes widened, deeply afraid of missing this exciting moment. Meanwhile, Gentle Snow, the recipient of this powerful technique, could feel the pressure from Miracle Dragon's 6 extreme slashes. The pressure weighed down her arms and legs. How could she block such a technique? Gentle Snow had no choice but to go all out. Legacy Berserk skill, Starlight Saint. 7 Luminaries domain. Chapter 1165, Complete Victory. Chapter 1165, Complete Victory. Hellscythe _ Fluffy Goblin. Chapter 1165, Complete Victory. She's too strong. Is she an NPC in disguise? When Gentle Snow had activated her Berserk skill, the crowd had been startled. As Gentle Snow activated Starlight Saint, her originally pitch-black armor transformed into a white, feathery gown. 3 pairs of silvery white metallic wings, decorated with golden divine runes, stretched from her back. Golden divine runes also surfaced on Gentle Snow's unblemished cheeks and forehead, adding a hint of divinity to her appearance. However, the players in the audience were experts. They naturally would not be frightened by a change in appearance. The real reason that they were intimidated the feeling of power Gentle Snow gave off. This feeling was different from the pressure one normally felt from stronger opponents. This was kind of like the fear they felt when facing creatures of a higher life rating. Normally, they only experienced this feeling when facing NPCs or monsters. Yet, they were afraid of Gentle Snow. Inside a 3rd-floor VIP room, surprise colored Phoenix Rain's expression as she watched. Does she have a hidden class as well? This thought surfaced in Phoenix Rain's mind. She had already taken a look through the files of the Azura Battle Team's members. Although the information recorded stated that Gentle Snow possessed this kind of berserk skill, as most berserk skills would alter the player's body, she hadn't bothered to look into the matter further. Now, however, Phoenix Rain was certain that Gentle Snow possessed a hidden class. She would never give off such a powerful feeling otherwise. The only explanation Phoenix Rain could come up with was that Gentle Snow had used one of those mysterious legacy berserk skills. Meanwhile, only peak legacies possessed legacy berserk skills. Thinking up to this point, Phoenix Rain could not help her growing curiosity about Zero Wing. She could accept the fact that the Azura battle team's members exposed one epic item after another. However, she could not fathom how Zero Wing had managed to obtain a peak legacy. In God's domain, peak legacies were much rarer than epic weapons and equipment. Even now, the Dragon Phoenix Pavilion had not found a single clue leading to a peak legacy, much less obtaining one. As for Miracle, only after mobilizing all of the guild's power did they manage to obtain a peak legacy for the Witch of the West. As everyone was shocked by Gentle Snow's display, Miracle Dragon's 6 extreme slashes descended on the female player. This 6 extreme slashes technique was Miracle Dragon's current limit. Even peak experts of similar standards would be fortunate if they could block 2 or 3 of the slashes. If they did not activate a life-saving skill, the attack would devour their HP. As these 6 slashes were about to carve into Gentle Snow, 3 silvery white holy spears appeared before the berserker. Gentle Snow's greatsword had also transformed into 2 one-handed swords. This instantly resolved the issue of her previous blind spots. When Miracle Dragon's greatsword descended, a series of crisp metallic clangs echoed throughout the arena. In the end, Gentle Snow had blocked all 6 slashes. Moreover, she remained unharmed even after blocking the attacks. She had not lost a single HP. You blocked them all? Miracle Dragon's expression froze. The entire venue fell silent as the crowd stared at Gentle Snow incredulously. 1,000 Miles was more shocked than anyone. Miracle Dragon's strongest technique had been neutralized. How could this happen? While 1,000 Miles had considered the possibility of Gentle Snow blocking all 6 attacks successfully, it was with the assumption that she would use an invulnerability skill. However, Gentle Snow had not used anything like that. She had relied on her own techniques. How does a little guild like Zero Wing have such a genius? 1,000 Miles' jealousy began to bubble up as he watched the snow goddess. That's right, he envied Zero Wing. From Gentle Snow's data, he knew that the woman had not received any training from a special system, yet with weapons and equipment on par with Miracle Dragons, she had suppressed her opponent. This was insane. If Gentle Snow joined Miracle, even 1,000 Miles himself couldn't imagine what kind of future lay ahead of the woman. Moreover, Gentle Snow was a talented manager. Rather than calling her a genius, it would be more apt to call her a prodigy. If Gentle Snow became his subordinate, it was highly possible that he could rise to guild leader in the future. Aside from Gentle Snow, Alluring Summer and Violet Cloud, who had taken to the stage in the previous matches, were similarly talented. In Miracle, they would definitely be considered top-class players. Yet, such prodigies and geniuses continued to emerge within a small guild like Zero Wing. This was ludicrous. 1,000 Miles suddenly had an idea, poach Gentle Snow and the others for Miracle. This is too amazing. She actually managed to suppress the Sword Freak. Is this the Snow Goddess's true strength? How did she block that move? Although many among the audience were experts, they all knew that they would die instantly under the onslaught of Miracle Dragon's 6 extreme slashes. However, by the looks of Gentle Snow, it was clear that she still had energy to spare after her defense. Everyone in the crowd had goosebumps. They realized that they were about to bear witness to a historic moment. Gentle Snow was going to defeat the Sword Freak Miracle Dragon. The Azura battle team would annihilate the evil dragon battle team. Big Sis Snow is so amazing. I couldn't even see those attacks, yet she blocked all of them. If I had been in her shoes, I would have been defeated. Violet Cloud watched Gentle Snow with admiration. I wonder when I'll reach that realm. In response, Shifeng simply chuckled. In reality, he wanted to reassure Violet Cloud that her combat techniques were stronger than the snow goddesses. It was the gap between their equipment that made the difference. The 7 Luminaries battle armor, in particular, was almost a cheat against melee players. Gentle Snow would not fare so well against the Witch of the West. The 7 Luminaries battle armor had 2 passive skills. Among them, Magic Reinforcement could improve the user's physique by 30%. Physique improvement in God's domain was not limited to increasing a player's speed and stamina. More importantly, a player's 5 senses also improved, which allowed them to keep up with speeds they normally could not. This was the benefit of an item that had once been legendary equipment. Despite its fragmented state, its effects were still frightening. Miracle Dragon also felt the effects of the 7 Luminaries domain, decreasing his speed significantly. Even if she hadn't used the 3 Holy Spears, with Gentle Snow's current level, basic attributes, and physique, she would have no problem blocking 5 of the 6 attacks. With her battle armor's frightening defense, she wouldn't receive much damage from one strike. This was what made fragmented legendary items so terrifying. A single item could create a peak expert. This was also why the various large guilds in the past had been so desperate to obtain fragmented legendary items. Meanwhile, on the stage, just as Gentle Snow was about to display the 7 Luminaries' domain's might, Miracle Dragon revealed a bitter smile as he raised one hand and forfeited the match. Miracle Dragon had kept his word. Before everyone realized what had happened, the system automatically declared Gentle Snow and Fire Dance the winners of this match, following which the competition came to an end. The Azura battle team had achieved complete victory over the Evil Dragon battle team. Chapter 1166, Azura becomes famous. Chapter 1166, Azura becomes famous. Hellscythe _ Fluffy Goblin. Chapter 1166, Azura becomes famous. Only after the system announcement did the audience react. The competition. It's over just like that? This is ridiculous. The Azura battle team has achieved another complete victory. After these 3 matches, everyone finally understood what high-level PvP truly meant. The duels today were on a whole different level compared to the PvP battles they fought before. Particularly, the experts of first and second-rate guilds were so excited that they had forgotten to breathe as they watched the match between Miracle Dragon and Gentle Snow. However, they all had to admit that this competition had completely exceeded their expectations. Before the competition had begun, almost no one had believed that the Azura battle team could achieve victory, much less a complete victory. After all, the Evil Dragon battle team's strength was simply overwhelming. Meanwhile, this upset had also caused many people to cry out in anguish. They all regretted not betting on the Azura battle team's complete victory. That was a 1-to-9 payout rate they were talking about. If they had wagered all of their guild's resources, the returns would be unimaginable. After all, every player capable of entering the Dark Arena had extraordinary origins. It would not be difficult to collect several hundred pieces of excellent equipment, rare tools, and materials. If they had won the bet, they would earn back several thousand items. Just the thought gave them shivers. After the competition ended, the Azura battle team had officially been added to the various superpowers list of targets. After Miracle Dragon left the stage, Alice walked up to him and asked in a soft but serious tone, "Miracle, you're the face of the guild. Why didn't you go all out?" She knew full well how powerful Miracle Dragon was. Others might not, but she had seen his strength with her own eyes. Miracle Dragon's 6 extreme slashes was far from his true power. When Miracle Dragon activated his Berserk skill, he could execute 9 extreme slashes. Although there was only a difference of 3 attacks, he could have defeated Gentle Snow, yet the swordsman had not done so. As a result, the evil dragon battle team had lost the competition. In addition, this wounded the guild's reputation. You think too highly of me. Although I did conserve my strength, do you think Gentle Snow wasn't doing the same? Miracle Dragon could not help but turn to the Azura battle team's snow goddess. Shaking his head, he smiled bitterly as he said, "Don't forget, she, too, possesses a peak class. Rather than exposing my 9 extreme slashes and forcing Gentle Snow to use her twofold berserk in return, we'd benefit more if I saved that trump card for Thunder Island. Don't forget, Thunder Island is our guild's true target." Hearing Miracle Dragon's explanation, Alice understood. While everyone believed that the strongest aspect of peak classes was the lack of shortcomings, in reality, the true power of peak classes was their ability to use twofold berserk. In fact, she hadn't bothered to use twofold berserk against Sherfong and Violet Cloud because she wanted to surprise the various super guilds in the contest for Thunder Island. Thinking up to this point, Alice shifted her gaze to Sherfong, her expression tensing. Could he possess a peak class as well? Alice suddenly recalled the scene when Sherfong had sliced apart the Flame Monarch's fireballs. Sherfong definitely had not achieved that feat simply by relying on a single berserk skill. After all, he was only a Tier 1 player, not Tier 2. If this was true, then Zero Wing really was terrifying. Despite being an upstart guild in a small kingdom, Zero Wing had 2 players that wielded peak legacies. Even Miracle couldn't say the same. They won. Inside a VIP room, Purple Jade's eyes burned with fighting spirit and frustration as she looked at Gentle Snow. Originally, her goal was to defeat the sword freak Miracle Dragon. Now, however, Gentle Snow had defeated that old monster, and she was only a few years older than Purple Jade. Moreover, Gentle Snow had never experienced any superpowers system training. This realization wounded Purple Jade's pride. However, it also rekindled her hope. At the very least, she now knew that someone from the younger generation could defeat Miracle Dragon with a sword. Zero Wing is truly an interesting guild. They keep surprising everyone. As Yuan Tiexin watched Sherfong, he recalled his first meeting with the young man. The youth, who hadn't been worth mentioning, had grown into an expert that even he feared. It really made him wonder if he were getting old. "Jade, let's go. The Dark Arena's auction is likely about to start. We need to send our items over." Purple Jade nodded in response. She then followed Yuan Tiexin and left the VIP room. In another VIP room, Nine Dragons Emperor was extremely pale. He paled further when he noticed Phoenix Rain's grin. Although the woman hadn't said anything, he felt as if she had plunged a knife into his heart. Miracle, that bunch of trash. They made me lose so many resources. Although he had mentioned that he had only bet a small amount of unimportant resources on the evil dragon battle team. In reality, he had wagered plenty of excellent weapons and equipment. Among them, there were over 50 pieces of level 40 dark gold equipment. Currently, even independent expert players were only around level 39 or level 40. Despite the Dragon Phoenix Pavilion frequently mobilizing their members to kill field bosses of higher levels, they had a very small stock of level 40 dark gold equipment. Yet, he had lost over 50 pieces in the blink of an eye. With 50 level 40 dark gold items, he could easily employ 10 peak experts. However, what annoyed him the most was the fact that Phoenix Rain had made a fortune. Just the thought of Phoenix Rain gaining the equivalent of 9 epic mage robes was enough to drive him mad. "We're leaving." Without speaking to Phoenix Rain, Nine Dragons Emperor stormed out of the room with Martial Dragon. "Ha ha ha! Big Sis Rain, Zero Wing is simply amazing. They actually achieved a complete victory against the evil dragon battle team. Not only have we earned a fortune from Outbet, but we also got a huge haul from the competition's total bets. With this, we won't have to worry about needing resources for the competition on Thunder Island. Blue Phoenix exclaimed excitedly after 9 Dragons Emperor had left the room. We have indeed won this time. However, the contest on Thunder Island is key, Phoenix Rain said, smiling faintly. This victory was only secondary to her. What truly impressed Phoenix Rain was the strength that Zero Wing had displayed today. With the resources she had obtained today, they definitely had a chance of occupying 2 monster encampments. However, inside another VIP room, when Abandoned Wave saw the Azura battle team win, he started to laugh like a lunatic. I'll let you celebrate for now. Soon, however, you will fall from heaven straight into hell. Abandoned Wave wore a sinister smile as he watched Sherfong and the others. However, as Abandoned Wave was about to leave the room, he suddenly noticed a familiar figure in the Azura battle team's rest area. This person was none other than the commander of Miracle's Purgatory Legion, 1,000 Miles. 1,000 Miles showed no anger over the evil dragon battle team's loss. On the contrary, he wore a friendly smile as he approached Gentle Snow. Abandoned Wave was shocked. Every time he had spoken with 1,000 Miles, the man wore an indifferent expression. 1,000 Miles didn't respect him at all, yet the man smiled at Gentle Snow. No matter how Abandoned Wave looked at it, he found it odd. Hello, I am 1,000 Miles, a vice guild leader in Miracle. I watched the entire competition, and I have to admit that your performance was dazzling. May I ask if you would be interested in joining Miracle? If you are, I guarantee you that you'll immediately be elevated to the position of Guild Elder and will be promoted to Vice Commander in the Purgatory Legion. In the future, you might even become a Vice Guild Leader. Chapter 1167, Impervious to Reason. Chapter 1167, Impervious to Reason. Hellscythe _ Fluffy Goblin. Chapter 1167, Impervious to Reason. Although 1,000 Miles' tone was plain, his words stunned everyone in the arena. Even the evil dragon battle team's members, who were approaching from a short distance away, revealed stunned expressions, confusion in their eyes as they looked at 1,000 Miles. What's the commander trying to do? Silent March could not believe her ears when she heard 1,000 Miles' offer. She was not surprised that 1,000 Miles had taken the initiative to invite Gentle Snow to Miracle. Rather, she was shocked by what he promised the Snow Goddess. Miracle was a super first-rate guild. When it came to number and quality of experts, Miracle was even stronger than some super guilds. The guild had no shortage of newcomers each year, either. However, no newcomer had ever become a guild elder or vice commander of one of Miracle's trump card legions the moment they joined. Even Silent March, a genius Miracle had nurtured internally, did not receive such a treatment. The vice guild leader really is going all out this time. Alice simply smiled. It was extremely difficult to become an elder in Miracle, as there were a limited number of spots. Unless the guild expanded, it would not add more elders. As for the position of the Purgatory Legion's vice commander, countless players vied for such an honor. 1,000 Miles didn't have the authority to give it away. Even Miracle's guild leader could not make such a decision alone. Such an important matter needed to be discussed among the guild's upper echelons. Since 1,000 Miles had spoken with such certainty, he was definitely prepared to pay a massive price to recruit Gentle Snow. Based on the woman's performance in the last match, it was possible that he could fulfill those promises. Miracle Dragon didn't comment on the matter at all. However, Miracle's other experts glared enviously at Gentle Snow. He had offered her the position of one of Miracle's elders. They all strove for that position. Only by becoming an elder would one have truly joined the ranks of Miracle's upper echelons. It was like joining a company's upper management. If they became one of Miracle's elders, even the guild leaders of first-rate guilds had to treat them with respect. 1,000 Miles had even promised Gentle Snow the position of vice guild leader. If they could become a vice guild leader, they would receive a portion of the guild's shares. They could also influence the guild's decisions. Standing by the side, Shifeng said nothing in regard to 1,000 Miles's offer, though he did frown. 1,000 Miles's poaching method was the perfect representation of how super first-rate guilds operated. Thank you for your invitation. However, I have no intention of leaving Zero Wing. Gentle Snow rejected the offer without hesitation. Why? Is Miracle not a match for Zero Wing? 1,000 Miles frowned. He hadn't expected Gentle Snow to reject him so straightforwardly. She hadn't even considered his offer. This reaction irked him a little. You are very strong. If you remain in a guild like Zero Wing, you won't be able to fulfill your potential. However, if you join Miracle, you'll be able to display your abilities fully. In the future, as Miracle continues to develop, you will even have the opportunity to become a branch guild leader and manage an entire kingdom or empire. Although 1,000 Miles hadn't been loud, the many expert players present could hear his words clearly, and they all gasped in shock. Many upper echelons and guild leaders stared at Gentle Snow enviously. They all wished they were standing in her shoes. Everyone knew that God's domain was massive, and that even super guilds could not single-handedly rule over the entire game. Hence, superpowers would create branch guilds in the various kingdoms and empires to develop and expand their guilds as a whole. These branch guilds' management would be left to the branch guild leaders. Becoming a branch guild leader was the equivalent of establishing a guild of their own. Moreover, this guild would have the support of a super guilds. Becoming one of Miracle's branch guild leaders was many times better than becoming a vice guild leader. Even the main headquarters guild leader would have to treat them with respect. This was far better than being the guild leader of a measly first-rate guild. How about it? Won't you consider my offer? 1,000 Miles had already investigated Gentle Snow's situation. He knew that Blackwater had annexed Ouroboros. Ouroboros no longer existed in the virtual gaming world. However, if Gentle Snow became a branch guild leader, she would be fully capable of establishing another Ouroboros. Only, said Ouroboros would bear the name Miracle's name. He believed that this offer could tempt the Snow Goddess. It was certainly a higher honor than being Zero Wing's Vice Guild leader. Thank you for your high evaluation, Vice Guild Leader Miles. However, I've already stated that I will not leave Zero Wing. If you have nothing else to discuss, I will be on my way, Gentle Snow said. She then turned and left, wanting nothing to do with 1,000 Miles. Everyone in the arena was flabbergasted. Gentle Snow had tossed away such a heaven-sent opportunity. They simply could not figure out what was going through Gentle Snow's mind. Had she lost the ambition she had when she had been the guild leader of a first-rate guild? Even if she had lost this ambition, she should still want to grow stronger. In that case, joining Miracle should be her best option. Big Sis Snow, you're so cool. I almost fell for you. Violet Cloud's eyes shone brightly as she tugged on Gentle Snow's delicate arm. Shifeng also released a sigh of relief. He was a little touched by Gentle Snow's response. Very few could hold themselves back when faced with the temptation of reality, not to mention the conditions 1,000 Miles had offered. As for Fire Dance and Alluring Summer, they simply smiled at 1,000 Miles. Although they had a word or two for the man, in the end, they chose to turn and leave. Miracle might be an insurmountable existence to Zero Wing right now, but the same could not be said for the future. They believed that it wouldn't be long before Shi Feng transformed Zero Wing into an existence that even surpassed Miracle. What a fool! She is simply impervious to reason. Wrathful flames burned in Thousand Miles' eyes as he glared at Gentle Snow's departing figure. Just you wait. It won't be long before you beg to join Miracle. The struggle for dominance in God's domain was only beginning. Mainstream players were beginning to obtain mounts, and various groups were beginning to occupy NPC towns. It was only a matter of time before conflict broke out between countries. Moreover, various industrial titans had begun to set their sights on the game, investing large sums. Soon, the competition between guilds would intensify. There was a saying that destruction pursued the great. In such a competitive environment, it would not be surprising for today's overlord to vanish from the game tomorrow. At the end of the day, only superpowers like Miracle would continue to stand tall. Following which, Thousand Miles led his subordinates out of the arena and headed for the Dark Arena's auction venue. Meanwhile, inside a VIP room upstairs, the Midnight Tea Party's members had watched every second of the competition. What an interesting guild. Endless Scarza's cherry-red lips formed a joyful smile as she looked at the Azura Battle team members. Due to this incident, Endless Scarza's interest in the guild known as Zero Wing had grown. Her opinion was the opposite of those who were shocked and confused. The fact that an upstart guild could keep a former guild leader of a first-rate guild from leaving showed that this upstart guild held something even more attractive than what a super first-rate guild could offer. There was no other reason that someone who had once led their own guild would dismiss a rare opportunity to display their abilities on a larger stage, preferring the small state that no one paid much attention to. After the competition had ended, Shi Feng headed towards the Dark Arena's exchange counter. Before the competition had begun, he had brought all of the guild's resources with him. Afterward, he had deliberately agreed to Miracle Dragon's challenge to push the Dark Arena's host to increase the competition's payout rate. And indeed, just as he had expected, the host had eventually offered a payout rate of 1-9 for a complete victory. After that, he had bet everything he could afford to lose on the Azura Battle team. Here's my ticket. I would like to redeem my resources. Shi Feng smiled as he handed over the ticket the Dark Arena's host had issued him to the female player manning the counter. He had bet 300-plus pieces of level 40 dark gold equipment, 800-plus pieces of level 40 fine gold equipment, as well as plenty of high-tiered magic scrolls and rare materials. The total value of his bet easily exceeded 90,000 gold. Sir, the woman manning the counter nearly jumped in shock when she saw Shi Feng's ticket.